Hello. How's everyone doing today? Hope everyone's having a great day. We're going to have a lot to talk about. I just realized I haven't talked much today because all I've been talking to is Indiana and the conversation's one-sided. So my voice is still waking up, but I'm here. I've got my second cup of coffee. I got my jug of water. We are going to talk about, and hopefully, I don't know, maybe get somewhere today with the conversation around gender. And I want to revisit the PCOS conversation, also renamed PMOS. And I think it will be a good conversation because I said something on stream about men getting PCOS and it became a whole thing. But I had a reason I said it, and I think I'm gonna be able to explain it today, but maybe. Thank you, chat, says cute choker braid. It's even cuter if you look at it. It's like a cute lion. It's a bit cute, isn't it? It's very cute, isn't it? You know, I was very inspired today. I had a full-fledged BDSM dream yesterday. I dream a lot about like the world ending, and I dream a lot about, oh, not a collar, choker. Did I say collar? Did I say collar again? Choker? Oh my God. I really can't shake. It's not even a collar, it's a choker. But anyways, it could be a collar. But anyways, I have these dreams about the world ending. So I had a dream yesterday that the world was ending like normal. Oh, you're referencing yesterday's stream. And then it turned out we were like in a BDSM dungeon for some reason, and I didn't really understand the context, but it was a lot of fun. And I woke up this morning feeling very vibe. So I put on my corset and basically my dungeon wear, and I thought that would be fun, So that's the theme for today, dungeon wear, Just as this whole discourse with trans women and you mean cis women is exactly how we lost the election. It's just happening again. I don't know why we lost the election other than we live in a fascist country. I think like the illusion that the majority of the US isn't bigoted is why the left keeps losing, because you forget you're a minority. And that's kind of what we're going to talk about today a bit, because I just like with so much compassion don't know why you or any of us don't recognize that the left doesn't have a chance in a country that is a majority bigoted, right? Like we're watching literally like left women, liberal women on the internet throw trans people under the bus because they're holding on to some archaic concept of what a woman is, because they're absolutely emotionally attached to the patriarchy. And that's what we're going to talk about today, because again, I think we forget gender is a construct. Like it is an observation we've made. We've given it a name, and then we decided to call it like concrete biology instead of recognizing that everything we're doing is a biological experience. So this whole like, okay, but there is such a thing as a woman. Yeah, dude, totally. But what is a woman is not always the way you think of what a woman is. Okay. So, okay. Chet says Brit is PMOS, and what does it have to do with men? Yeah, so I titled my title Men in PMOS and PCOS because people might not know that it's changed names and they might not know what PMOS is. It takes a long time when words change for people to associate it. So I might switch throughout this conversation about PCOS, PMOS. But I have a bunch of TikToks ready for you to watch. Right? You said it's dividing within our own community rather than sticking together. Conservatives and the right are good at just sticking together no matter what, but conservatives love patriarchy, of course. Yeah, here's the thing about conservatives, though. I think it's a testament to the character of leftists that we're constantly disagreeing. I think it's a testament to our character that we're genuinely here for good reasons, that we're debating each other. I think it's a testament that all of these transphobic women are actually truly experiencing a real opinion. I don't think they're grifting. I think they're just like truly confused about how to live in a world where their identity as a woman isn't being threatened by trans people. would say, unlike the right, where everybody is fucking grifting, or unlike the right, where everybody is in denial, or on the right, where everybody is just saying, okay, we're going to ignore the pedophiles so we can win elections. At least we're not doing that. Like, at least the left, at least everyone left of center is attempting to find solutions. And so we're going to have more debates. We're going to have more discussions. We're going to look like we're infighting. We're not infighting, we're disagreeing. And so I actually think it's a testament to our character, right? Like, that we're doing these things. So, I ultimately, when we have a conversation about coming together as a community, I think the problem is, like, different people are having different relationships with all of these things. So let's start here, okay? Right? Look at this. Check this out. This is posted by Now This Impact. It was posted 35 years ago by political scientist Dr. Michael Pernetti. And just watch this TikTok with me.
Say government cannot solve problems. Government is the problem. They want less government. Where do they?
Oh, hold on. Let me get to the beginning.
Right-wingers say government cannot solve problems. Government is the problem. They want less government. Where do they want less government? In human services, environmental defenses, in consumer safety protection, in healthcare, education, support for the needy, in housing. They want privatization of public sector functions. So they're all against government. But they support more government intrusion into our lives. You look at other areas and they want more government. They want repressive police measures. They want electronic surveillance. They want restrictions on free speech and information access. They want government censorship of films and even art exhibits and photo exhibits. They want expansion of the powers and prerogatives of the FBI and other security agencies. They want large military establishments. They want militarism. Right-wingers say.
I want to just put this into perspective that, yes, everything repeats, but even more than things repeat, it's us that's repeating it. So history can't repeat itself. Humans repeat history. And even more than that, 35 years ago, I was 2. I was alive. So, of course, all of the fascists and bigots that were around that time, who were young at the time, are old, still implementing policy. I think we have this idea that, like, 35 years ago was a super long time ago. I was alive. I'm not that old. Damn. Like, I'm old, but I'm not that old. Like, yeah, of course. In my lifetime, I mean, I just remember my bestie and I, my family was Republican, her family was Democrat, and we would come together to watch C-SPAN and debates. And every political season, our parents would be like, who are you voting for, even though we're 10 years old? And Al Gore versus Bush and Kerry and all these things happened in front of us. And the truth is like, we had some understanding of what was happening. But as we got older, I think all of us as a collective started to really understand in a better way, because we started listening to Black philosophers and queer people and all of these marginalized people who had better insight into some of these some of the nuances. We learned so much more. I think that's what ultimately Drew Afawalo and ER were saying on that podcast, which is sometimes when you're a marginalized person, you have a view of reality that is deeper and better than the people who take it for granted. And yes, cis women take their gender for granted because they don't have to think about the fact that they're a woman. They just are. They don't have to think about the fact, they don't have to think about so many things like hormones or appearing as or looking as. Some of us do. As a quote cis woman who lived in a world where she was misgendered as a man growing up, or people try to use that against me now. Sure, I had to question a lot of things about my gender, but I always knew I was assigned woman at birth. So if I was assigned a girl at birth, I had some reassurance, versus if you're assigned male at birth, there's a completely different reassurance that isn't there. And so again, this is why I'm saying the construct around gender is all centered around this idea of assigning things at birth. Like, we set into motion a unnecessary struggle in the minds of our children the moment before they're even actually in the world, because we start dreaming about what kind of boy we want or a girl we want or the gender reveal party we're going to have. Like, before children even come to the universe, we've already decided their future for them. And I'm saying, as a gender deconstructionist, if we start to really see humans for what they are, we could have so many better options for how we engage in gender. Now, Drew Afawalo did respond to what was going on, so let's check that out.
clear up some stuff. First things first, after conversations I've had with a lot of my trans friends, TS Doc Batty, Kay Poyer, Zaya, Selena, I'll tag all of them below. What they've shared with me is that the biggest issue and critique they have with all of this is, first of all, that trans women are taking the absolute brunt of all of this. At the end of this entire discourse, trans women are being harmed and targeted, and I'm the metaphorical gun pointing at them. And the main critique that they have shared with me is that there should have been a trans woman in the room if you're going to talk about trans women's experiences, which is extremely fair to say. Obviously, in the context of the situation, ER was trying to talk about how TERF rhetoric is specifically targeting trans women, obviously, and weaponizing a very...
I'm sorry, Drew, is there somebody sleeping behind you? Am I confused? Is there a dog in the background? Do you guys hear snoring? Am I confused? Am my earphones weird?
Real fear that cis women also deal with. And the entire intention behind the conversation was obviously to have an open discussion about trans rights, which...
Is there a sleeping man? Is there a dog? What is happening? Why do creatives do this? Why is everyone so bad at sound? Why? I can't think. I can't focus.
Even ER has said themselves they probably could have worded better. I think if you watch the full episode, you can understand it a little bit better, at least what they were trying to say. But all that being said, I have expressed to...
I'm sorry, this is such a serious topic and I can't stop laughing. Snoring is so funny. The snoring is so funny. You can't put a snoring dog behind you when you're talking about something serious. Now I'm gonna look like an asshole. Like, why is Brittany laughing? This isn't funny. There's a snoring dog in the back. That's hilarious.
All of the women that I already mentioned, publicly and privately, that I am so incredibly sorry to the trans women who are now being targeted because of this entire discourse. That is not something that should have ever happened, especially when they were not involved. As far as speaking to the perspective of womanhood, I'm just gonna tell y'all what I think. I feel like, personally, trans women have a much more beautiful outlook on womanhood than myself. The key word being than myself. You don't have to agree with that. The reason why I feel that way, though, is because for me, a lot of my womanhood has been rooted.
That's not true for me. I don't think trans women have a more beautiful understanding of, but I think queer people who've deconstructed gender have some of the most profound relationships with gender. I think that's why I am a queer, philosophically queer. That's why I engage in gender deconstruction. And that's why I'm a gender deconstructionist, because I think queer people have some of the most profound, but no offense to trans women, they're not always queer. Trans women are not a monolithic experience. So unless they're queer, I don't really care what they have to say. Like, sometimes I do, but like, they're no different to me than like any other woman in the world because they're just a woman. And that just is going to be offensive, but think about it. You're just a woman, right? Okay, so you have an experience. It's a valid experience. It's profound in a different way. Trans women have so much to offer the world, but trans women who are queer, now that's interesting. Trans women that hold an understanding of the binary as it is and as restrictive as it is, now that's interesting. Now, okay, but that's just me, okay, right?
In my fear and anger towards the systemic oppression that we face, towards the violence that we suffer at the hands of men. So my perception of my womanhood has been rooted in suffering a lot and finding community with trans people, and more specifically...
And not just trans women, trans people, right? Like trans people. Like Judith Butler is not a trans woman, and Judith Butler is a trans person. They're a queer person, and they are the person who's known for gender deconstruction. And so like, I love Judith Butler. I love their brain. I love their writing. I love just like the concept around gender being a performance. And so again, it's queer. And even like when we talk about those trans women that are our icons in our community, a lot of them were like very queer. A lot of them were very queer trans women. So again, they were living very aggressively in their self. Like they were so aggressively them. And that is such a profound experience, to be so unapologetically yourself.
Trans women has completely shifted how I see womanhood. It has added color and life to what I perceive to be endurance, if that makes sense. What women have to endure, both cis and trans, is a lot. And it is heavy and it is hard, but it is also so beautiful. I know that love is real because I've been loved by women, both cis and trans. And that is how I feel about the perception of my womanhood personally. Again, you don't have to feel that way. But all of that being said, I appreciate my trans friends coming coming to me and talking to me about this and having this discussion with me. As someone who is a staunch and steadfast ally, obviously y'all know that, I know that I will continue to grow and evolve in my advocacy and the way I can show up for trans people and trans women specifically.
Why are cis women considered allies to trans women if we're all just women, right? Maybe we should stop calling ourselves allies, because that doesn't make any sense. Like, you can be an ally to the gay community if you're not gay, but why are you an ally to trans women if trans women are women, right? Like, this is what Kat Black was trying to say about, I think, her being labeled as queer, which I still disagree with philosophically, but I understand, is like, if Kat's a woman, then why are you saying you're an ally? Right? But maybe it's like white women and black women will say we're an ally to black women because we're not black women, but also what's the difference? So maybe that's the dilemma with it being a trans woman, white woman, disabled woman. Like, this is why I think Paris, the 20-something lesbian on TikTok, is basically saying, like, I support women, period. Because, and this is why she said, I would choose women over men any day, even men of color, because I think there's something to be said about making sure that we're just like pro-women, period. But because we live in a patriarchy, like, the fact that we have to be pro-women is because of patriarchy. Otherwise, if we didn't live under patriarchy, why would we need women's movements? Women's movements birthed out of patriarchy. So you're like putting us in a weird position where, of course, we have to be for all women. And we are, because we're being threatened by this administration, we're being threatened by the world. And this goes into everything else, right? So there's something here that might be too nuanced for the world to handle, but I think our community, I say community because we're on YouTube and anyone could be here, but you know, the people who are seriously interested in deconstructing and doing the work, I think there's something here we could talk about maybe, but I don't know what it is yet.
To everyone that is being a TERF, you are not welcome on my page. My feminism includes trans women. I do not weigh one over the other. I weigh cis and trans women the same. And I will continue to fight for both cis and trans women. If your feminism is not intersectional, it does not help all women. And just to reiterate, I'm so sorry again to all the trans women that are being affected by this. That is not something I ever wanted to happen. And I'm sorry that it did. Anyways, that's it. Make sure y'all follow all of the people I tag. Thanks, y'all.
Okay, interesting. So Drew basically made the decision. She must have really sat on this, I think, even though it happened quick. She made the decision to signal very hard at the TERFs and the transphobes. She didn't even for a second coddle cis women. Very interesting. TERFy cis women. Very interesting. Like, she really sat there and said, I'm not even going to give you an inch. Okay, queen. Okay, queen. That must have been hard. I think we underestimate how hard it must have been for Drew to make this decision in many ways. But nowhere in that video, and maybe I'm wrong, did I hear her even attempt to coddle the feelings of those women, even though I think there's a place for it. So Kat Black did that. I did that in my work. But Drew decided not to do it in hers. And I think probably because, and I hate to say this to Kat and I, not that we're not independent and successful, but Drew has a bigger following. And Drew's following is different because she's reaching a lot of, forgive me, normies. Kat and I do not reach normies in that capacity, not with the work we do now. But I think Kat and I were deeply empathetic to a lot of these women because we knew that they, I think, were authentically coming from a truly hurt place. And again, that hurt place doesn't, I think, change how you've impacted marginalized people or punching down on each other, right? I don't think that changes that. But I get it. Like, I don't think a lot of these women I've watched, a lot of the TERFs I've watched, I don't think they're just hateful and bigoted. I think they're bigoted because they're afraid. And that's why I think most bigotry is it comes from a place of fear. You know, what's going to happen to my family though? What's accountability even look like? Like, you know, what if I am bigoted? So then they double down and they go, well, maybe I am a TERF. I guess I am bigoted. Instead of saying, like, you're not going to be thrown in bigotry jail because you're a bigot, but you will alienate the people in your life that you say you love for not taking accountability, you know? And I see this in my own family and friends. Like, when I try to hold my friends or my family accountable, my conservative family, they're so scared about the consequence of what accountability looks like. So they're just like, yeah, but what do you want to happen? I was like, well, an apology would be a good start. They're like, okay, but what then? And I was like, well, why don't we start with an apology? Okay, but what after the apology? They're afraid to even apologize because, and to be fair to them, it's because it gets weaponized. Not by the left, but by the right. I saw this in the debate bro bubbles. If I ever admitted any accountability or fault, it was weaponized against me video after video by liberals. This is why I say leftist spaces, queer spaces have got to be different than liberal Republican spaces, liberal Democrat, liberal or Republican conservative spaces, because they do hold it against you. Politics is about winning. It's about getting any dirt on your opponent you can. And I'm saying this is why we don't do politics on this channel. We talk about politics, but I am not political. I vote, but I'm not making political content because I'm not trying to win. I'm trying to give people problems. Like I'm trying to solve people's problems with them. I'm trying to work as a collective. Okay. So when we have these conversations about gender, I think this is a good place to start, but I also think it's important for us to recognize that if it starts looking and smelling like MAGA, it might just be, but even on accident. So a lot of these liberal women that were like, you know, MAGA kind of has a point. This was your time to meditate. If at any point in your brain you go, maybe conservatives have a point, pause. Right? I get it. It's a human thing. Your brain does it, but that should be the red flag. Okay, check out this TikTok I really liked.
Is not traditional. Transphobia is not traditional. Homophobia is not traditional. Watching so many BIPOC women flip so easily, like on an indigenous woman, over some turf bullshit is actually crazy. And everybody's like, oh my God, she called us the turf, like whatever that means. You're literally repeating turf talking points. Making room for trans women doesn't displace you. It doesn't put you in danger. In fact, we're safer when we stick together. To watch indigenous women support turf nonsense against another indigenous woman is so disheartening. And I see you guys asking a lot. So trans exclusionary radical feminism, that's what being a turf is. And it's not a good thing, sis. You guys are like, well then I guess I'm a turf. Don't be one. That's not traditional. You're on the pipeline to MAGA. Cut it out. Also to see you guys on here being like Drew Afuelo, I'm sorry, I don't know how to say her name, but it's being like Drew's fighting for her life in her comments. No, she's actually fighting for your lives. We're trying to save our own communities from being transphobic and gross and disgusting. Transphobia is not traditional. Transphobia is not traditional. Homophobia is not traditional.
This is what I'm saying. The irony of the situation, I just love the way that this is phrased, but just the irony of everything that's happening of just, and I think they use they, them pronouns. Their name is neurodivergent Regina George, which is, neurodivergent. Maybe they use she, her actually. No, maybe they are she, her. Neurodivergent Regina George is the most hilarious username. She's so funny. I think it is she, her. I don't see any pronouns, so I'm going to assume she, her. That's so funny. Neurodivergent Regina George, hilarious. I think this is so true that the indigenous part is important, the people of color part, the BIPOC part, but like even more so, just like you are going down a MAGA pipeline. That's what is so fascinating. And I get it because I think, we've been there in our lives because I was raised conservative. I had to come out of conservatism. And even though I came out old by some people's standards, young by other people's standards, and again, coming out of conservatism, guys, I'm unlearning every day. Your background, you have to unlearn every day. So that's why I say the difference is you have to pause and think, okay, what do I believe? Before I get swept up in this TikTok stuff, hold on. What are my values before I jump on stream today? That's what I've been meditating on. Okay, what are my values before I start talking about this topic? Before chat gets in my ear, before I get wrapped up in the debate bro like logic, what are my values? Now it's interesting because I saw rhetoric that was like, oh, even men are starting to agree with Drew, which is a point that Drew is wrong. Here's the thing that happened. So liberal men are vocally often very pro-LGBT, while also being not as woke as they claim to be in the literal sense. Okay, not as deconstructed from misogyny as they want to be, right? Look at Hassan Piker, Kyle Klinsky, all these men who are the largest microphones in our communities suffer from misogyny. They are just rampantly patriarchal, okay? But they would probably look at these liberal women on TikTok and be like, these dumb B words, because they love to call women B words. These dumb B words, they're so stupid, they're so transphobic. Yeah, we don't like them. These men cannot talk about these women this way, okay? These men are in positions of power in which they will often use that position of power under patriarchy and in terms of their wealth to punch down on women. And Hassan said that in an interview recently. He said, yeah, sometimes I tell women who are conservative or bigoted, misogynistic things, right? And people say that's bad, but they're kind of like bad women. Okay, no. Because again, when we're talking about vulnerable communities, women are the one who are being deliberately targeted by this administration. Women are literally being targeted, okay? So I need to make it clear to you, I'm going to show you 2 TikToks, that I don't know anything about these men. And even though the TikTok is good in spirit, it does not tell me enough about these men. To watch one TikTok and assume, oh my God, these men are deconstructed, these men are great. I don't know that. I appreciate that they're coming out in defense of trans people, but I don't know anything else about them. And this is why I say, I don't know enough about you if you're anti-trans or if you're pro-trans. That doesn't tell me enough about you yet. This is kind of like when you first leave conservatism or you start joining leftist circles or liberal circles, and you assume that people are like the same kind of liberal or leftist as you just because we're all pro-LGBT. And then all of a sudden they won't call you they, them because they're like, that doesn't count. You know what I mean? Okay, watch this TikTok. This is about the NBA players, okay?
2 former NBA players, and when I say former NBA, I'm being generous, have declared themselves for the WNBA draft. Quick question. When is the WNBA draft? I'm talking to you. When is the WNBA draft? Right. April 2027, 8 months away, 34 weeks, 200 plus days away. So why are we talking about this right now? Why all of a sudden are we so focused on this right now? The WNBA has been around for 30 years. Trans people, way longer than that. So why are we so laser focused on this right now? You think it's random? This specific time, this specific administration, these specific individuals. It just happened. They told you this is because the WNBA doesn't have a specific criteria of what a woman is. Does the NBA have a criteria for what a male is? No. How about the MLB? No. How about the NFL? No. Can you imagine Ray Lewis meeting your sister in the A-gap? I'm asking you why we're so focused on this right now, and you think it's random. They told you it's because we want to make sure they have a specific criteria for what a woman is. But if they cared so much, why would they stop there? Now let's just say for some reason the WNBA puts out a statement today that says you have to be assigned female at birth to join the WNBA. Would that solve everything? Would that make this all go away? Would y'all just shut up and stop talking about it, finally? Probably not. You can bring up intersex, you can say preemie. That's a small percentage of people. I don't know why we even focus on that. And I'm saying, I don't even know why y'all focusing on trans people. They're a smaller population of that. And you're going to say, well, they got to bring in that birth certificate. That'll show what they're assigned. And I'm going to say, I'm going to have a home birth here with my wife, nobody else. And I got 5 days here in Florida to bring that information to the government. And I can lie. I could be in here building something up. Ask China about Yao Ming. And then they're going to ask for extensive proof. We need proof that that's a boy or a girl. But they don't have a criteria here of what the extensive proof is. What do you want to pick? No, they'll probably do gene testing. Then we can get into the conversation of Caster Semenya or Maria Patino or Iman Khalif. Do you see where I'm going with this? It can just keep going on and on and on. There is no foolproof, perfect way to determine what somebody is or how you want them to be presented. There's always going to be a but. Now, there's a very serious conversation that can be had about sports and gender and everything surrounding that, but let's not act like these people care. Because they don't. They tell you that they're here to protect women while using women as a prop to attack a marginalized community. We could have had a serious conversation about requirements, about intersex people, about privacy, about policy, about biology not fitting the box for every specific human that's ever lived, but instead you opted to put on a wig and to put on a WNBA hoodie and make a mockery of women everywhere because you never had the brains to come up with the rules and regulations that would govern the bodies of millions of human beings.
Billions.
So instead you do this. In the meantime, I hope you have a wonderful day. You know I love you and I'll see you tomorrow.
Like, yeah, like generally I agree with this. I don't know anything about this person, but yeah, like billions of people will be impacted. Okay, here's another example.
Man.
It says the dumbest person you know reacting to Enes Kanter declaring for the WNBA draft.
Man, I can't wait for Enes Kanter to join the WNBA and show the world why women's sports is a joke.
I thought your biggest fear was men going into women's sports. Isn't that the biggest thing you guys are afraid of? But now you want him to go and dominate women?
What?
Don't say what. You know what I'm talking about. You guys have had this fake hysteria about men joining women's sports. Do you hate women more or trans people?
Can't I just fucking hate both? Also, you're misgendering Enes. He doesn't identify as a man anymore. He identifies as a woman, libtard.
Okay, so now you believe in pronouns when it suits your narrative? You believe in gender pronouns?
Ow.
What? What's wrong?
You're making me critically think, and now the neurons in my brain are vomiting.
Okay, so obviously I don't know anything about these people, but sometimes the conversations can feel that reductive. Sometimes the conversations can feel like that, where it's like, what are you talking about? What are we even talking about? You know? Okay, Ready for this? Now let's start talking about like what is a woman, okay? Watch out, Matt Walsh might pop up behind me. Let's start talking about like what is gender, and then we're going to swing it into this idea of like, can men have PCOS, PMOS? Okay, can men XYZ, right?
Video asking why. I made a video asking why women get offended when we call them cis women, even though you are a cis woman, because cis woman means woman. And somebody commented, we don't need the identifier. No need for it. I was like, don't you use labels every day? Like, isn't it contradicting to be like, we don't need the identifier? But identifiers are labels. Like, you use labels every day. Like, you're a woman. I'm a black woman. I'm mixed. Unfortunately, I'm half white. But like, I'm short. Like, all labels, babe.
Now, a label is a very interesting thing because it's a communication tool. So everything we're using to communicate is meant to bring a clarification. The problem is that if people don't understand the words, there is no clarification. And I know this because I discuss this with people on a daily basis, but also in my own personal life, where when I'm trying to explain a concept to them, like what's the difference between a drag queen and a trans person? There are so many things they need to know to even have that conversation. But usually what they do is they jump to the end of the conversation. And when you're having a debate or discussion with anybody, when you're even just trying to educate people, when you're a teacher even, okay, there has to be some understanding, okay, that you have to build on understanding. So this is what's hard. So, okay, hold on, okay. So let's say this is where the question is. Oops, that looks like a 2. Okay, this is where the question is. Okay, so this person asks you the question. Okay, and you see this question, you're like, damn, I really want to answer this question. But hey, before I answer this question, we kind of have to go all the way down here, okay, to answer this question. But the thing is, this person doesn't know there's a down here. They can't even see it. It looks like nothing. They're like, what are you fucking pointing at? But in your vision, you can literally see, right? So the other way let me do it like this. So you can see that there's a box because you have this ability. So you can see this and this. They can only see what's in red, right? And so what happens is you have all these building blocks to get to this question, which changes the answer, but they can't see that. So when you tell them, hey, I'm trying to explain this concept to you, but before we get there, I need you to understand this thing down here. And they're like, oh, do you think I'm stupid? Oh, you think I'm dumb? Oh, you think I don't know things? Like, oh, you think you're smarter than me? Oh, you think you're better than me? It's like, okay, I just think like I'm trying to explain a concept to you. And they're like, you're saying it like it's not obvious. Like, you're so condescending. Like, you're saying the most obvious shit. And I'm like, okay, I hear that. But even though you're logically regurgitating back to me what I just said, you're not embodying the understanding. I need you to like understand how we got here. And understanding how we got here is really hard because that's the part of deconstruction, understanding, having a deeper relationship with your biological experience. This is basically my levels. Like when I talk about the levels and it makes people upset, they're upset because they feel like I'm calling them stupid. And I'm saying to you, like, I'm not calling you stupid, but you're kind of a joke. Because you have the audacity to show up and lecture me about how much I don't know when you don't even know the difference between a heterosexual man and a bisexual man. You don't even know the difference between a cis person and a trans person. You don't even know the difference between, and this is just the reductive understanding of these things. God forbid we get deeper. And that's what I'm saying. When people say they've deconstructed, it means multiple things because there's 3 forms of deconstruction people typically are talking about, and they mix up what the meaning is. And I know that that's what's happening because the way people use the word patriarchy or systems or all of these other things, the way we even talk about anything we're talking about. So again, I'm not saying that I'm the smartest person in the room or you're the smartest person in the room. I'm saying all of us rely on collective data and all of us rely on the ability to update that data as we get more information. But when you have a person who cannot update their information, you're at a crossroads. You're at a standstill. Now we don't know what to do. So what happens is they get left behind. So what they end up doing is they end up forming coalition with people who also get left behind. And we call those people conservatives. Which is why these liberal transphobes, these women who said, I think conservatives are starting to have a point. Of course you think conservatives are starting to have a point. You both decided to stagnate. You hit your ceiling. And I'm saying, girl, break the ceiling, keep learning. And they're like, nope, I know what a woman is. I don't need to discuss it. Okay, fine. Okay, but just so you know, and this is the part that I think people miss, just like with everything intersectional, everything is impacted by the other. So look at this. So this is a gaming situation. It's Overwatch. I play Overwatch. So I was like, oh, I'm going to watch this over. I had no idea what I was clicking on when I clicked on this video. I was like, oh, Overwatch. Okay, watch. This is the stream. You can talk to people in chat. So if you don't know, so you're going to hear voices of people. You don't know how old they are or where they're from or anything about them.
I don't like transgenders.
I'm a full girl.
You're a fucking tranny, bitch.
The only
thing cool about you is your penis. You got a penis, bro.
Guys, this is not very accepting. We have to accept everyone for who they are.
Nigga, fuck you.
Bigotry impacts everybody. Hateful rhetoric impacts all of us. Prejudice impacts all of us. It's not just about trans women or queer people or gay people. It's about black people and brown people and immigrants and sick people and disabled people and health. It's about everybody. It's about all of us. And so again, when we do this thing where it's like, oh, this is just impacting this one group, it's impacting everybody because everybody knows everybody, you know? Okay. So again, when we talk about like, what is a woman? Who are you? How do you know your relationship with gender, right? Stay with me here. Let's watch this video. It says, having a uterus is key to the experience of being a woman. That's the tagline. Oh, interesting, right?
I legitimately hate to do this video because I do not want to attract the wrong people. I don't want to get...
Pause. We're already going to attract the wrong people because this is a transphobic talking point. This is a conservative talking point. This is the reductive point Drew was trying to say, that when you reduce women down to their uterus, that is only coming from one space in the world, which is MAGA, which is conservatives, which is transphobes, which is TERFs. So it's too late. And I believe her. I believe in her heart of hearts, this woman does not want to attract those people. But what we're saying is, and this is what you guys have told me too, you guys have to understand, the social media landscape changes how I talk in public. How I talk in private is completely different. Well, not completely different. There's like a 20% variation because I'm in a space where I can. Oh, the other day, this is a good example. We were doing a member stream and I knew I wasn't going to clip it for YouTube. I just knew I wasn't going to clip it for YouTube. So I said something to my audience that I didn't need to filter in case a conservative heard it. And somebody in my chat was really concerned. They're like, oh my gosh, Brittany, like if a conservative hears this, and I was like, well, they're not going to hear it on a member stream. And they were like, oh, I forgot it was a member stream. And I wasn't going to clip it for YouTube. But they're right. That when I talk to members, I change the way I talk. When I know I'm not going to clip it for YouTube and only members will see it, I'm more chill. Because I'm not thinking about all the bad people who could end up seeing my video. Okay, when I talk to my partner, when I talk to my family, the way I talk is different because I don't have to filter, or the filter I have to do is more for the people I'm talking to. So the dilemma when having this conversation in public, on YouTube, on TikTok, is it's really hard to think about who could be listening and how do we have these conversations without conservatives. And I have this problem too. There are so many conversations I want to have with you guys. They get so difficult to have because there's always a conservative, there's always a talking point, there's always what if this is what Republicans say. But again, this is why us as creators have to decide, are you a creator? Like, okay, at some point, the discussion has become, what's up with this discourse on TikTok? Everything's discourse. Okay, we can do something new where we never stitch a TikTok again, but no one's going to watch those videos. I know, I'm a YouTuber. I see my analytics. If I have a video where I talk, but there isn't enough TikTok or isn't enough media in the video, it does worse. Because your brain still needs the stimulation of seeing somebody other than me talk. It just seems to be the new thing that everybody needs. And unless you're used to watching a podcast that's like solo, it's really hard to watch an hour-long video where one person is talking to a camera, unless you're really, really that girl, okay? Unless you're really that kind of a person that cleans the house and listens to it, okay? Which I get. But most people do want to see other people talk. They want to see other opinions, especially since they'll go, oh, Brittany, I've never seen a TikTok like this. Proof? Or I will say, I wonder who these people are shadowboxing. I wish they gave me a TikTok so they could give me an example. So again, I need to use these examples, but here's the problem. This person only has like 500 likes on this video. Most of these TikTokers aren't even TikTokers. They're just like regular people who end up saying the thing that most people are feeling or some people are feeling. So then all of a sudden they become TikTokers. And that's what social media is to some extent. That's what celebrity is to some extent. It's just a person everybody knows and everyone gives their attention to and everyone says their name enough. Like, I'm sure recently, I don't know if you've seen that Andrew Wilson was on Joe Rogan. And I saw that and I was like, why would Andrew fucking loser Wilson be on Joe Rogan? And I don't even like Joe Rogan, but you know what? I'm sitting here like, how did he do this? He did it because he just made his name out there. He just made sure he was always on whatever podcast. He made sure he made friends with certain people. You just know certain debate bros are absolutely dying over the fact that Andrew Wilson got on Joe Rogan before them. And there is something funny about that. There is something very satisfying about the fact that Andrew Wilson got on Joe Rogan before I know most of these debate bros were dying to get on Joe Rogan and have a much better following than Andrew Wilson. But the point is that like when I see that happen and I see Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens doing their big debate, she's going to be paid $300,000. If you guys know, you know, it's such a weird bubble, but you look at this bubble and you're just like, how did this happen? They just got in your faces. They just made sure their name was always in the conversation. They just made sure that anytime anything happened, their name got brought up. And then boom, popularity, boom, access, boom, their name gets mentioned to the right person, right? And that's how it happens. That's why shout outs, that's why like collaborations change the game for creators, because now it's like, why is this person always here? Why do I know this person? Who is this person? And then all of a sudden, this person is a celebrity and all this person is your favorite debate bro. And I'm saying that is how it works. Okay. The dilemma is on TikTok. I truly do not know how many of these people are intentionally choosing to do this, like in the debate bro space, where it's very intentional. I don't know how many of these women aren't just genuinely getting on the internet and naively trying to be authentic in their bigotry. So watch this TikTok with all of that said.
Ammo to people who are transphobic and homophobic and just in general hateful people. But I do think that I do a huge disservice by not saying what it is I'm about to say. It is impossible for a trans woman to understand what it's like to be a woman more than a cis woman. Because when we look at the ways in which women are disparaged, oppressed, murdered all over the world, a lot of it goes back to our biology as females, okay? When we look at how they attack women all over the world, they tend to start with our physical bodies and our biology. With that being said, if you are not born with this biology, then it is impossible for you to grasp the concept of what it actually means to be a woman in this world. And I'm not saying that means you're not a woman. I'm not saying it means that you can't feel it or understand it, but it would be like me moving to Japan as an immigrant and saying that I understand what it means to be a Japanese woman more than a born and raised Japanese woman. If you traveled enough, you know that there are aspects of a culture that would take a lifetime for you to understand as a transplant, as an immigrant, whatever you want to call yourself.
Okay, so okay, this is really difficult. So before I actually try to explain it, I want you to watch this TikTok, and then I'm going to try to explain why she's kind of right, but she's kind of wrong. But there's something there but I'll explain it. Give me a second. Look at this TikTok.
Gender is just kind of nothing burger, in my opinion. Like, it's nothing. Being a woman is nothing. Being a man is nothing. Like, as a cisgender person, like, I was just born with a vagina. And then people started calling me stuff. And they called me she. They called me a woman, so I'm like, okay, that's, like, fine, I guess, but it doesn't really mean anything. It's nothing burger. Being a woman is just an incredibly neutral thing, and there's no real criteria for it, other than calling yourself one, so I don't really see something beautiful or ugly. It's just, like, is. What I find ugly is people trying to assign meaning to it, like, trying to assign, not meaning to it, but assign, like, that it means something about me. Trying to project all these stereotypes onto it, like, that being a woman doesn't mean I'm soft or harsh, or it just doesn't mean anything. Being a woman doesn't mean anything. The only reason that like I've come to identify is that more so that I just identify with the experiences other women have had. It's really just like about camaraderie for me at the end of the day. I enjoy talking to people that have experienced something similar to me, but there's no like real personality trait assigned to anything. It doesn't put a label on your inner world, because everyone's inner world is too complex to be a man or be a woman. It's just nothing, because it's everything. This doesn't make, I don't know if any of this makes sense, but I don't know. I just am. We just are. So trans women want to be women, then they are women, because that's really the only criteria.
Okay. Back to this woman.
Right? Like, there are aspects of humor and language and connection that me as an American, I can never understand, even with the amount of reading and studying and being immersed in the culture, because I'm American by birth and this is what I've been indoctrinated and raised as. I can only understand them conceptually. I can't understand them internally. And I want to reiterate that I'm not saying that a trans woman can't internally understand and feel these things, but I do think that it is, I don't know what to call it. I'm going to just say an ignorance to act like, or a delusion to act like biology doesn't play a huge part in what it means to be a woman all over the world, okay? Now, as someone who is educated and studied gender and sex and all that good stuff, conceptually, especially being American, and I think this is where Americans fall short, okay? Because we do live in a different world than some people in other places. I'm going to explain what I mean by that. As an American, I think it's really easy to say that your biology has nothing to do with your understanding of gender, okay? I think it's easy to say that in America, a little bit easier. It shouldn't be that easy. As a black woman, we all know what it means to be a black woman in America. And we know that a lot of it has to do with our biology, right? But there are literally multiple places in the world where having a period means that you can't go to school. It means you can't go to work while you're having your period. Why? Because of the shame. And that shame exists because periods are had by women. There are places in the world where women young girls have to get their clitorises chopped off because they are women, okay?
Hey. She even put, if you're transphobic, I'll delete your comment. Look, this is a very authentic person, I think. I think she's being very authentic. I think what she's trying to say, I could be wrong. And I think I want to give her some, okay? Let me, why is that happening? Oh, I see. Okay, let me just change this really fast. Okay. So, when we talk about micro, macro stuff, this is where people get really lost, okay? So you exist, and you exist on a planet, okay? When you are socializing with groups of people, you are going to be treated differently based off the bubbles, okay? The places you exist in, the perceptions, right? When you come back home, this is how you treat yourself. Okay? But what we do, because we're impacted by the world around us, is we take that input from the bubbles and we internalize it. And then we embody it. And then we regurgitate it. Okay? And I'm saying, in order to unlearn those things, in order to unlearn it, you kind of have to start again. As an adult, you almost have to become like a baby and say, okay, if I was starting from scratch, how would I view myself? Okay. We know race is a construct. We know it doesn't exist outside of our perception. And we know it was heavily created and promoted by white supremacy, right? We know it was on purpose, that there is no fundamental difference between black people, white people, Asian people. Like, we're all the same. But the reality of that experience doesn't play out on the micro, because on the macro we're all the same, but on the micro, like, tell that to black people that are targeted by cops, tell that to brown immigrants, it's not going to compute. They're going to be like, what are you fucking talking about? Race is a construct. Like, their identity, right? They are Black people. They are Asian people. They are West Asian. This is who I am. I would be this every lifetime, right? That is us holding on to an identity that says, this is how I know myself. But here's the thing. And this is the hard part about introspection. And I mean this so compassionately. And maybe this is honestly, this is like deep philosophy. It really is. And I know it's going to sound condescending, but hear me out. Even the need to say, I'm going to come back as a woman every time, which I say, that is because of patriarchy and white supremacy and all the other things. It's because you're thinking about the systems. You're thinking about being proud of being a marginalized person who's overcome and loved themselves. But the truth is, you could just come back, not as a Black person or a white person or a girl or a boy or whatever gender. You would just come back as a living biological creature. But we put a reasonable, I think it's really logical to put an emphasis on the importance of coming back as we are, because we're learning to love ourselves in a world that tells us to hate ourselves, to the point where it tells us to kill ourselves, right? So us coming back and saying, I'm going to come back as a woman, as a trans person, as a Black person, is a form of radical self-love. And that's the part of this that I'm deeply empathetic to, is that I can't tell you how many times being perceived as a woman has impacted my life negatively. I also can't tell you how much I love being a girl. I also can't tell you how much I really am a man. And this comes from the different types of relationships that are able to be had as you deconstruct gender and the social expectation of what it means to be. Okay, like listen to me when I say this, that these conversations we have about gatekeeping our communities are because of oppression. They're not because they are true. They're because they're true within the micro. We know words are constructs. Nobody, like in an ideal world, everybody could say every word. In an ideal world, everybody could have every hairstyle. In an ideal world, everyone could wear whatever clothing. But we don't live in that world. We live in a super oppressive world. This is why I said you can't be trusted with slurs. In an ideal world, you could literally say a slur and we'd be like, okay, it's just a word. But it's not just a word, is it? Because we can't let it be just a word. Just like your gender isn't just a gender. The only time your gender gets to be your gender is personally with you. Otherwise, your gender is a perception people have of you, which is why I say it is a life and death situation for us to be ourselves. This is what cis women do understand, but they don't even understand that if you're a trans woman, you are feeling that double. And it's hard for cis women to understand this because to them, trans women are choosing to be women. They're choosing to be oppressed. They could just say a man. And I'm saying they're women though. They can't. If they try to do that, they will kill themselves because they can't live authentically. So what they do is they come out and live authentically, but living authentically in a transphobic world means you're now triply, doubly, quadruply more likely to get killed by that same world. Because the same group of people that were going to kill those women will convince those women to turn their hate on those women, the trans women. They'll say, oh, I was going to kill you, but if you team up with me, we'll kill them. And you're going to say, bet. Sounds good. Let's do that. I'm on board. Because it's about survivability. And I'm saying you have to get out of survival mode to get into living mode. And this is really hard in a world that is surviving. The world is surviving. And so these conversations are the way that we're going to have these conversations for the rest of our lives. Forever. That's why I say liberate yourself and don't wait for the world, because the world's not going to catch up. So liberate yourself and then jump back into the world where it's like crazy, and then jump back into your house and then jump back into, because you can't. Now, let's go to the medical side of this about PCOS, PMOS, because I think this is interesting. So here's the update for people who don't know, just so we're on the same page.
Finally been renamed, and it's about time. PCOS has finally been renamed, and it's about time. My name's Dr. Joel, the Medical Mythbuster, and let's talk about why polycystic ovary syndrome has now become polyendocrine metabolic ovarian syndrome. So first, the cis in PCOS were actually never really cis. They're immature follicles, and PCOS is so much more than that. It's linked to hormone imbalances, insulin resistance, infertility, diabetes, heart disease, anxiety, depression, sleep apnea, and so much more. Because the name focused on ovaries and cis, millions of people were treated as if this was just a gynecological neurological issue instead of a whole body metabolic and endocrine disorder. That misunderstanding had consequences. Studies show that up to 70% of people with the condition go undiagnosed, even though approximately 1 in 8 people of reproductive age with ovaries is thought to have it. That's why after years of international research and input from over 14,000 clinicians and providers, the condition has been renamed polyendocrine metabolic ovarian syndrome, PMOS. Ovarian stays because ovarian dysfunction is still part of the condition, but cyst is gone because it was never medically accurate. Names matter in medicine. They influence research funding, medical education, diagnosis, stigma, and whether a patient's diagnosis is even believed. A better name could lead to earlier diagnosis and better treatment that leads to care for the whole person, not just one organ. If you've been dealing with irregular periods, acne, hair changes,
Note the whole person, not just the organ. Note the whole person, not just the organ.
unexplained weight loss, infertility, or feeling dismissed by the healthcare system, you deserve answers.
Okay, this is very important. Before I get into it, chat said, this might be dumb, but it is in good faith. If gender is a construct and there is so much negative stigma and difficulties living as a man or a woman, why do we all not just adopt non-binary? Like, should the next movement not be to deconstruct it to the point where identifying as a man and woman is irrelevant or outdated? So you said characteristics are only men and women when we label them as such. Why can't my characteristic and Brittany's, I'm not sure, just be my characteristic and Brittany's? Because I don't exist. The fact that my name is Brittany will bring judgment. The amount of think pieces that have been made about me being a fucking stupid bitch because my name is Brittany, you can't escape it. The next revolution is hierarchy dismantling, not gender dismantling, other than understanding that what you label yourself doesn't inherently mean I get to judge you. So it doesn't matter if you get rid of men and women, which should not be the goal. The goal should be to say, I'm not going to judge you for being a man or a woman. I'm not going to judge you for being non-binary. The issue is hierarchy. You think you're better than me because you're cis. You think you're better than me because your name is John. You think you're better than me because your name is, you think you're better than me because your skin is this. I don't need to get rid of men and women. I need to get rid of hierarchy. Because why do you think you're better than me? Okay, so it's a good question, but that's the difference. Is we as humans, we're so dependent on a hierarchy that even someone's name will be like, you're less than me. You're literally less than me. Your name is stupid. And I'm like, your name? But like, that's what it is, okay? Now here's the thing. Note that he said, Dr. Joel, who I do like, okay, it's about the whole person, not the organ. So when I had the conversation the other day and I said, I'm pretty sure cis men can get PMOS or PCOS, people were like, no, Brittany. And I was like, I'm pretty sure I've seen that, or I understand that they can get it. So I'm going to explain my thinking to you because I couldn't at the time, it was not part of the discourse. It was a derail in the original conversation. And I didn't know at the time how to but so I came prepared today to sort of explain why I think that's true. First, just to go back to the beginning, what is a cis man? Just so we're all on the same page. You know what I mean? Like, what is a cis man? When I say a cis man, like, what do you think of? Because what you think of matters. Like, what you think a cis man is matters. This is why the movement of TERFs on TikTok saying we're not cis women, we're just women, because they're recognizing it matters. They're saying, oh, it matters that I'm being called cis, right? So when I say a cis man, how do you know somebody is a cis man? Okay. You said individual assigned and socialized male, AMAB with a penis, assigned male at birth, assigned male who identifies as a man, someone who is evil, sarcasm. They're just men. Let's see, genitals. Okay. So a cis man, typically in the way that we use it, is a person who identifies with the gender they were assigned at birth. Okay. You guys are thinking too deep about it. You're, don't think too deep about it. Just like, what is a man? Like, what is a cis man? That's usually what we understand it is like our babies get born and we decide what the baby's going to be. And then we look at the baby and we go, boy, girl. Okay. So that's what they think it is. if you have a person come into the universe who is misidentified as a boy and never gets hormone checks and never gets anything examined, and we don't know the inner workings of this person's life, then what is the thing that makes them a man? Like, what is the thing that makes them a boy? Okay. Is it that they have a penis? Right? Like, is it that they have a vagina? Okay. How is all of society dictating what our babies are? Because remember, it's not about what your 35-year-old roommate is. It's about what babies are. We have to bring this back to babies because that's when it all starts. So how do we know someone is a cis baby versus a trans baby? How do we know the gender of your baby? Okay, we don't, is the problem. So when I say, like, I'm pretty sure cis men can get PMOS, I'm thinking of a person who's told they're a guy as a baby and they have no indication otherwise. Everything seems normal. And as that person gets older, they're having a completely different relationship with their biological experience and or have organs that don't match or genitalia that doesn't match, or this, like, something went different than expected, but not wrong necessarily. Because when we have conversations about intersex people, okay, right? I want you to recognize intersex people are not people generally who want to be cured. They're having a different experience, but people will see them as damaged. And I'm saying you're not damaged. You're having a different experience, and that experience is just as valid as being a cis or a trans person. Okay? So when we have conversations, we have to be very careful about the idea that, like, assigning a baby a gender then dictates how things are seen later on, versus thinking of all of the variations of the biological experience that could lead to, because when we gender illnesses or diseases or sicknesses, we lose a lot of people, you know, and especially men who are socialized under patriarchy never go to the doctor. That's like a stereotype. So how many men are existing in the world, cis men are existing and are having intersex, you know, realities? A lot of the intersex people I've been listening to, they don't even know they're intersex till they're like 16 to 25. You know, some were 50. And I'm like, and they're like, oh, that explains so much about my life, right? So when we have these conversations, I think there's something to be said about the nuance of all of our experiences. And I want to validate all of the experiences instead of people living with a shame that they were broken or made wrong. And this plays into eugenics and ableism. This plays into disability. You're not less than because you're born disabled. Like, you're not broken. You know, from an ethical, moral perspective, this is not a broken child. Okay? So when we have these conversations, I think we need to be careful, because what cis people are doing who are transphobic, they're saying we're normal and you're not normal. And I'm saying in a world where we don't know what's going on in everyone's bodies, I'm telling you right now, if we really knew, okay, if we really knew, we'd have more trans people, gay people, intersex people. Like, there's just no way it's only 1 or 2% of the population. 8 billion people. 8 billion people. Come on now. You guys are saying there's a lag. It's not an audio lag, right? Is it just a stream lag? Because YouTube's been funny lately. I just want to make sure it's not an audio lag before I continue, because that's terrible. But if it's just a stream lag, just reset the stream. You know how it is, technology girls. Okay. I want you to see this video. Let me double check that that's the one I want to start on. Okay, I want to start on this video. Okay. Check out this video. Okay, I'm glad it's fine. Okay, check out this video. And again, this is not really in any order, but I want to start here because of something that is said in this video. So just check this out. It says most intersex people don't know they're intersex. And mind you, cis people are not normal and intersex people are not abnormal. This narrative that, like, cis people are like, oh, you were born intersex, you're like not normal. I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay.
The vast majority of people who are intersex have no idea that they're intersex. The most common way that most people have found out that they're intersex is because they're professional athletes and they get their hormones tested because now we do that for professional athletes. And they find out that like, oh, your T level's too high, or like, oh, your T level's too low, like something weird's going on here. But since they're only testing quote unquote women's sports, you're more likely to find out you're intersex if you are assigned female.
Not even that. If you look up intersex on YouTube or TikTok, it is all almost like femme presenting people. And I'm like, what's happening? What's going on? And a big part of it, I think, plays into patriarchy and the fact that, quote, women go to the doctors more often and we have very invasive doctor's appointments. Guys, when we're little girls, people like examine our bodies like in very interesting detail. And then when we get to older, our gynecologist has to go inside of us. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know what men are doing at the doctor, but like, you know how many times I've had to get ultrasound? They put a big stick inside of my vagina. You know, I have to get a new one, actually. I have a new one coming up. Like, they got to go into my body when I go to the doctor. And so like when we have these conversations about like what's happening when we go to the doctor, and then not to mention that like if socialized men are not going to the doctor, they're finding out different things about themselves way later. Like they don't even know. We don't have the data. I genuinely feel like the world doesn't understand that we don't have the data we think we do, but the little pockets of data we have indicate certain conclusions, right? Okay.
Yeah,
Like,
that makes sense.
So like
Yeah.
assigned male athletes aren't finding out because nobody ever tests their hormones
Yeah.
before they go perform.
Remember the NBA TikTok I showed you earlier? He said it's interesting that you guys have criteria for what qualifies as a woman in the WNBA, but not what qualifies as a man in the in the NBA. Because again, this goes back to patriarchy and regulating women and regulating queer people. And look, typically, this goes back to what Drew Afwala was saying. Typically, trans women might have a deeper, different understanding or more beautiful understanding, according to ER, of the experience of being a woman. But it's often just minority, marginalized people who are looking for answers because they know their internal relationship isn't matching the external validation or invalidation they're getting from society. So it's like a queer kid who was closeted. I was like looking around. I remember I asked the most rebellious girl in the homeschooling collective, the most rebellious girl. She just came from public school. And I was like, I was middle school. I leaned over and I said, have you ever kissed a girl? And she went like this, oh, Brittany, no, don't ever say that. And I was like, ew, I was just wondering. You know what I mean? Like, I was so just like nobody I could talk to be like, do you kiss girls? Or am I just having this thought of kissing girls? Like, am I the only one who wants to kiss a girl? You know? So like, I think people forget that that is happening to kids. Kids are silently looking at you and observing and wondering, where am I going to get this validation from? Where is it safe to ask these questions? And then you live in a world where women create safe spaces to ask each other these questions. I remember when I was like 19, one of the women in my family, like family friend, she had 2 kids, 2. And she asked me, she reaches over during a get together and goes, Brittany, I go, what? She goes, you know about sex, right? I was like, yeah. She goes, how many holes do we have down there? I was like, girl, you had 2 babies. And she was like, I know, I just don't know. And I was like, okay, girl, let's go Google. Let's go like have a conversation about how many holes you got down there. Because like people are having whole ass children and they don't even know their anatomy. And why would they? In a world that is so shameful, in a world that you're not allowed to talk about your clitoris, you're not allowed to talk about your asshole, you're not allowed to talk about your body parts, in a world that doesn't know the difference between vulva and vagina, like, yeah. Okay, or the fact that your labia looks different, genitals look different. The fact that porn is so in our brains, we think all penises look the same and all vaginas look the same. Guys, there are so many variations of genitals. You see one genital, you've only seen one genital. There are so many different shapes and sizes and everything. Like there's no one way to have a penis, no one way to have a vagina. Okay, there's no one way to have genitalia. That's why intersex people are so a part of they need to be more into the part of the conversation. They're a part of a normal part of being a person. Their genitalia is also normal. Like when we have these conversations, there is nothing wrong with your genitals. The fact that labiaplasty became so popular, look, I get it if it's really haunting you. And also, what are we doing? You know what I mean? And I'm all about gender affirming care. So if you want to shorten your labia, that's none of my business. But also, you know,
It's insane.
It's
but
so dumb. It's so dumb.
It's, yeah.
They're like, oh, actually, it turns out you have like fully formed testes just inside of you that are producing a high level of testosterone. And
See, how are you going to know you have internalized testes? How are you going to know that? You can go your whole life without knowing this. So then, you know what's worse is like the people who like come out here and they create their whole narrative around what they think is normal about their body without even knowing the depth and interesting layers of their own biological experience, their own. And then what does this mean? That's why we get a bubble pop. That's why we shatter. That's why our illusion shatters about the world. That's why deconstruction is so hard away from religion, because you're like, everything that I was and everything that I knew and everything that I identified with is different. It's not there. What is this? You know? So how do you know if we're not all going to the doctor? You know, in the United States, you can't even pay. We don't even have the money to go to the doctor in the United States. So you got to think about it from that perspective too. How many things are just happening in your body you don't know because none of us can afford to go check? Like you would think we'd be screening for cancer every year for people, but we don't. And then people all of a sudden find out they have a huge mass in their stomach that's been growing for 10 years that they couldn't do anything about. That's what I'm saying. We don't even know our body has anything going on because we don't want, it's not normalized within culture. So if it's not normalized within culture, so when we sit there and say we know everything there is to know about existence, we have all the data we need, we haven't even started to gather that data. Okay. On the conversation of PCOS, PMOS, fun fact, the intersex community is debating and they've been discussing on whether or not it is an intersex condition. Meaning all of these cis women that are saying, I'm a real woman because I get PCOS, I get PMOS. Are you an intersex woman? Because the intersex community, some people think it is an intersex condition, and some people think it's not an intersex condition. And that's the other part of, again, shattering your illusion of your cisness, which is like this idea that you have this thing that you're saying is proof you're a woman. But then what is even a woman, right? What does that mean? Intersex people can be men or women or identify with different genders. But I'm saying, like, what do you think this means? Okay, so here's some TikToks on it. It says, this comment says, PCOS isn't being intersex, and being intersex doesn't automatically make you trans. Me saying they're not related means one is not dependent on the other. Okay, so that's the comment. And then this individual is responding.
I only disagree with this a little. PCOS could mean being intersex. If you have a chromosomal variation or a genital variation, it's a lot more clear cut. But if you have an endocrine variation like PCOS, depending on your experience with it, because it's a syndrome and it presents differently for everybody, it could mean that you feel that you're having an intersex experience, and that's what it meant for me. But I had a full Ron Swanson rooted system beard, and at 15 I had to go get a job at Blockbuster Video to afford electrolysis so that I could manage it because I was shaving 3 times a day. Now for me, I was already feeling, that I was on a gender journey, and so I'm trans non-binary already, and so PCOS just further kind of solidified intersex for me, but it doesn't mean it for everybody because women can have beards, so it just depends on where you're coming from. But yes, you could have PCOS,
Exactly.
be intersex, be trans, and get the discount. Hope that helps.
Yeah, exactly. It depends. That's why I love categorization. This is why gender binaries are so annoying, because they don't allow for variations or / most people's lived experience, which is going to vary from the quote default, which is why creating a default is bad. There should be no default about what it means to be a man or a woman. That is what we need to, because that creates the hierarchy of like, oh, but you're not the default setting. What default setting? Why do we even have a default setting? What is this default setting? Why are we assuming there's one? Okay.
A lot of people find it shocking that I didn't know I was intersex until I was 23, but most people don't find out until they're adults. The reason for that is because medicine here in the US is very binary. Medicine in general, like, it's very binary, as in like what they consider a man and the standards for a man are very rigid and very like boxed in. Same thing for like women, it's very boxed in, very rigid. So anyone that falls outside of that binary biologically, like me, is not something that they know how to take care of or even treat. I'm pretty sure I made my first couple doctors very insecure about their knowledge because I did not fit those boxes and they literally didn't know what to do with me. I oftentimes felt like a guinea pig in these settings, and they would just be like, let's try this out. And there wasn't anything necessarily wrong with me. I just wasn't experiencing a puberty like most people do, and it's literally because my genes don't match those specific standards that they have for what it is to be a woman or what it is to be a man.
Okay, wait. Go back to, where is she? Hello? Okay, go back to this lady. And you know how she was talking about like being Japanese and how she'll never know what it's like to be Japanese? Nobody will ever know what it's like to be anything than what they are. You can't, you like, sort of. I know what it's like to be something I'm not, kind of, but not in the same way. But I only will ever know what it's like to be me. And so when you tell trans people they're not having that experience, or you tell them they're not having that exact thing happen, and they're telling you like, no, it's happening, okay? Or you tell anyone that they're not happening, like, there is a difference. And this is where the conversation gets really confusing. Again, when my friend went through psychosis, and I interviewed them, if you want to listen to the podcast we did together, it was a devastating, life-shattering, world-shattering experience for everybody involved. It was such an eye-opener to how much the world doesn't know about anything. You do not know anything about psychosis. Not only do you not know anything about psychosis, neither did we. Okay? And not even that, neither did they. And you know what? Even more than that, the world isn't even ready because they don't think it's real. They think it's fake. They think you're faking. They think you're faking it to do bad things. The dilemma is, I knew my friend something was wrong because when they were talking to me, I was like, this almost sounds like you, but it doesn't sound like you. Is something wrong? And they're like, no, nothing's wrong. And then they would say something like activism-y, like something like, we should go save this part, or like, oh my God, this is the answer for this. And I'm like, yeah, that doesn't sound like you. I mean, it kind of sounds like you, but something's weird. Call their friends. I call our mutuals. I'm like, yo, something's wrong. And they're like, yeah, something wrong. I was like, call them, talk to them. Something's wrong. So they would call and be like, hey, dude, what's up? And then they would start talking and be like, I don't know. They seem kind of maybe different. Maybe they're just high. Maybe they're just like, it's locked down. Maybe they've just been secluded for too long. I was like, they're being weird though. Something's wrong. Like, that's not them. The themness that is them, I can't see it. Where are they? Where did they go? It's kind of like Alzheimer's or dementia. That's what I think about it. Like, you know, it's that scene of The Notebook where she's gone and then she comes back. That's exactly what it was like with my friend. It was the most devastating experience. I could cry just thinking about it. But they would come in and out where I'm like, oh my God, there you are. And then they would disappear again. And I'm like, ugh. And like, it was so hard. But I just keep imagining, what if they didn't have us? What if they didn't have their family? What if their friends didn't rally? What if they didn't have a community? What if they didn't have anyone who could help them? Like, would they have become unhoused? Would they have gone in a car accident? Would they have killed somebody? Like, what if something bad had happened? Would they have killed themselves? Like, I keep thinking of all the things that could have gone wrong. And then I think about that when I see every single story in the news, and I just think like, oh, like what could be prevented? Okay. That experience fundamentally changed me. I don't think it fundamentally changed everybody involved, but it definitely changed me. Like, my world changed. How I perceive people changed, right? My compassion also grew because I couldn't imagine what they were going through, genuinely. It was like such a traumatic experience. In that moment, I could say something is wrong that's not them because I know them. I know the themness. When a stranger on the internet, or somebody even in your life who doesn't want to see you for who you are, somebody who's bigoted already, they're going to say, you're not trans. I know the real you. But if the real me can't exist in a space with you because in your world I don't exist, then you could never be a good mirror for what is the real me. It takes a very specific person to be able to say to you, you're acting weird, dude. You're acting unlike yourself. And it has to be somebody who isn't projecting their own values onto you. Because if you walk into a space with a transphobe and trans people just aren't allowed to exist in their reality, then that part of you never lights up for them. They never see it. It just doesn't, they can't perceive it. And if they can't perceive that part of you, sure, they can see other parts of you, which is valid, but then they can't help you in all the other ways you might need help. The only reason out of all the people in my friend's life that was able to know something was wrong with them is because I think I'm a leftist. And I think because I read psychology books, and I think because I'm educated. Like, I'm self-taught, but I'm educated. Nobody in their life picked up on it the way that I did. And I don't think it's because I'm special. I think it's because I'm well read. I just think it's because I read more. And I was like, nah, something's weird, like something's wrong. And I was wrong about the way that I handled it in many ways. I was wrong about thinking it was like a diagnosis that it wasn't. I also learned for the first time that weed can cause psychosis, not weed alone, but weed plus factors. I never knew that. I learned that. I was convinced. I was like, I bet they have schizophrenia, or maybe it's this, they're at the right age, everything makes sense. But no, it was weed induced psychosis, and it's real. And even when I tell weed people this, they're like, no, Brittany, weed doesn't cause psychosis. Pfft, maybe the weed you're smoking, but you got to be careful. Capitalism got its dirty fucking hands on weed, and this shit is crazy out here. And plus they were isolated, plus they weren't sleeping, plus they weren't socializing. I think people forgot that lockdown was so necessary, but it took a huge mental toll on a lot of people. And I cannot believe that we weren't able to have a more intersectional conversation about isolation and how dangerous it is for people. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why we acted like that was easy. It was very hard. Like isolating was very hard on people. And so I think it's because maybe some people weren't isolating as much, and I get that. But I think in many ways, my friend wouldn't have had psychosis if they weren't isolating. I also think they wouldn't have psychosis if they slept. I also think they wouldn't have had psychosis if they didn't smoke weed. And I also think they wouldn't have psychosis, blah, 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 right? The idea is like when we're deciding if somebody's having an authentic experience, right? It's dependent. It's dependent, right? Chad said, as a trans woman, I don't agree with Drew's statement, and I understand why cis women want to argue against it, especially because I know so many trans women still stuck in patriarchal self-perception. Well, that's why I said at the beginning of this that it's not that you're a trans woman, it's that you're a queer trans woman. I think queer people have a better understanding of gender than cis people who haven't deconstructed patriarchy. But I'm not necessarily thinking that of trans women, period. But queer trans women, queer, really queer, like we can talk about it, right? Okay, here we go. Let's go to this one now. Okay, so this, not only did my Discord recommended it, I already had it ready to go. Minnesota State Senator, mom, reproductive justice advocate. This is so important. When we zoom out and look at the politics of it all, look at this.
She asked me about trans inclusion in sports. I was just talking to a woman and she asked me about trans inclusion in sports, why everybody's freaking out about it. And I explained why. And she was like, you have to tell everybody. Genuinely thought I had, but I will explain it again just in case. The far right wants to dismantle anti-discrimination laws in this country, and they are using trans people to do it. The first step in this was to get the broad public to start repeating messages that women are inferior to men. They have done this through a very clever slogan that women are weaker than men. It's very clever because weak can mean many things, but anti-discrimination laws actually protect us from being victims of sex stereotyping as well. And so getting everybody to repeat a sex stereotype as fact, that women are inferior to men inherently and naturally. That's the message we take in. Getting women to repeat that, women who are in sports to repeat that, it is the best thing that the far right have ever accomplished, right? So first you get the false message that women are inferior to men to permeate into the culture. Once you have that, you get this. The Heritage Foundation, who are the architects of Project 2025, they are behind the multi-billion-dollar campaign to create hysteria around trans people existing. They put out a paper last month that said Title IX is a failed experiment. Now, Title IX is not a sports law. Title IX is an anti-discrimination law that protects people from being discriminated against on the basis of sex in education, all of education. One of the beautiful outcomes of Title IX is, of course, girls and women's sports. But this is about anti-discrimination laws in education. And the Heritage Foundation, playing off of women are inferior to men, now they say, well, because women are inferior to men, any laws that treat men and women equally are bad. It's a failed experiment. We are engineering equality where there is none. That is their argument in this paper, that women are inferior to men, and therefore any laws that force women and men to be treated equally under the law are bad, and we shouldn't have them. That is what they're doing. That is the whole point. With anti-discrimination laws, either nobody gets discriminated against or everybody can be discriminated against. There is no exceptions to anti-discrimination laws. And that is what Title IX is. And they are trying to use trans people to get the public to buy into supporting exceptions to anti-discrimination laws, because once you have exceptions, you don't have an anti-discrimination law anymore. I'm not trying to convince people. This is what they are saying. This is on their website. This isn't like some sort of like secret document. Okay, they publish this themselves on their own website.
So just to be clear, in chat yesterday, I was asked, Brittany, what do you think about trans people in the Olympics? And I said, for the person asking that question about trans people in sports, figure it out. Trans people should be included, period, the end. I don't want to hear arguments. And then this person, came to my comment section, and I'm not engaging my comment section unless you're members, but I will talk about it on stream if that helps. But I'm staying away from my comment section because it's crazy out there. And it's too much mental health to mod everything. It just is. And they said that, and if you're here today, here's your answer. You said, I feel like I was misunderstood. I feel like I was talking about specifically the Olympics, not sports. Girly, same thing. Sports, Olympics, It doesn't matter. We're focused on liberating people out of oppression. Any conversation that talks about men and women being weaker, smarter, different, better, harder is bioessentialism. And I'm saying, fuck all of it. None of it matters. That research is bad and biased and prejudice. I don't want it. Okay. Any conversation, okay, that turns into is a no. Okay. And especially in a world where people are like, oh yeah, I think what those NBA players are doing is stupid. But like, what do you think about trans people being in sports? No.
Last month. I
mean, yes, let trans people in sports, but do not ask me this question like it's a profound question, because it's just another form of transphobia. Okay? Trans people in sports? Yes, because they're just people. They're not, you know what I mean? They're just like everybody else.
Title 9, the law that protects people from discrimination on the basis of sex in all of education, is a failed experiment. And once you get people on board for saying, well, we shouldn't have equal treatment under the law in education, you get this. No equal treatment under the law in employment. In July, 100% of the labor force decline was women. And this is not a mistake. It is not a mistake that 2 years after Project 2025 is being implemented, you have 100% of the labor force decline in 1 month be women. Okay, this is on purpose. And it is all getting up to, if women are so inferior to men and we shouldn't have equal rights, then maybe we shouldn't have the right to vote. This is the highest echelons of our government that want to repeal the 19th Amendment. These are all, it's the same thing. And so I know that people, when they talk about trans inclusion in sports, which by the way has been the norm in Minnesota for more than 30 years, I was 7 years old when
This is why TERFs saying we care about protecting women in sports don't understand. They're playing right into conservative rhetoric. I mean, maybe they understand it. They're playing right into conservative policy that is going to take away our right to vote. We're going to lose the right to vote because you guys don't know the fucking difference. We want to liberate everybody. Stop making gender a test you have to pass. Okay? Everyone should be liberated no matter their gender. Patriarchy already oppresses us for our gender. So we need to liberate everyone past the gender. Okay?
Inclusion in every facet of public life became the law in Minnesota. And it has been that way for 30 years. We have the highest participation rate in girls' sports in the entire country. And we've had that for like almost 20 years. Okay? It's been the norm. The reason why all of a sudden you're hearing a lot about it is because they are trying to get people to buy into dismantling anti-discrimination protections so that we no longer are protected and treated equally under the law. That I need folks to understand that we either have anti-discrimination laws, we either have protections for being discriminated against, everyone does, or nobody does.
Right.
The only thing you need to know, we've had it for 30 years in Minnesota. We have the highest participation rates in girls' sports. The world has not fallen. And that every time a far right talks about trans inclusion in sports, they are doing it to build public support for getting rid of our anti-discrimination laws. That is the purpose. That is the primary goal at this point. And if you are feeding into that, you're helping them.
Exactly. Now, I don't know much about Erin's platform, but I hope she's a good one, okay? Now, this is very important because look at this conversation that happened on Jubilee. It's just a short clip because I don't want to get copyrighted. It was said, how can someone be born intersex but not be born transgender?
If you were born with a vagina, you are a woman. If you were born with a penis, you are a man.
Okay, that's the most reductive understanding of gender. Your genitals tell your gender, okay? But I'm saying that's not true. Nothing about your body explains to me whether you're a man or a woman. That's my belief. Brittany Simon does not believe men and women exist in the way that we think about them. If human beings were born into the world and we didn't use the words man or woman and we use the words 1 and 2 or blue and red, this is basically the same to me. There is no such thing as a woman or a man any more than there is such a thing as red or blue or 1 and 2 when labeling the differences in what our eyes observe, right? And I'm saying just our eyes, okay? That's all we're relying on is like, oh, my eyes see a penis, you must be a man. And I'm saying your eyes are not the only thing you need to think about when considering your observation, okay?
Okay, so if you were in war and a grenade went off and you lost your penis, what would your gender be?
Still a man.
Okay, but you don't have a penis. You have no genitalia.
Yeah. Well, that's what God gave me. Whatever God gave you with it, you can cut it off.
Pause. Okay, conversation over. If you have to invoke an invisible God that you cannot touch, feel, taste, or fuck, it's over. We're not having this conversation. God is for you. It is not for this conversation. There is no evidence that there is a God other than your relationship with a God. And it's an external claim. You are claiming that external to your brain, there is a God that exists. Fine. If you want to believe that, valid. What does that have to do with this conversation? Conversation over. Conversation over. Okay. This is an intersex advocate, Jackie, And there's conversations about endometriosis, and you guys had mentioned it on the stream, but just for those who missed it. Hold on, I clicked the wrong button. Here we go.
If I told you a cisgender man was diagnosed with endometriosis, would you believe me? It sounds impossible, but medicine has actually documented cases of this worldwide. One of the best documented involved a 54-year-old cisgender man who went to the hospital after noticing blood in his urine. Doctors found a mass near his bladder, and when they biopsied it, they discovered benign endometrial tissue, the same type of tissue that normally lines a uterus. How is that even possible? It all starts with embryology. Every human embryo begins with the same basic biological blueprint. Early in development, we all have structures that can become male or female reproductive anatomy, depending on genetic and hormonal signals. In most male embryos, a hormone called anti-Mullerian hormone causes the Mullerian ducts, which would normally develop into the uterus and fallopian tubes, to regress. But biology isn't always perfect. In some people, tiny remnants of those cells still may remain. Scientists have also proposed other explanations, including cells transforming into endometrial-like tissue later in life, or stem cells developing into endometrial tissue under certain conditions.
I'm saying if our gender is so dependent on everything happening on the on a scale not observable by the eye, then why are we so beholden to these gender expectations? And it's because everything's about hierarchy and politics, right? It's one thing for our ancestors who had little to no knowledge to come to these conclusions. It's one thing for us who have access to all of this information and shared collective knowledge to not be willing to expand on our understanding as time has gone on. The fact that people are like, it's been like this for 2,000 years. It's been a lot of ways for 2,000 years, So we got to talk about this. So if all of these things are happening under the surface, if there's all these things that are happening in utero, if there are so many factors, like even ADHD and autism, they were talking about how ADHD could have a correlation to your father smoking. Okay, well, all my dad's kids got ADHD because he was a smoker. Okay, he stopped when I came about, but you know what I'm saying? When we have these conversations about our environment impacting people, most people were smoking in the 20s and 50s. All of our boomer grandparents definitely gave us ADHD, or maybe we're just absolutely at the mercy of our environments in the same way that we are like anything else, like a tree is at the mercy of their environment, right? That's how I see human beings. The growth of us, how we adapt, how much sunlight we have and food and nutrients, it's completely dependent on our environment, except human beings have a plus. Plus our ability to observe, our brains, everything is happening in the brain, right? That's the other part of this. Everything is happening in the brain, right? So if I take your brain and put it in a cyborg, is a cyborg a girl or a boy? You say your genitals tell me your gender, but if you're your brain, if everything is happening here, then what the fuck is this? You know what I'm saying? Who cares about this? How much could this matter if it's this? If you know what I'm saying? There's a thing that's missing here. And I'm not saying somebody isn't a boy or a girl. I'm not even saying it's wrong to gender your kids. Hell, I'm not even saying it's wrong to raise your kids gendered. I'm not even saying any of that. I'm saying it's a mistake for a world that actually wants to do something, to change and problem solve, to assume we know everything. That's what I'm saying. Here's the TV clip from the show House.
Girl, look at me. How can you say I'm not a girl?
You may remember that clip from the television series House, when in 2006, Dr. House shocks this young girl by telling her she's not a girl, she's in fact a boy. The episode back then was supposed to be shocking and surprise you and have everyone's jaw on the floor. But the reality was it was an episode about complete androgen insensitivity syndrome, which is what I have. It's an intersex condition where a female with XY chromosomes doesn't respond to testosterone. So because we're completely immune to androgen, we develop externally female. We can't respond to testosterone, so our body makes it into estrogen, and we are hyper feminine. But the show got it so wrong, and it was so cringe.
The show got so many things so wrong. That's the other part of it. I love the people who debunk these science shows because I think the science shows are also educating the general populace. And so the general population is literally regurgitating shit that they saw on TV. And that's the problem is TV is exaggerated. That's why I hate seeing marginalized people exaggerated on TV or underground communities. Because I'm just it's not like that, bro. But okay, whatever. It's for TV. And that's why I'm so concerned with the way that we have, the way we're processing the medium we're interacting with, whether it's a book or a TV show or anything else. You got to be really careful about these things. Okay, let's look at an elder intersex individual.
In my 20s, being involved in an accident, they found that there were parts that didn't belong. After further investigation,
Note, after an accident. They had to get into an accident to find this out.
Back here in Australia, they found that I was intersexed. I realised I was different as a child. Kids picked up on the fact that a woman's is disclosed. All my life I've cross-dressed, but I've always been, in my opinion, a woman. Never had a lot of friends. They're severely troubled by coping with my changes. So I have no one now, but I have Andrew. Me and Andrew have been together just short of 28 years. He's cute, cuddly. We have a household where jobs are shared. I open the jars, strong hands. He's the man of the house. I make him buy the coffee for me, but he uses my bank card. We joke about it. I torment him.
I kiss all her cuddly toys to sleep every night, and I kiss both of her hands and both of her feet and her face.
Yeah.
Every night.
Rituals.
Sometimes I do go tiptoe into the room just to see the blankets go up and down so that I know she's breathing. I can't imagine being without Jessica.
Oh, that's mutual.
I just think sometimes we forget that the world is having such a diverse and interesting and complex relationship with itself. And we're just so eager to run to a comment section or a TikTok and reduce it down to, you know, this. Now, I will say I can understand why Drew's podcast hurt people's feelings. I really wish he would just say that. I really wish he would just come out and say, hey, that really hurt my feelings. So Drew can say, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. But instead you said, hey, trans people aren't people, and actually they don't have a good relationship with being a woman. It's like, okay, like I really wish you had just come out and said, this hurt my fucking feelings.
There's all kinds of gender identities, but there's only two sexes, male and female, plus over 30 different intersex variations. And that's normal? Yeah, and statistically almost as common as redheads, and we wouldn't say they don't exist.
Sex has never been a simple binary.
Intersex is an umbrella term for people born with physical traits that don't fit the typical binary notions of male or female. This may present later in life.
Sex traits include chromosomes, hormones, internal and external genitalia, and secondary sex characteristics, including breasts and body hair, all of which exist on a spectrum.
Intersex infants often undergo invasive, unnecessary, and harmful surgeries in order to force our bodies to conform to the sex binary. This often happens without our or our parents' knowledge or informed consent.
And intersex adults often face a total and utter lack of competent healthcare, often having to travel far distances to access a doctor who can meet our needs.
Intersex bodies are not problems to be solved. We are a natural part of human diversity.
Support intersex organizations advocating for intersex liberation and autonomy, including
Interact, Interconnect, the Intersex Justice Project,
and intersex activists like us.
Thank you to the stars of every.
Okay, I'll go a step further. Chat said I'm behind on stream, but the two TikToks, one person saying gender means nothing, the other is talking about the body parts. I feel like there's a misunderstanding of gender versus sex. I am going to make a declaration that I, Brittany Simon, don't believe in sex and gender. I think sex doesn't exist the way we think about it. I think when people say like sex and gender are different, like male and female, and then you can identify as a man or a woman, I don't believe that. I think we should just change the names because it's confusing everybody from male and female to 1 and 2. Blue and black. Blue and red. No, that's too gendered. You know what I mean? Like it's confusing you. Like you're getting confused. Everyone is getting confused, not you, chatter. Everyone is just saying like, oh, like male and female. What does this have to do with anything? Like, why are you so obsessed? Because then everyone goes, oh, so you're a woman, but you were born a man. Or you're a woman, but you're male. Who cares about being male? What is so significant other than what your doctor or how your doctor takes care of you about you being a male? Oh, because you've assigned characteristics to it. And now you've assigned an expectation to it. And now you've decided it's the only two defaults. Even though we're learning time and time again that it's not. If intersex people only realize they're intersex by getting into car accidents, then maybe we should all get into car accidents just to double check we're intersex. Do you know what I'm saying? We keep saying, oh, intersex and trans people are such a small part of the population. People can't get examined. People can't come out. Do you know what I'm saying? How do you know how many gay people are there? How do you know how many intersex people are there if intersex people have to get into car accidents before you examine them? How do we know? How do we know how many trans people exist if I can't come out because I'm too afraid of the world? How do we know? You don't. You don't know. So here's the thing. I think in order for liberals to fight the patriarchy and white supremacy and all these things, they decided to do the whole like gender versus sex thing, which makes sense. That's a good way to cope. I think the next step of liberation is to say like, none of that even matters. Tell me who you are and like what the conversation's about. And also like, none of this matters. Tell me who you are as a person. The reason we say men as a system, like, oh, men as a system are gross, is because we're talking about men who adhere to patriarchal standards. We're not saying men as individual men, because otherwise that'd be bioessentialist. Okay? Like, what is so significant about this thing? It's your attachment to what this thing means for your whole life. As a man, as a woman, yes, these conversationally can work, but as long as the conversation is, as a person who was raised as a woman, here's my experience, or here's my experience as a woman, because you can identify as a woman, that's fine. You know what I mean? But I don't want you to think that everything about the world needs to be then brought together through this, like, what's your chromosomes? What's your, you know what I mean? Like, these things they're not helping. Okay, now, just for context, as I was researching this, okay, the pro-lifers, the conservatives came up. This is a Students for Life, is a pro-life unit. Look at this.
So I'm assigned male at birth. I have XX chromosomes that I switched with my mother during.
Yeah, you don't have any Ys, so you can't. Yeah.
No, I am intersex. I have XX chromosomes despite having a male reproductive system, because chromosomes does not equal whatever. I'm not going to get into this talk right now because I'm not going to win.
So this was a brag. They were like, yeah, you're not going to win. I'm not going to win. His words. I don't know their identified pronouns, but they were like, your chromosomes. Like, look, I don't know this person's medical chart. I've never seen it. So that's the problem with this conversation. You're assuming. We're assuming. A lot of us are assuming. And I'm saying we don't even know if we're not examining. So now if your talking points, if your talking points relate to conservative talking points, that's when you have to be cautious. That's when you have to, you know what I mean? Okay. Next conversation. It's her. Is it she, her? I don't know. Because okay, so she, her is the assumption. Here's the other part of this. Regardless of how they identify, I can't know their medical chart. So I believe them, right? Like if they say something happened, I'm going to be like, oh, she must have like a reason for this. Like she must have talked to her doctor but they're just disbelieving her. There's like a disbelief where they're just like, no, this didn't happen. I don't know that it didn't happen. Because when I think about research and I think about science, I think about like how much we don't know, not how much we do know. I think a lot of people go off what we do know and they go, that's it. That's all we know. And I'm like, but we have so much more to learn. So look at this. This is another TikTok on intersex and PCOS. Can you talk about people with PCOS, PMOS, and why there's a divide on whether to identify as intersex? Here we go.
So this question asks, can you talk about people with PCOS and why there's a divide on whether to identify as intersex? For those who don't know, PCOS stands for polycystic ovarian syndrome. PCOS is a hormonal disorder that affects people who are assigned female at birth and typically includes things like hyperandrogenism, which is the higher production of testosterone, which then causes things like a lack of periods, body and facial hair growth, oilier skin and acne, and other such characteristics. On the question of whether or not PCOS falls under the intersex umbrella, the answer is yes, PCOS absolutely does fall under the intersex umbrella. For someone to fall under the intersex umbrella, they simply have to have characteristics that don't neatly fit into either binary sex category. And that includes things like chromosomes, internal anatomy, external genitalia, and it also includes hormones. So when we see people with PCOS who are assigned female at birth that have testosterone that is essentially on par with a lot of cis men.
I'm going to pause for just a second to say, welcome to memberships and thank you to JB for the super chat. Brilliant channel. I love your critical analysis. Thank you so much for the super chat. I super appreciate it.
Yeah, that definitely falls under the umbrella. Unfortunately, there is a lot of pushback for people with PCOS to identify as intersex. And honestly, in recent years, I'm not even seeing this pushback come from other intersex people. I'm seeing this pushback come more from people with PCOS who don't want to be intersex or don't want to fit under the intersex umbrella. And in my experience,
there's a shame element to this that I'm trying to point out to you guys. People feel ashamed. I'm ashamed to be a man. I'm ashamed to be a woman. I'm ashamed to be intersex. I'm ashamed to be this. They're ashamed that we hold on to our identities because they matter to us, and they do think they matter, guys. Your identity matters. And yet I would say to you, liberate yourself from even that construct of it mattering, not because it shouldn't matter or doesn't matter, but because you deserve to live in a world where you are enough. the you that is you. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? The you that is you when you sit alone and you have only you and the voice in your head, you and the thoughts in your head, you that is you when no one's around, you that is feeling free and without reserve in your private space. And if you're not there yet, I hope you get there, because I know that that's also a process. Learning to be alone with yourself and notice yourself and hear yourself and witness yourself. And that person exists outside of all of these social labels that we put on ourselves in order to communicate. I do that to communicate with you. I call myself a leftist so you know where I stand. But Brittany Simon, when she's at home, is not a leftist, because I'm just me. I'm not a political entity when I'm at home. I'm not a structure when I'm at home, right? So when we have these conversations, you know what I mean? I just want you to know that you can be all these things at the same time. I am, you know, there's just different versions of you that get to exist. And that's what I want there to be. So I think I am seeing this as well. A lot of cis women who heavily identify with having PMOS as a part of being a woman, like a reality of being a woman. And I'm saying, what if it's not just about being a woman? Because what if having ovaries isn't something only women have? And they'll say, but like, these people don't have it. Okay. Like, why is it so important for you to have evidence that you're a woman? I mean, you know you're a woman, don't you? Why are you looking for evidence? Because I think there's some part of our brains that's convinced, like, what am I if I'm not a woman? So much more. You're so much more than being a woman. And yet there's something so beautiful about being a woman, because we live under patriarchy that tells us being a woman is gross, it's weak, it's inferior, it's disgusting. But that's just their issue. That's the misogynist issue. That's their version of thinking that. But the truth is like, there's nothing more sacred about being a woman. But I understand, because I do love being a woman. You know, like, I do love being a woman, for whatever that means. In the social context, I mean it. I love being with you guys. I like hanging out with girlies. I like hanging out with the girls. But sometimes when I'm not in my woman headspace, I do want to hang out with different people. But I love being in a girl headspace. Okay? And so you have to remember that as well. Like, you are multifaceted.
Experience that tends to come from either a place of miseducation about the intersex experience or internalized shame and stigma surrounding it. Occasionally, I do see people with PCOS who don't necessarily think that they can claim the intersex experience because they don't think that they've been through the, quote unquote, right experiences in order to call themselves intersex, such as, you know, genital surgery or being mistreated by healthcare professionals and things like that. But like, most people with PCOS do have the experience of being mistreated by healthcare officials and being talked down to and being discriminated against because they have PCOS. So I also think that, you know, that's just another layer of gatekeeping. There's also an added layer because doctors and other healthcare professionals really, really, really do not want people to identify as intersex. They don't want people to be able to have access to community, to care, to advocacy. And
that's what identity gets you. That's why people are talking about going back to church. It's an identity that gets you consistency, structure, and community, the three things science has proved we need. And I find that in my communities, that's why I look for leftists, queer people, gender deconstructionists, it's philosophy people. It's a label that gives us community. All of those labels give me community. Anime, I love anime. Now I have a community. Oh, I love this hobby. Now I have a community. It's maybe superficial or maybe not as deep, or maybe it's super deep, but it is a community. And so that's why people focus on the label so they know where they belong and where they're welcomed and where they can say, I'm one of you. And we're social creatures. So why wouldn't I want you to feel that way? That's why I say my ideal world, like, is a world where we're able to all build and gravitate towards our communities, not from a place of bigotry or oppression or survivability or surviving, but from a place of joy. That when my friends say, hey, I'm going to go hang out with this group here where I have a community, I don't feel like I'm missing out. I feel like I'm celebrating their relationship with that group, and I'm going to go to my group, but then we have a shared group. And it's like one of those things where sometimes people tell me like, oh, do you hang out with your partner and their friends? That's not my group. That's not my social group. You know, they're nice. I've hung out with them before. Obviously, they came to our wedding, and they're all nice people, but like, no, like, that's not my group. You know what I mean? I think sometimes people forget that we're individuals who are married. And so individually speaking, I have my own friends. It's not that we don't have mutuals. It's that we have our different friend groups. And then I have multiple friend groups. My partner has multiple friend groups. And each friend group represents different parts of ourselves. Okay? And those different friend groups, some of them are hobby friend groups. Some of them are childhood friend groups. Some of those are cousins and family and friends, and it's just dependent, right? So again, when we have these conversations, we are multifaceted always. I think sometimes when you grow up in a certain bubble, conservative, you have church and family, and those often overlap. Like you'll see family at church, church family, family friends, family, and everybody connects. And so they don't feel like they're different bubbles. But for some people, they have church friends and they have family friends. They have school friends and church friends. Everybody is different. And I'm saying you're allowed to be multifaceted and have different friend groups in different places. Okay. Now, this individual I've showed you before, but I think this is really interesting. Is this the one I want to show you? I think this video, it says as somebody who has PCOS, PMOS, I just recently found out it's considered hormonal intersex condition. Just blew my mind. The video is not what I want to show you. The comment section. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see this. Okay, this isn't the comment that I wanted to show you. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it, but it said, I struggle so much as a woman with how I feel about myself because of the hair I grow. My mind is totally blown right now and I have a lot to process. Can I just talk to you about something though? Do you guys remember going through that process of deciding if you were woman enough because you had hairy toes or hairy hands or hairy legs? The hair on our bodies. The fact that we're told through propaganda to shave because that's what women do. That's why we say you do have to go through the journey of deconstructing shaving, because your gender identity is tied to it. So here's the thing though. When you're born as a girl or you're assigned as a girl, a big part of girlhood is shaving, but not in the same way that boys experience it. And the way that girls are told they're less if they have hair, and boys are told they're less if they don't. Oh, you have a pube mustache, you don't have any mustache. Okay, girls are told they're less if they have hair. So then little girls have to shave, okay? And this is really difficult because in some parts, you don't want to have to force little girls to shave because they should be more than that. And then the idea, though, is that those little girls should also have the right to consent to shaving if they want to. But you go through this journey that I think is important where you shave as a teen. Let's say you're a teenager, like middle school, like 12 or 13. Then you grow up and you're in your 20s and you're deconstructing the patriarchy, okay? You're like deconstructing patriarchy. And then eventually you go no shaving because shaving is patriarchal, okay? And then you almost like swing back around, but it's not going back. It's actually going forward where you go, okay, now that I've done that, I do kind of want to shave sometimes because I do like the aesthetic, because ultimately grooming is a part of aesthetic. In the same way that you can style a mustache to tell people what group you're in, you can style your arm hair, your leg hair similarly. So I don't think it's always patriarchal to shave your legs, but I do think until you deconstruct the patriarchal need to shave your legs, meaning you can go out in short dresses with long hair, you can wear shorts and not feel judged, you can actually show up in public without shaving your legs and feel good about yourself. Until you can do that, anytime you shave your legs will be because of the conditioning of the patriarchy. So I do that all the time, and I need you to know that people in my life, like women in my life, are like, oh my God, you're so brave for leaving the house without shaving your legs. And I'm like, I get it. I get it, because I had to also go through that journey of, yeah, like it felt like I was being brave, which feels so stupid. Why the fuck do I have a complex as a younger person that I can't leave the house with shaved? I remember when I was younger too, I would rather suffer from razor burn on my legs, and literally like my skin's very sensitive. Like I went to the dermatologist. I don't know what the condition's called, but I have a condition or something where like I have very, very sensitive skin and it just looks bumpy and red and blah, 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 blah. I would rather suffer that than hair on my legs. So I would shave to the point where it would hurt to swim in the ocean and I would get a rash everywhere. And I thought the rash looked better than hairy legs. Anyways, I've deconstructed all of that. I go out all the time in shorts with no shaved legs. I shave maybe once a month if I feel like it. Note, if I feel like it. Otherwise, right? But I refuse to say I'm never going to shave again because like I want a choice, because sometimes I do want to shave my legs. Sometimes I think the aesthetic looks better. But then most of the time I just do whatever I want. And that's what this is about, girls. Doing whatever you want. And also, choice feminism is not the goal. It's not just feminist because you made the choice. It's different schools of feminism, and I'm an intersectional feminist, and I'm a progressive feminist and a leftist feminist. So it must also be deconstructed from patriarchy. Okay? Watch this TikTok. It says, is PCOS considered intersex?
So, is PCOS considered intersex? It kind of depends who you talk to. Some doctors and medical professionals and people within the intersex community consider polycystic ovarian syndrome to be what's called a hormonal intersex.
This individual, I don't want you to watch the TikTok. We've watched one. I want you to see this person. This person, what were they assigned at birth? What's their gender? What's their sex? Do you know anything about them? By just looking at them, like they are, they, them, that's their pronouns. What can we assume about this person? Like if you just saw this person on the street, what would you assume about this person? Genuinely, probably a lot of different things. You'd probably assume maybe AMAB, maybe trans man, maybe they, them, maybe a lot of things, right? Okay.
Condition. So yes, we would qualify as intersex. But there are some people in the community that do not agree that PCOS should be considered intersex. For me, personally, and only for me, I consider polycystic ovarian syndrome, and my case in particular, because of how severe my case of PCOS is, to be a hormonal intersex condition.
Now, obviously, because they're talking about PCOS, people assume AFAB right away because people think only women get PCOS, PMOS, which is why the conversation about intersex matters, because this person is also trans, they, them. But when you think about it from that perspective, there's a lot of assumption we're going in with because we have information that we're getting that we don't even process. Again, could you actually know what you would think of this person in public without them knowing they were talking about PCOS? Because did you think they were AFAB because they were talking about PCOS? This is why I say being a woman doesn't look the same way. Being a man doesn't always look the same way. Being trans doesn't look the same way. You can't tell what someone is by the way they look. But when I say this, we also know that we do use our fashion to signal what we want people to perceive about us. Okay? And that's the other part of it. Oh my gosh, speaking about trans people who are hilarious. Hold on. Oh, is this TikTok going to come up? What's Khadijah's TikTok? What's Khadijah's TikTok? What is it called? Khadijah. This, I found it. Let me see if I can find the. Okay. Look at this TikTok.
Okay. I'm just now realizing that I look alternative to people. Like, what? I don't know what I thought I looked like to people. But Khadijah, lock in.
I see this TikTok and I think to myself, was this not what you were going for? Like, was this not what the vibe was? Like, but then at the same time, that's what's so funny about fashion and expression and like looking in the mirror and you're like, wait, do I look like this? And that's why I say like introspection, extrospection is so funny. I have had this so many times in my life where I'm like, what am I being perceived as? Wait, that's how people are perceiving me? Because I think, and again, this is why all of this to say, you don't even always know what you are being perceived as. So again, there's so much love and humor and compassion that could play into this conversation. And ultimately, this goes back to James Baldwin's quote about like, love was always like the most radical thing. Very few people, like the world is held on by a thread by very few passionate, loving people, right? I'm butchering the quote, but this is what I believe about the world, that the world has been so beaten down by oppressive systems that we don't even know how to love ourselves. So of course we don't know how to love others. Of course we don't know how to love others, right? And not only that, but on top of that, we're so in order to keep ourselves safe, because we're in survival mode, we rely so heavily on the ego. And if I've learned anything from philosophy, there is just, there's healthy ego, which is so necessary, but the road to wisdom requires an intense amount of humility. And that doesn't mean you let people walk all over you. That doesn't mean you don't have boundaries. That doesn't mean any of that. I was just talking to a family member and they tried to, be like, oh, you think like you're a level 5? Oh, you think you're so wise? And then they started like basically defending predators. And I was like, okay, we're done with this conversation. And they go, oh, so much for being a level 5, like so much for being enlightened. I was like, okay, so you're doing this thing where like, if you were a wise person, if you were truly introspective, you could engage in an abusive conversation. And I'm saying it takes a lot of humility to recognize that like people don't want to talk to you. It takes a lot of humility to recognize like people are not going to hear you. And the dilemma again with how we socialize is people will try to hurt your feelings when they feel attacked, when they feel like you think they're less, when, they feel like they're being attacked. And so again, I'm very empathetic to all of the people that felt attacked by Drew Afuala's podcast. And I will just say to you, when you feel activated or strong emotion, the time or the thing to do in that moment is to meditate. That is what you should do in that moment. And you're not going to do it perfect every time. I'm not going to either, but that's actually the answer. Think about it, calm down, and think to yourself, why am I activated? Because again, you don't always have to know. And I'll finish it with this because this might be the last time we talk about this. If you don't want to date a bi man and you don't know why, you don't have to. But I would encourage you to figure out why. If you don't want to date somebody for whatever reason and you're not even sure why, your no is the only thing that matters. After you say no and you go back home, I would encourage you to meditate on it. No matter, even if it's obvious to you, double check. Okay? It's not that you owe anybody consent or you need to distrust your gut or you need to silence the voice in your head that's sending you a warning. Is that you need to go home and check the wiring in your warning and make sure your alarm system is working correctly. Because if you've ever had an alarm system in the house, you know that shit goes off when no one's there. You just know it does that because we have faulty technology. Okay? And that includes our observations of people and our understanding of self. So you do not need to violate your own consent in order to be woke, but you should go home and double check that you still are. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and take a break. And then when we come back, we're going to watch this documentary, which will take some time. So we will be here for a bit, but it'll be good. It'll be worth it. The the guy who did the documentary is the same guy who did the documentary for Boogie. It's his second documentary, and I'm sure it's going to be just as good as the first one was. So we'll come back and watch that together. Grab your popcorn. Grab your comfy PJs because we're going to be here for a while. Okay. I'll go ahead and let you listen to Elvin. I'll be right back. Yes. Chad said, no, Brittany, not EDP. Oh yeah. We're going to talk about that little pervert, the little pedophile pervert. We're going to watch it. Little pedophile pervert. It's going to bring up a lot of conversations, girls. Get ready. We're going to talk about him. All right. Let's get started because it's long. We're going to be here for a while. Pausing music at 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's go ahead and introduce this. So Mike Klum, actually, he has been in my chat before because I was watching his Boogie documentary and he came through just to let us know that he exists. He seems like a nice enough person. I don't know much about him, of course. He did the Boogie documentary, which we saw 6.8 million views, which is insane, by the way. And then his Sick Mind of EDP, which is a pedophile predator YouTuber who you might not know. You probably have seen him. You see his GIFs, the memes. 3.3 million views in 2 days, which is so funny because if you go to the top comment on this video, he says YouTube is severely limiting the visibility of this film. Girly, you got 3 million views in 2 days. Congratulations, because that is killer analytics for basically an unknown brand new channel. We watch everything at 1.25. So if you don't like it, you can watch somebody else review the doc. Otherwise, let's go ahead and give this a watch. Just a reminder, my name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture, and we review things like this for observation's sake. Let's see what we can learn from watching a documentary about a horrible person. Okay?
For everybody watching this documentary, I want you guys to take away and come away with, I am not what the fuck they say that I am. I'm a strong ass motherfucking soldier, and none of you fucking faggots can break my ass.
Whoa, yo! Okay, I told myself I wasn't gonna pause every 2 seconds, but yo, trigger warning. Yo, okay, do not watch this with the volume on in public.
I'm still standing, bitch.
If you haven't got problems, I feel bad for your son. I got 99 problems and a bitch ain't one.
Bam! Sheesh! I already hate it. I already feel like it's glorifying the fuck out of him, and I don't know why we're glorifying the fuck out of a pedophile, except Epstein, Trump, and everything else about this administration. So I just want to say off the bat, I don't like that they're even making him slightly look even to Boy Bubbles cool. What is this? What is this? Everybody knows a police lineup photo is cool. Why are you trying to make it look cool? You know what I'm saying? That doesn't make sense. And also, he didn't even face proper legal consequences to him trying to find underage girls because YouTubers ruined it. Like, YouTubers literally tried to, what's his name? Catch him. I can't think of his name right now. Chris Hansen him, right? And that made it impossible for the law to actually, like, hold him accountable. Wait. It says at one point, this beloved YouTuber, which is true, he had a huge following. I didn't watch him, but...
Breaking news. YouTuber EDP 445 caught trying to meet a child for sex. I am with the Predatorial Investigation Unit. I just want to let you know.
See this shit right here, dog? See, this is the shit you have to watch out
It says, yet he remains a free man.
for, man. You got motherfuckers, shit, little young ass high school motherfuckers, you know what I mean? Little fucking fags and shit.
Jesus.
I mean, let's be fucking real. Like, you know, like people, you know, guys, you know, they think about, you know, fucking the shit out of a 15-year-old, 16-year-old. Oh man, that bitch walking down the street. She's in high school. She's hot as fuck. You know what I mean? Now, mind you.
It says 1 in 6 men report an attraction to minors. Oh my God. I'm already sick.
My shit gets put out there. You feel me? But let's not get the game fucked up. Just because I think a certain way doesn't mean other people don't think the same.
He's going to normalize it. Listen to me when I say this. This is absolutely what's already been happening with the Trump administration. It's what happened to my own family. My own family. Guys, when I call my brothers out, I have 2 brothers who are into teenagers, and I specifically stop talking to them. And then I'm not talking to my parents until we have that conversation. And my siblings will be the ones I'm talking to still, because I have a big family, will be like, I don't get what you wanted them to do. And I was like, I want to talk about the predators in the family. And they'll be like, what do you want them to do? And I was like, well, you could apologize to the victims. They're like, what victims? They have current victims? I was like, yes, they have current victims. And they're like, who? And then they'll name the victims. They'll name the girls. And I'm like, yeah, those girls. And they'll say like, but that's not even current. It's still current. It doesn't matter if it happened 6 years ago or 8 years ago. It still happened. Nobody got an apology. No accountability was taken. Nobody is talking about it. And these girls have to live with it for the rest of their lives. They're the one who have to shoulder the trauma. They're the ones who have had to go to therapy. They're the ones who are neglected. They're the ones who are being blamed by their communities as well. oh, it's their responsibility. They're 50% at least responsible. They knew what they were doing. This is why this narrative is so dangerous. This narrative is so dangerous, but it is absolutely also true that a lot of men are more than happy to fuck teenagers because, one, conditioned by patriarchy, and two, absolute no ethics and morals. There's something wrong. I don't know how high the statistic is in actuality, but I will just say this. This is why I'm so anti-age gap relationships, right? Okay? This is why I'm so anti-age gap relationships where the younger person is younger. Because, like, what are we doing here? What is that?
Way that I think, motherfuckers just don't know who you are, and your fucking ass just ain't getting exposed on the internet, you know what I mean?
It says 2% of the population are pedophiles.
Every day, there's a new person that gets exposed for some type of sexual contact with a minor. Whenever it happens, we're all like, oh, what was he
Cody Ko, there he is.
thinking? Why would he do that?
Oh,
But
James
you never
Charles,
hear
Shane
why.
Dawson.
They never say why. They don't say anything, or they
Mhm.
disappear, or they act like it didn't happen. And so as uncomfortable and fucked up as this documentary is, it actually answers that question.
I think Cody Ko was the hardest one for a lot of people because of the imagery associated with Cody Ko and his brand and his relationship with Kelsey. But I'm not surprised. Like, so many people, that's why I say, like, you can't have friend groups that have diverse ages unless the friend group is very structured, like we're in a bowling league together. But you have to be very careful when you're at a party with 22-year-olds and there's a 40-year-old there. Like, what are you doing there? Like, what are you doing there? And you have to ask yourself as the 40-year-old, yeah, why am I at a party with a bunch of 22-year-olds? Why am I here? And that's what I'm saying. You got to be very careful.
Like, he went to that place to have sex with a 13-year-old.
Okay, Charlie.
Viewer discretion is advised. Dude's a perverted dude.
He sent me videos of him masturbating.
Ooh.
So what advice would I give to EDP 445? And I'm sure you're going to be watching, sir, and I would tell you this if you were in my office. You need to stop doing this documentary.
On sexual assault of a minor. Why do you think you wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old?
I mean, the reason why I wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old is already fucking clear.
Believe people when they tell you who they are. You know? Believe people when they tell you who you are. I promise you, in my own family, I really thought having sex with kids was like the easiest moral test. But what I've learned about people, and this is why I have a radical acceptance about this, is like humans are really fucked up. Humans think they're ethical, they think they're moral, they think they're consistent, but it's really easy to say these things when it doesn't happen in your own family. And then when it happens to your own family, you actually have to like stand up against the people you love the most. Because you have to understand, I love my brothers. I love them. I know them. I've known them since they were babies. Like, I love my brothers. But to be the only person in the family who's taking a stand against this, I'm alone in this. I'm alone in it. And that alone is its own form of isolation, is, you know, not because everyone's afraid of the consequences. Will I never get to talk to them again? Will I never get to see them again? I'm like, well, we don't even know. You guys won't even make an apology. So this is good in some ways because I want you to watch what's happening. And I want you to also know that this is why you have to have very open dialogue with the people you're dating, with the people in your life, the people that are friends with you, and ask them, hey, what do you think about EDP? Because we already know all the people who voted for Trump don't care about rape or sex trafficking or pedophilia. But like, what if you have somebody, and this is why that whole conversation we've been having with the biphobia, transphobia stuff, it exposes people's real beliefs and the fact that they haven't actually done the work. Okay, so just remember that.
Fucking a bitch's innocence away, you know?
Is EDP 445 a pedophile? Yes, I believe he is.
I don't give a fuck if you're a minor. I don't give a fuck. Oh, well, she's just a girl. You can't be doing that shit. Bitch, you gotta die.
It's just, the dude is a monster. Like, an actual, straight up, honest-to-God monster.
This is one of those moments in YouTube history where everybody saw this.
445 situation.
And now this with a 15-year-old girl.
Chris Hansen.
He doesn't care that he keeps on committing crime.
And you don't give a fuck how old she is. You just trying to get your fucking nut in.
13-year-olds. 14-year-olds.
Oh, well, he was talking to 13 and 12-year-olds. Fuck all that.
But now you're gonna tell me the next documentary Mike Malone's gonna do is this guy EDP.
Hey, Sam, pussy! Fucking spy!
Am I a pedophile? Fuck no.
You're answering me a 14-year-old. I want to take full responsibility for my actions. For words, 2 years ago you were called kiss my ass, and
I would say EDP is completely innocent.
He's a genuine, great guy. He really is.
That's what I want to pay attention to. Who are the people who are defending? That's what I want to know, because that's the part of the psychology that I'm still trying to get down to. And I do think there's like something really profound in the human experience. So let's focus on that.
okay, all right. So what brings you out here today? Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake.
All revenues and profit from this film are donated to RAIN. Oh my God, love that. A nonprofit organization benefiting victims of sexual crimes. Okay. I'm okay with that, because 3 million views on a YouTube video, it was a lot of money. He made a lot of fucking money off this video, and I'm glad that it's all getting donated. Okay. For a period of 2 years, I documented the life of EDP. The following film contains highly disturbing material. Well,
correct. Life right now is pretty great. I can honestly say I have not talked to a single fucking minor on any social media platforms. I have 2 great paying, well-loving jobs. My health is, pretty fucked up, but I'm doing whatever I can to try to, take care of myself. And the only thing that we can continue doing is continue to try to push forward,
In this documentary, we show blatant proof and evidence of you committing multiple crimes against children. What do you have to say to that?
Plead the fifth.
Yeah. Ugh. Part 1, Making of the Monster.
I was born in Los Angeles, California, in Compton Hospital. My childhood was pretty great. I had 2 great, loving, caring parents. So my first ever Eagles game was November 30th, 1997. What really made me fall in love with them was actually the logo on the helmet and how pissed off the actual logo looked. And from that point on, I was like, fuck it, that's the team that I'm going to follow. My favorite memory as a kid growing up was Monday nights, me and my sister would do our homework, and then at around 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock, we would get ready to watch Monday Night Raw is War, like fucking wrestling and shit, you know what I mean? But yeah, we had a great time.
Just a reminder that pedophiles, child molesters, perverts, they're all just regular people, right? Like, it's just regular people. We're animals on a planet, guys. I mean, animals eat and fuck their own offspring. I mean, people fuck their kids all the time. So I'm just reminding you I'm reminding you of it's very hard to be a good person. It's very hard to be in a world. The good news is I just don't think it's most people, but I think it's enough people. And I think it's easy for him to sit here and brag about something he did, because I mean, look what happened with all these streamer bros. These streamer bros are the same thing. I mean, all these streamer bros will literally admit that they've messaged minors or something else. They still have careers. The president of the United States was found liable for rape. He's the president of the United States. Do you know what I'm saying? So I want you just to remember that, yeah, this is just you just never know who you're working with, hanging out with. And that's why it takes a lot of work who you're related to. That's just why people, I think, isolate. This is why I think collective efforts are so hard, because being anti-Trump, I say this all the time, is not enough. You could be marching right next to a pedophile who's anti-Trump, right? So we have to recognize that when it comes to the world changing and being better, it really starts with ourselves. And then it starts with accepting that oh my God, we have so much to work on. If you feel yourself getting overwhelmed, I get it. Take a deep breath and take a break and come back. Because yeah, he's just a regular person like anybody else.
growing up, you know. So my favorite memory growing up was probably just getting ready to watch wrestling. What I loved most about wrestling growing up was I love the bad guys. My favorite wrestler growing up, I would probably have to say was like Triple H, you know what I mean? Because Triple H was a fucking piece of shit. Like, he did what the fuck he had to do to get to the top, and he didn't give a damn who he fucked over. He didn't give a damn how you felt about him. Like, hey, take a hammer, bash your fucking brains out, cool, fuck it, take his title and leave. I always loved him.
The guy who does WWE, if you haven't seen the documentary, also accused of rape by multiple people.
Bad guys, you
Sexual
know?
assault.
After a while, the whole, you know, typical bullshit where it's like, you know, come out and save the day, you know, nobody gives a fuck about that shit, you know what I mean? Like, we want to see like some villains. I really connected with villains because they just did a lot of foul and fucked up shit. Without villains, you wouldn't have a storyline. For me, I just felt like, you know, the villain was more important than the fucking hero, basically, you know what I mean?
Six years later.
So in high school, I tried to talk to girls here and there, but it just wasn't fucking working. More specifically, I tried talking to Martha. She basically led me the fuck on. She let me hug her. She even held hands with me. Low-key, she was talking to somebody else. When she broke it off with me, I was so hurt. I went home. I ran up the stairs. I was crying in my fucking room, head in my fucking pillow. I was legitimately fucking hurt. Like, I felt crushed inside, you know? With Martha, it basically showed me women ain't shit, and they will play you, they will fuck you over, and won't even fucking think twice about it. Finishing up high school, my mindset with women was, all right, cool, fuck them, who gives a shit? Shit, after high school, I got this job working at Walmart, got fired within a month. Then the YouTube channel happened. I remember sitting down one day, and I wanted to make a porn-related YouTube name. And so I'm just sitting there, I literally just got off a fucking Pornhub, I swear to God. And I went on YouTube, I clicked on create an account, and it said, what do you want your username to be? And I'm like, I typed in, eat that pussy, right? And I was like, well, I gotta come up with some type of numbers, you know what I mean? At first I started, you know, eat that pussy 555. Doesn't fucking sound right. Sounds fucking stupid, you know what I mean? Eat that pussy 926. I'm just like, nah, it's fucking dumb. I got up, I went to go weigh myself. At that current time, I was 445 pounds. And I'm like, there it is. Eat that pussy 445.
Okay, I'm gonna say it. This is gonna be really hard to digest. I just need you to really hear what I'm saying. Predators are likable. They're funny and charismatic. That's why people like them. That's why they vote for them to be the president. That's why they're memeable. That's why they remain successful, even when their victims come out. Predators are generally good at being predators because people make excuses for them, right? Like, people find them interesting and out there, and almost like, I think people are jealous of them. I think people are jealous that he can get up here and just say that shit with no reserve. That Trump can get out here and just say that shit with no reserve. That Andrew Tate can get out here and just be like, yeah, I fuck 16-year-olds. And everyone's just like, whoa, there's something so attractive about how honest they are. But the dilemma is, and this is why I say be very careful when we talk about philosophy and introspection, extrospection, you have to be very careful about mistaking the illusion of transparency with the reality of it. This goes back to the voicemail guy that everyone's like, oh my God, he was so transparent. No, he was not. Could you not see that he was manipulating? And this is why I say, of course, I used to fall for this shit too. And this is why I say, like, you do have to learn. And look, a scammer's going to scam, and anybody could be scammed. But it takes a lot of maturity and a lot of wisdom to not be swept up by the charisma of very evil people. I mean, you have to, I can't even tell you how different my life is now. Like, okay, we talked about Dr. House earlier before this. I saw a clip of Dr. House yesterday, and I was like, I I was like, oh, the ick I feel when I see Dr. House. Guys, I used to romanticize Dr. House when I was younger. I would like, my nickname was Dr. House. Like, people like, oh my God, Brittany is in her Dr. House era. I'm like he's so smart and charismatic. And now that I'm older and I see him, I'm like, oh, I'm like, this show is ruined because of his character. He's the worst person ever. And this is why they go after children, because children still fall for that shit. What's sad is watching adults fall for that shit. But children, you know what I mean? Like, children fall for that shit because it looks rebellious and amazing. And it looks like you're saying fuck you to authority. And we all hate authority, especially a young queer kid who was a punk. I hate authority. I hate authority. So of course, watching people just do what they want and then end up being correct, you're like, oh, I want to be that person. I want to be the person that does what they want, but they're right. You know what I mean? Oh my God. When you rewatch those shows, you're just like, you want to throw something at the TV. They're so annoying. So yeah, like Predators, you know what I'm saying? I mean, okay. And this is why people are so afraid of admitting they're a predator in a way that isn't just like, yeah, I am. So what? So what? You know, I'll grab him by the pussy. I fuck kids. Well, don't clip me. But you know what I mean? Andrew Tate does that. He literally will come out. And to this day, people will defend. You know? People will defend. Chad says, isn't he based off Sherlock Holmes? That's another one. Robert Downey Jr.'s Sherlock Holmes as a character is so fucking annoying. The fact that any of us thought he was cool or romanticized him or thought he was interesting, any version of Sherlock is annoying. Any version. I've never seen a Sherlock that wasn't, you know, honestly, we don't use the N-word very much here, but narcissistic. Okay? I'm telling you, big ego, just arrogant. And then you have the, you know, the guys with autism. I have autism, I can say this. The guys with autism watch this and they're like, yes, I'm going to be this. Oh, yes, that's my superior thinking. I will become a debate bro. That is my new identity. I am like Sherlock Holmes. I debate people. You know what I mean? Anyways, it's all a part of the same ecosystem.
All of my anger leading back from middle school, high school, getting rejected by women, it just came the fuck out in that one goddamn video. I was fucking heated. Once I started uploading more and people started sharing my videos a lot more, the shit blew up. From that point on, my subscribers just started increasing and increasing, and before you knew it, I had close to 4 million subscribers. Jeez! For the first time in my life, I felt a sense of accomplishment. You know what I mean? It was a great feeling. It was really amazing.
Sorry, guys. I was just making a little funny with the N-word joke. You're right. That wasn't funny. Sorry. Bad habits die hard. I've made that joke a lot in my life. I just think it's kind of funny. But, like, it's not. The N-word is the N-word. It's a slur. You shouldn't say it. Sorry. Narcissism. It was a stupid joke. My bad.
Yeah, so I mean, at the current point in time, even at the peak of my YouTube channel, I was still a virgin. You know, I didn't have any self-confidence to talk to girls. You know,
unless they were teenagers.
It's like you come home to all this shit, man. You got a nice ass fucking Acura MDX in the parking lot, brand new 2021 Hyundai Elantra, nice ass house. You got fucking over 120 grand in the fucking bank.
Sheesh.
No pussy at all. Jacking off, watching porn.
This is why you have to deconstruct. Men also have to deconstruct their identity being tied to their partnership, just like women, because I think that's so important. Like, all of us need to deconstruct our identity being tied to our partnerships. The man had everything and it still wasn't good enough.
Calling 1-800 phone sex lines and shit. It's like, had all this fucking money and still couldn't get a fucking girlfriend. That shit was like, what the fuck, you know what I mean? At that point in time, I didn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? At that point in time, I was willing to do whatever the fuck I had to do to get some sort of attention. And right then and there, you fucked up, because now something bad is about to happen, you know what I mean?
Wait, I missed that text on the screen. Okay, I don't even want to say this out loud. SCX with a 13-year-old, part 2. Gross.
Hey, babe, let me give you a call
call back. I'm making a video, all right?
Oh, in July 2020, a rival YouTuber uncovers evidence of EDP messaging minors on Instagram. Oh, shit.
My name is Johnny Rodriguez, aka Cold Raven, or some people know me as Cold Raven's Nest, sadly still a YouTuber. EDP is a chocolate hippopotamus, and I'd like to split his fucking skull. I've been having these feelings for quite some time because he's a manipulative, lying, pretentious, disingenuous, flip-flopping piece of shit. He has no balls.
So this means that you're guilty as fuck, homie. You're guilty.
So inside my first video,
Cold Raven released 2 videos leaking sexual messages between EDP and multiple teenage girls. Oh, shit. YouTubers better at journalism sometimes than journalists.
I came out with just accusations. In the second video, I showed dead proof evidence.
So what is this, man? Come on, ED Pedo 445. I thought you said you're not a pedo, right?
Of him texting 2 to 3 girls, cute, calling them sexy. More girls started coming out and started texting me like, hey, he was also texting me this inappropriate stuff. So I looked at his followers list, right? He had around 300 to 400 accounts he was following. The problem with that is around 120 to 130 of these accounts, 13-year-olds.
Oh, shit.
I knew at this point it was just out of my hands. This is not my expertise. There's only so much I can show. So I need to take it to the next level. And out there, you got a lot of these guys who catch predators online. And there was one guy I've been watching for years who's really, really, really good at it. I reached out to him. His name is Alex Rosen.
My name's Alex Rosen, and I'm the head of Predator Poachers.
I've seen him on other pedophile stuff.
We catch online child predators. Well, Cold Raven basically was sounding the alarms before I even knew about any of this with EDP. And at first, to be truthful, I didn't want to believe it. I was just like, oh.
You guys are saying he's a racist? Listen to me when I say my honest opinion. I think all the men that do pedophile catching stuff are bad men. I do. I've never seen one that was a good man. Like, not really. Like, I can't think of one that I ever thought was a good person. Like, because if you, it's always like an obsession. They're always like showing off. It's always about their ego. It's like, I don't trust any of them. And they tend to be conservatives. They tend to be MAGA anyways. So it's like, what are we doing here?
EDP's an incel, this and that. But, you know, seeing the evidence, it was very blatant that he was not only just following under.
He donated to Chud the Builder? Which one? Which one? Which one? The one? Which one? This one? This one? The bearded one? Shut up. Really?
Rage kids. He was hitting on them in the comments, and obviously I'm sure he was trying to DM them as well. So that gave us reason to throw an account his way.
Oh my God. What a loser,
and in our
bro.
profile, we had that we were 13 years old. We reach out to him. We just say, hi, I'm a big fan. And he says,
hey, what's up? He donated 10K? That's great. That's what I'm saying. See? See? How are you guys anti-pedophilia, but you're pro-racism? Like, what?
Just found your YouTube channel. Why are you so funny?
Because I keep it real on these faggots. That's
oh my
why.
God, brother.
And the conversation ends there. And then 2 days later, he messages us again, completely out of the blue, and picks up the conversation.
LOL. What are you doing?
Nothing. I'm 13. I don't know if I told you.
That makes up you and about 99% of my no pussy getting fucking faggot fan base.
Yeah, he starts off very cordial, and then he slowly starts a grooming process.
Can I tell you a secret? Promise not to tell?
Yeah, sure.
I always wanted to get to know someone young, a little cutie like yourself.
And, you know, compliments, and then it kind of goes to sexual stuff.
Wish I could hug you to warm you up.
When and where?
Someday soon at the park, or wherever you're comfy with.
And then eventually he's just full on soliciting sex.
Would you want to do anything else?
You mean like sex or something?
Maybe. Would that be bad?
We can, but only when you're ready.
Hanging out, chilling, you know, just got done doing some cameos, bullshit, and shooting shit, watching TV or whatever. And I get this random ass fucking message by some chick that goes by the name of Sophie Smith. She said that my videos were really funny. Said that she loves my fucking content, you know, all this shit, you know. Yeah, so it was about a month in.
Okay, can I say this? Chad said, it's like they have Arrested Development from the time they were rejected. This is why I say rejection is a consent issue. You must accept rejection as a part of the lived experience of being a person on the planet. Rejection from jobs, rejection from people. Being rejected doesn't necessarily have something to do with you, but when you internalize rejection as a reflection of your character, when there is no evidence of it, then you end up becoming this versus if there's something about you and that's the reason you're getting rejected, we can talk about it. But often when you're a child and you internalize rejection as like, I'm unlovable, that's why you need a lot of acceptance at home. So when the world rejects you, you can come back to a safe space that reinforces in you that you are worthy. But when you don't have that, so now you're getting rejected in public and then you come home and you're rejected in private. Kids need a space to come home to because the world will reject them a lot. This is why as parents, you have to have the right balance, right?
When things started getting sexual,
Listen, I know your body's growing and you're starting to develop. That's why I agreed to this. I want to be here first.
Why did I respond to a 13-year-old? Desperation, isolation, loneliness, boring as fuck. You have nothing going on. You don't even know how to talk to a fucking girl.
If you want, you can try oral first. I can taste and lick on your vagina. And then you can suck my cock.
You need some sort of excitement in your fucking life. So I said fucking and went along with it.
You're so hot and cute, and even have me jerking off.
Ooh, that's hot. Can I see? Oh, wow. It's so big.
At the time, me sending sexual pictures to a 13-year-old, I was fucking lonely and just not getting any fucking action, not getting fucking laid, not having the confidence to talk to a girl of my age. It was a fucking shit show.
You know what? Can I say something? Because I know you guys are saying these reenactments are so unnecessary. Can I be honest with you? Maybe they are necessary. Because I think when these men defend these pedophiles, their friends, they're not imagining it. They're not seeing what's happening. They don't imagine the kid. They don't imagine him. They don't imagine the scenario. So they have no image to attach. But when they see it, they're like, oh, what? And I was like, what did you think was happening? So maybe it really is necessary because I know what's happening, but I don't think they do. Because I know when I talk to the people in my family about these exact issues, they're like, what could have happened though? Like, what are you imagining happened? This? And they're not imagining that. Our imaginations change the narrative of our stories. So I think this might be really necessary for people who are imagining some, even God forbid, a romantic version of this. You know, some sort of like, I bet she was slutty and came on to him and all of this other narrative. So, you know, just maybe it's not for us, but maybe it's for somebody.
I want to bend you over my table and just slide my cock inside you.
Okay.
Slowly begin to take your virginity.
This might be too much.
I want to buck your innocence away.
When I blocked her, I knew that it was wrong. I knew that it was something that was highly illegal, that shouldn't be done. You know, so I was clearly aware of the law and I was clearly aware of what I was doing, you know, clearly aware of my actions and totally understanding of, you know, what I was doing, you know what I mean?
Sophie, I can't do this. I can't do this shit. You're so young. You're 13 and I'm 30.
30?
What's your own age?
13 and 30. 30. 30. 30. This video is very different from the Boogie documentary. I don't know. It's a little, I know he worked on it for 2 years. It is giving a little bit too reality TV for me because it's such a serious topic. I kind of wish it was more filmed similar to the Boogie documentary. I thought that was better. But it's interesting the direction, like with the reenactments and stuff. I don't know. I'm not I don't know how to make documentaries. I don't know. It's not my area. I'm not a filmmaker.
I ended up unblocking her simply due to the fact that, you know, I felt bad. I mean, I felt bad, and at the same time, you know, she was like the only person that was really giving me that sort of attention, you know what I mean? And ultimately just led to me unblocking her.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me for blocking you. I got scared. I hope you aren't upset. I'm sorry for not taking your feelings into consideration. I will next time. I promise. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, maybe this is on purpose. If I was like this, look at this. Maybe, okay, you know what? I'm going to trust the creative process. Okay. Right. Because this is intentional, right? Look at this. Cute and innocent EDP. This is on purpose. Now it's gonna get rough, right? Now he's gonna twist it around and show us how ugly it all is.
She says, you should fucking jerk off on, you know, you should fucking jerk off to me on FaceTime. And I'm like, all right, cool, sure, why not? Fuck it. You know what I mean?
This man needs to be put in a, I don't believe in prison systems facility. This is what I'm saying. You're a danger to yourself and others. This is crazy.
Well, in any state in the country, meeting a minor off the internet when there's no strings attached is not illegal. There needs
Oh no, chat says I'm giving him too much credit. That's my biggest flaw as a person.
to be some strings attached. So after EDP sent the masturbation videos, after he said, like, I want to throw you in my sex dungeon and fuck you, stuff like that, that's when we're like, okay, we can go ahead with the meetup.
Yeah, so pretty much she told me that her grandma was actually supposed to be, like, you know, I guess out in the
Oh, is this the setup? I'm stupid. Is this the setup? This isn't a real girl? There was a real girl, but is this the real girl? Or is this the fake girl? Wait.
out doing something or whatever, therefore, like, giving us quote unquote alone time or whatever. So yeah. And to be honest with you, man, like, I ultimately decided to go simply because I felt bad.
I mean, it's still disgusting. Oh my God, I hate that narrative. I felt so bad. I'm just a good guy. I'm trying to help a girl out. Okay, there were real kids involved, but this is a sting operation. So this is the fake one, but there is a real victim. Okay, so now, April 18th, 2021.
During that day, I actually blocked her 1 or maybe 2 times. Then I unblocked her ass. She was like, you know, oh my God, why'd you block me, blah, blah, blah. And I was telling her, I'm looking like, Sophie, I can't fucking do this shit. Like, this is fucking illegal. Like, I can't, what the fuck are you doing, bro? You know what I mean? And she started crying up on the phone. She's all like, oh my God, you know, I just wanted to give you a cupcake, whatever. You know what I mean? I'm here making cupcakes. I wanted to give you one, you know?
So the story was that we also baked cupcakes. So then, you know, he's kind of nervous the day of, like, he's very, like, apprehensive. You know, we're like, oh, well, I still made cupcakes, and that's what led EDP to be like, okay, I'll come. So that's kind of the deal with that.
When I was driving to that location, my mom was a heavy smoker. She used to smoke Coors 100, the green pack. And so when I was driving there, I smelt my mom's, the scent of her cigarettes coming from the back seat. That's something I never told anyone. I felt like my mom was with me, watching over me. You know.
What do you think your mom was trying to tell you?
I felt like she was trying to tell me don't go. I was, you know, thinking this up in my head. How the fuck is this going to go down? How am I going to act? What am I going to say? You know what I mean? Like, horny as fuck. Fuck the porn shit. You were just craving, like, you know, human contact. You know what I mean? So.
Then the day comes in Bakersfield, and that's when he's getting, like, very, very nervous about everything. But he agrees to come nonetheless, and we're just waiting at the Jack in the Box, you know, just kind of having a good angle of the apartments we gave him. And then we just see like this giant blob walking up this ramp, and I mean, he's massive from the distance. I'm like, oh my God, that's him.
Bakersfield, California. Shout out to Bakersfield. Whoop whoop, Bakersfield.
I was like, hey, what's up, EDP? And he's like, what's up? And he puts his hand up for a fist bump. I give him a fist bump. And then he tries to fist bump CC Unit, and CC Unit's like, I don't like fist bump people like you.
Well, fist bump? I don't fist bump people like you, man.
I mean, when you wouldn't fist bump me, I mean, it felt like the classic case of fucking rejection.
So, okay. And, you know, I told him, like, hey, we got to kind of go over things with Sophie.
We have you talking to Sophie, correct? Yes or no? Right. Okay. I was caught red-handed. Shit was about to go down.
And he's like, I'm just here to get a cupcake.
They had the transcript, they had the log, they had the screenshots and all of that shit. And I mean, I basically just told him, yeah, I mean, I'm just here to get a fucking cupcake. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Again, so what brings you out here today?
Oh, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake and then go back home.
The EDP 445 situation.
EDP 445. EDP 445.
EDP 445.
EDP
445.
When EDP got caught and the video got uploaded, it went viral immediately.
The memes blew up. They were all over the place. There was no escaping the EDP 445 cupcake memes.
Which is why I gagged when some of my chat was like, who is this? You guys are not chronically online enough. You never used a GIF from EDP? You never used the meme? I feel like I am posting killer memes on my Discord. You're not even getting them. I cannot believe you are not as chronically online as the rest of us.
Then we get into the messages, and he admits to sending tons of penis pictures, admits to wanting to have sex with her.
You were interested in having sex.
And by the way, chat, to the person who said there's no heroes in this video, there are no heroes in this video. Fuck all these men. Fuck all these men. This is what I'm saying. When men try to save people from pedophilia, they just make it worse. This is like the irony, I think, of this whole industry that I hate so much of men catching predators. I just feel like they always make it worse for everybody else. They sensationalize it, right? And it separates the reality that families are facing. Guys, it's a really life-shattering situation for families to be torn apart when you realize like people you love in your family are these people and you're like, what? Like it's a terrible feeling. It's really like the psychological damage. In some ways, this is the cope. This is the drug we take to cope with the reality of what we're facing. And then when the YouTube videos go off and we have to go back to our real family functions and we have to talk to real victims and we have to do real therapy, it's a devastating circumstance. It really is life crushing to have somebody in your family like this.
To the 13-year-old, yes or no? Correct. Okay, and you said correct. Okay, all right.
As much as he lies to the camera now, he was very forthcoming with us when we interviewed him.
Can I ask you another question? Yeah. Is my life over? It's up to you if you I thought my fucking life was over. Started crying, you know, all that theatrical bullshit. Come on, man, please. No. You know, as I was walking up, I thought this was a real ass person. You did double text here, yes or no? Correct. Knowing, and it said on her profile 13, yes? Correct. Okay, so you initiated conversation with a 13-year-old, knowing she was 13, yes or no? But the main thing I feel like I regret that day is I didn't bring my Glock off the counter and I didn't shoot those motherfuckers, you know what I mean?
Sir!
In my mind, as I'm walking out, just get the fuck out, dude. Just go. Get out, go, run, now.
Well, I thought that it would blow over because, like, you know, in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, you know, yeah, I got caught, but nothing actually fucking happened. You know what I mean? So in my mind, I'm just like,
I think it's interesting that in his brain, nothing happened. Because this is also the conversation I have. And you have to compare it to real life. The reason I compare it to my own real life is like, this is someone's real life. This is someone's like relative, right? Yeah, they don't think that anything happened. They're like, well, nothing happened. The texting, the flirting, the sexting. And they're like, well, nothing happened. That's something. Something happened. This is what I'm saying. They think if they don't have sexual contact with the minors, nothing happened. And I'm saying something happened. Something happened. If you send a sex message to a teenager, something has happened. If you send a hello, if you slide into the DMs of a minor and you know they're a kid, that something has happened now. That's why people go, oh, did something happen though? Yes. And they don't count it. Now it doesn't count. Now I don't have to freak out about it because nothing really happened. Oh,
whatever. I really wasn't aware of how badly I fucked up.
Oh, his channel was terminated and he was banned from all social media platforms. Whoa. I never followed his channel like that, so I didn't, you know what I mean? But interesting.
So, probably like a few days later, the shit made the news.
Yeah, thank you, chat. That I'm a caseworker in social services, so I see it firsthand, and the impact is generations long. It's devastating. Exactly. Thank you for that. Exactly.
You know what I mean? It made, it was front page on Yahoo, on Google. Came to the conclusion, better call a fucking lawyer. Told him straight the fuck up,
better
man.
Call
Especially
Saul.
when, you know, when you're talking to a lawyer, you better not hide a motherfucking thing. And he's all like, well, obviously what you did was illegal. Give me some time to look into it. I got connections down at the police department. I'll look into it and I'll keep you updated. Like, okay, cool. 2 days, 3 days, 4, 5, 6, 7. I give him a call. I'm like, everything cool? What the fuck? Like, should I be worried? He's all like, he's all like, oh no, man, just sit tight, man. Ain't nothing going on. He has a little computer to where, you know, he can see if, like, you know, you're under investigation or anything like that. Was never under investigation. Yeah, they looked into it, but because good old Alex Rosen, right? Because he decided to fuck up and botch this goddamn sting operation so badly.
Oh!
There's nothing that they could do.
See how he said in the beginning, I take accountability, I did do it, I shouldn't have done it, it was wrong. And then he's like excited that Alex fucked it up. That's what I'm saying. Like when I talk about accountability for people, it means your life has to look different than it was before. And there's just no accountability here. There's no self-awareness. There's just excitement and celebration.
So as much as they want to write all this fucked up shit about me online and I should be in jail, prison, felon, I should be on the sex offenders list and all this bullshit. Guess what, bro? I'm a free man, bitch.
Oh, Trump hat 2028. Damn. Of course.
We're gonna send these motherfuckers to hell, rightfully so, where they fucking rightfully belong.
Oh, I'm gonna get copyrighted for sure.
There's definitely a chance that he faces criminal prosecution. I think what he's
This is a real lawyer.
doing now, by quite frankly doing this documentary, it's just a stupid fucking idea.
All right, what's up with you bitch ass motherfuckers and so on?
EDP admits to over 16 criminal acts in this documentary. Honestly, maybe that's why they did it, to get him. You know, maybe this is the reason he ends up getting in trouble. Because before this documentary, he was a free man. Maybe this is what does it. Maybe that's the good part of this documentary.
Okay, so the first picture is his erect penis, and then the second one looks like he has ejaculated. So that will get you into trouble. He's well within the statute of limitations. Just on that alone, he could be prosecuted.
So why has
Hi, my name is Mike
he not
Klum.
been
I was calling to
prosecuted?
speak with the Kern County District Attorney.
Declined to comment.
Okay, if Miss Zimmer is not available, is there anyone else that could speak to why EDP has not been prosecuted? Maybe like the sheriff?
Declined to comment.
This 32-year-old guy
Oh, here it is.
afternoon chilling with a 13-year-old girl.
The man himself. The OG.
Why don't you have a seat right over there? Fine, have a seat.
Oh, no. Chat said, so we need a whole documentary to believe a girl? Oh, no. I want you to know men hate EDP. All my brothers, all my Trump voting brothers hate EDP. They think he's disgusting and a pedophile and a horrible person. Well, they literally defend the two brothers who did similar things. Well, they also vote for Trump. No, men hate EDP. They believe EDP because he admitted it. They don't need to even, the girl's not even a part of this story. Men just hate him. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is the part that I think is so interesting about his specific case, which is why it was interesting when it came out. They just hate him. Him. She's an aftermath. She's like an afterthought.
Why did you show up that day? Why did you go to that location? What did you think was going to happen?
I showed up to that location that day, trying to obviously meet up with an underage girl. You know what I mean? And I guess he did.
Yeah, okay, Chet says they hate him because he's black, but I do think they hate him because he's fat. Probably because he's black as well, because white supremacy plays into this. But they do definitely hate him because he's fat. Because in their minds, fat, quote, ugly people are always disgusting perverts. That's why ugly laws and discrimination, like we need to talk about discrimination when it comes to ugly laws. Fat phobia plays into this idea that pretty privilege is why it works. Sorry, I'm muddling my words. But the reason people think pretty people aren't bad and ugly people are bad, it plays into people's hate for EDP. He looks what they think a predator looks like. Okay? And so I do think this plays really super into this, right? So there's definitely a lot of intersections at play, but he that's why, like, Andrew Tate defies this idea. I remember when Kobe was accused, and I remember my brother, just a long time ago, obviously, when I came out, and I remember my brother was like, well, he's rich and famous. Why would he need to rape people? And I was like, that's a great question. Fun fact, rape is not about sex. It is about power. So even though he could have sex with anybody, even though that would be cheating on his wife, he is not less likely to assault somebody. Also, he started dating his wife when she was in high school. So like, you know what I mean? Like all these men are perverts. Like men are just perverts. But also Trump grabbed him by the pussy and people still voted for him. Right? Like Trump literally was found liable. He was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. Like it doesn't matter, but if you're rich enough, fit enough, famous enough, popular enough, you can get away with it. Or in this case, if the guy just fucks up with prosecuting you and, you know, but then the issue I have with all of this though is this doesn't do anything for moving the world forward in terms of protecting victims. Like none of this is really about that. This is about entertainment. This is about hating EDP. This is about feeling superior to him. So many of these streamers made hundreds of thousands of dollars covering this story. A lot of people made a lot of money covering these videos. And I think ultimately that's what this is about. Because after the math, like after the fact, like you guys said with Alex, they still support like Chud the Builder as an example, or Trump. So like how much of an anti-pedophile can you be? Or an anti-predator can you be?
Say, trying to have sex. I don't know. I mean, whatever.
You trying to have sex with a 13-year-old girl?
For the most part, yep. People have a tendency of doing this, I feel like, because they enjoy the innocence and having control of somebody, you know?
Sounds like that's what you wanted to do.
Right.
Nobody your age you could have hung out with.
No.
No women your age you could date. You had to pick on a 13-year-old girl.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh my God, babe, it's a playful spank, you say. When I spank you, it's supposed to be sexy, LOL. If anything, I just bend you over and kiss your ass. Yes, well, maybe, but only if you're a good girl. What are you trying to do here with this?
What do you think I'm trying to do?
Well, it sounds like you're trying to sexually assault a 13-year-old girl.
If that's what it looks like, I guess that's what it is, man. I mean...
Handcuff you. Throw you in the back of my car and bring you back to my dungeon, LOL. You talk about climbing through a window.
Mm-hmm.
You're so hot and cute and even had me jerking off. Were you masturbating when you were talking to her?
Mm-hmm.
You sent her pictures?
Yeah.
You sent her pictures of your penis?
Yeah.
It's wrong.
Right, I know.
It's illegal. Had Alex Rosen not botched this, you might be in prison right now.
Thank God he didn't.
Which is funny because Chris Hansen was accused of botching Onision for the same reason. That's why everyone turned on Chris Hansen. Because Chris Hansen was beloved and then he fucked up the Onision thing almost the same way that Alex did with EDP, and that's why everyone turned on Chris Hansen. They felt like he was responsible for trying to get ahead of the police.
Well, you could look at it two ways. Maybe prison is where you belong because of this.
If it was where I belong, I'd be in shackles right now, so.
But I have to tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
Had this been me doing an investigation, your EDP 445 ass would be in prison now.
Okay, see how this is theatric? Because we actually know that's not true because we know Chris Hansen's story. And for transparency's sake, I've actually been interviewed by Chris Hansen, which I don't like talking about because it's in relation to a stalker that harassed me and I had to go to court for it. But I will say it was very cathartic to have my story told. But just for transparency's sake, I have technically been interviewed by him. I just don't talk about it because that era of my life is over. And as long as I never talk about it again, I can't get taken to court because it got thrown out. I won my court case. I don't have to talk about it. Okay. But anyways.
EDP is clearly in trouble here. What he did was wrong and under a different set of circumstances against the law. The fact that the decoy posing as Sophie sent the first message would make the case virtually unprosecutable in my world, in the world of law enforcement. The adult always has to make the first approach. Otherwise, you jeopardize the case.
Caroline.
And again, it probably was something that for Alex Rosen created a lot of views and clicks and made some news in different pockets of the internet. But the case isn't prosecutable. And at the end of the day, it looks amateurish and sloppy.
But what accountability can you take in the fact that EDP is free today?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I myself could have done a better job of saying, you know, instead of trying to just like, you know, stand my ground, be bullish, standoffish, infinitely more stuff that I could have done to try to make him, you know, to at least put in more effort into hoping that he gets arrested. But, you know, I can confidently say that Predator Poacher has been responsible for getting like infinitely sicker people in EDP off the streets, and EDP played a part in teaching us that lesson on how to do that.
My thoughts on Alex Rosen is I feel like he's a piece of shit. I feel like he should burn in hell and go fucking die, if I'm being completely honest with you. You're some fucking redneck fucking some fat ass overweight bitch plastering shit on the internet and fucking with people's livelihoods.
Okay, these B-rolls of fat people with food on their bellies is extremely fucking fatphobic and unnecessary. Okay? Lots of people drop food on their shirt while they eat. That's just the imagery of fat phobia, and this is super triggering. Like, I don't like it.
But you know what though, Mike? It's perfectly fine. It's great because everybody hates the pedophile, right? Okay, cool. So that's perfectly fine. So just, you know, fuck the fact that you're ruining my goddamn life, right?
Oh, brother.
Good, fucking one.
It's like a loser fighting a loser. We're watching a loser fight a loser. These are a bunch of... This is why women say they hate men. These men in this system, this whole thing, okay? Take me back to Boaz Island, no men allowed, okay? Except for the gender fluid ones, okay? Like, what are we talking about?
This world is fucked up, man.
What are you gonna do the next time you text a 13-year-old girl or a 14-year-old girl?
There won't be a next time.
There won't be a next time?
There won't be a next time.
That's hard for me to believe. I think...
My name is Kayla Hoskins, and in June 2023, I
I'm heartbroken for her.
Received an Instagram DM from EDP445, otherwise known as Bryant.
Is this the real her, or is this still an actress?
I first replied to EDP because I always reply to anyone who messages me. And I didn't know who he was, but I freaked out because he told me he was suicidal. And sooner rather than later, he started sending very flirtatious messages.
It's really her. This is really her. Wow.
Since the day you messaged me, I've been dreaming about sliding my cock deep inside that fresh pussy. Just fucking away your innocence, showing you how a real man does it, pinning you against the bed and taking your virginity.
A while later, Jadion added EDP into his Discord, filled with kids, for a Q&A. And then when I told people like in the server that EDP texted me, Jadion quickly knew about it because his manager told him.
Well, my government name is DeMarcus Cousins III.
Don't even get me started on with Jadion lore, okay? Shame.
But everybody on the internet knows me as Jadion. Yeah, this was like right when I saw the information, I was like, you know what? This is gonna be it, and I want to make sure that I don't screw it up. So I hit up Skeet because he knows, and he's actually gotten people prosecuted before.
My name is Skeeter Jean, also known as Skeet Hansen. I am a professional Chris Hansen impersonator on YouTube.
And I continued messaging him because it was very like encouraged for me to keep doing it. I didn't really want to, but I didn't want to disappoint anybody.
The way that ass looks in those leggings, I need you on top of me now. I've always wanted to be with a little.
Why do I feel like all these men peaked in high school? All of them, every single one. Every single one I've seen so far on my screen, every single one, may I never be in the same room as any of you. These are the most peaked in high school people I've ever seen in my life.
Because he sent me videos saying that he was gonna shoot me and kill me if I ever said anything.
See, Kayla, don't mean to scare you, but now I have to fucking shoot your ass. I have to critically injure you and possibly put you in the fucking hospital, if not worse. Not only that, I have to kill everybody.
It was uncomfortable. Like there was days where I didn't even like want to leave my bed. And he was trying to fly me out to Vegas on my 16th birthday to give me, quote, birthday dick.
Jesus. Chet says, trust me, Britt, they never peaked. Honestly, they never peaked. I agree.
Well, I sent her a video of myself fucking masturbating, you know what I mean?
I am, yeah, seriously, Chet says, I sincerely hope Kayla gets some serious therapy after this. We wish Kayla the best. We are 100% supportive of her and all the victims and none of these men.
Well, I mean, the fact that she fucking asked for the fucking shit.
When EDP sent me photos that were very explicit of him, I felt very uncomfortable, but I didn't really know what to do because I felt like it was encouraged by everybody. And yeah.
She's all like, hey, would you like to see a picture of my tits? Sure, why not? What the fuck? Like, why the fuck are you even asking me that fucking shit? Sure, why not? So I did play a part in it, okay? I'm like, sure, why not? You know? Yeah. The reason I let her send me those pictures is because I was horny as fucking beating my shit at the time. I ain't gonna lie, bro. She has a... Never mind. Say that. Go ahead.
You already started saying.
Kayla got a motherfucking figure on her, okay? Like, let's be fucking honest here, okay? And, like, you know, she's over here, like, you know, trying to turn me on, you know, all this extra shit, you know what I mean? Titty pics, you know, saying how she's gonna fucking suck me off when we fucking meet, calling me daddy and all this bullshit. Because in the moment, bro, you don't fucking care. You really don't.
Sending illicit content to a minor is a 3-class felony.
You know what I mean? You don't give a fuck about the consequences. You don't care about the rules. You know, and anybody that say that they do, they're fucking stupid. You know what I mean? They're lying to you.
Wait. You said Kayla is still 15? She's not 15 today. It's 2026 and this happened in 2021, right? What is she? How old is she now? How old is she now? Because wait, she was 13 in 2021, right?
At that point in time, all rules are out the fucking window. You know what I mean? You don't give a fuck how old she is. You just trying to get your fucking nut in. You know, and after you know.
Okay, she's 18 now. Okay.
Fucking cream all over the goddamn floor.
Ugh.
Then you're like.
Yeah, Chet said, why is he trying to be against pedophilia? That's what I'm saying. Watch, he's going to play with your brain. I saw a clip from this. Okay, they're going to use the same thing the debate bros use. That's what I'm saying, guys. All of these men are disgusting. It doesn't just start with, like, it starts with misogyny, but it starts with blurring lines. That's why I say, like, be very careful of all these men, even the leftist men on YouTube, even the liberal men on YouTube who debate Trumpers. This is why they're caught with CSAM on their computers. That's why they're caught sexting minors, because they don't have these ethical boundaries, okay? That's why they will create a career like Destiny did, debating why, you know, flirting with teenagers was disgusting, only to be found out that he was flirting with a teenager, that he married a teenager, that he absolutely targets teenagers. So again, when we have these conversations, just be aware that a lot of these men will make careers on the internet debating, like, what is actually pedophilia? Oh, like, pedophilia is actually prepubescent children, instead of actually focusing on the power advantages or dynamics, the taking advantage of people, like the actual ethics of the situation, which is why EDP gets to tell himself he's not a pedophile, because the girls weren't prepubescent. That's what his brain is telling him.
Oh shit, I fucked up bad. You know what I mean? Like, that's where, you know, it all comes into play. You know, what you just did was wrong, you know?
So I was like, okay, Skeet, how do we do this? And we just game planned it out, and we called multiple different law enforcement in her area, trying to set up like a sting operation, and he backed out, you know? He got cold feet. He didn't want to meet her, you know? He was just, you know, being EDP.
I was hoping to get a sting operation, but they kind of didn't want to do that because Jadion hired a private investigator that found EDP's apartment, his work, and his dialysis center. So on my birthday, they went to confront him.
After we realized that he wasn't going to drive to actually meet up with the girl, we set something up, and
I'm sorry.
after we realized that he wasn't going to drive to actually meet.
Is Gideon Shirts a professional raw dogger in a documentary about rape and assault, or in a documentary about pedophilia? Sir,
meet up with the girl.
Men are
We
so
set something
unserious.
up in Las Vegas, Nevada, to try to confront him about what he had been doing online, messaging this girl.
This is what I'm saying. Our rapes, assault, and molestations are jokes to them. Our women's pain is a joke to them. Boys' pain is a joke to them. Victims of all gender, their sexual assaults are a joke to fucking grown-ups. This is why grown-ups who say, come to us, if you have a problem, come to us. And the idea, I just saw TikTok about this, the idea that we put it on children to come to us instead of adults to make the observation also plays a role in this. Oh, why didn't you tell us this happened? Hello? And that's why I say, guys, be careful too. When you say things like, oh, I would kill a pedophile if I saw one. Well, what if grandpa's the pedophile? then the kid's definitely never going to tell you because they don't want their grandpa to die. Be careful how you talk around about these things to your kids. This is why I say be very careful. People don't want to ever get help for the problems they're having or the decisions they've made or the behavior they've done because we live in a punishment society. I'm saying punishment never works, not even for pedophiles. Okay, so be very careful about how you talk about these things so victims do have a space to come forward, so victims can talk to you, right?
Honda SUV? That looks like him. That's a Honda, bro. Oh my god, dear Lord, it's EDP. It's EDP in the flesh. I love you, bro.
And as I'm walking into the dialysis center, these motherfuckers pop out the goddamn van.
Okay, I'm gonna have to block you. This person said, teach your kids to kill pedophiles. You're not being serious, right? We're talking about 5 and 6 year olds. You want the 5 and 6 year old to kill the 500-pound man? You know what I mean? We're talking about 7-year-olds. We're talking about children in schools. We're talking about people's teachers, their fathers, their grandparents. Like, we're talking about their doctors. Like, you're not serious. You know what I mean? So you're blocked.
Right then and there, I was like, give me Kayla's address because I'm about to hop in this car and I'm about
Again, chat, you're saying punishment causes shame and embarrassment, which is exactly what they need. No, you're doing it to feel your own fuel. They feel it. They're living in it. It's not helping the victims. You don't help the victims by shaming their predators, by shaming the people who hurt them. If you center the victim's pain and justice for the victim, then you don't see how you're still centering the predator. See how in your own sense of justice, you're not talking about the victim. You're just talking about what you're going to do to the predator. How does this help the victim? How does it help the victim? This whole documentary so far, it's centering the predator and not the victim. Notice that this whole thing is about him. So once again, the center of the story is the predator, which is why it looks cool to people, which is why people will continue not to call out their friends. You know, Elliot Singh just made a video about this. Everybody hates Epstein, but nobody wants to call out their friends. Exactly.
to go blow this bitch's brains out.
He's texting me right now, so he told me, fuck you, bitch.
I don't give a fuck if you're a minor. I don't give a fuck. Oh, well, you know, she's just a girl. You can't be doing that shit. Bitch, you gotta die.
He cussed me out. He told me to, I believe, he told me to kiss his ass.
2 years ago, you were called kiss my ass.
The whole meetup was underwhelming, you know? Like, he just went inside.
Brian, it's disappointing. He said 2 words and then he...
Oh, it wasn't entertaining enough for you? Oh, you weren't entertained, Gideon, that you met the pedophile? You see that? Oh, meeting the pedophile was very underwhelming. How does this help the victim? How does this center the victim?
Walked right in.
Basically, what's going through my mind, don't say a fucking word.
Oh, they didn't get a clip. Oh, Gideon didn't get his viral clip.
We really do just want to have just a civil conversation.
They ain't got shit on you. As long as you don't say a word, you good to go.
Bryant. Bryant. Don't be like this, Bryant. I just have a few questions.
Okay, again, chatter, you said some victims want their offender killed, humiliated, and punished. When we say center the victim, we're also saying make sure you do not cause more grief to the victim. Even though the victim feels like that's what they need, it's not going to liberate them from their assault or their rape or the pain that they felt. You know, we know punishment doesn't work. You know what punishment is? It's a tool of white supremacy. That is absolutely a tool of patriarchy and white supremacy. So if you would like to punish people, say it with your full chest that you support patriarchy and white supremacy. Why do you think the prison systems are the way they are? Because they're punishing you. Punishing you for the body you're in, for the neighborhood you were raised in, for the crime you committed as a teenager. They're going to punish you so you can feel the shame of committing a crime. And then we wonder why marginalized people are in prison systems and they're being tortured behind cages and they're being picked up off the street by ICE because they're punishing you. And you say, but I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. It doesn't matter. Once you have a society that decides people deserve punishment, now they get to pick and choose who deserves to be punished. And you're saying, oh, but I'm the good one. I want the bad people punished. Okay. So you're saying we're going to trust each other to punish instead of to give people resources, instead of to make sure that we're raising better kids with better school systems. Again, You say that you are anti-white supremacy, but you haven't deconstructed your punishment programming. Because that's where that's from. And that's why they justify genocide in Palestine. Is why they justify any ISIS members picking up people, because they say you deserve it, you broke the law. You deserve to be punished, you didn't follow the rules. You deserve to be punished, you didn't make the right political decision. You deserve to be punished. It all comes from the same framework.
It's an embarrassing clown show. He says the same thing over and over again. The way this investigation, it's not really an investigation, but the way this was conducted makes it unprosecutable. And you've got Skeeter, or Skeet, or whatever his name is, who's clowning around, taking my lines, I suppose, and murdering them with a guy in a cupcake outfit. There's no serious attitude here. It's a clown show. And it resulted in nothing.
I think there possibly maybe could have been different results in this case if me and Gideon did not confront EDP or take the situation into our hands at all. That's a hard maybe, though. And, that way, obviously, there's no content there, so it's like, eh.
It said, Skeeters is now YouTube's most viewed predator catching channel. I hate all this content. I think, honestly, it shouldn't be allowed. Take it down.
I don't know Skeeter Gene. He reached out to me some time ago to collaborate, and it's not something I would ever do.
Why not?
Because I don't need to. I mean, I don't need to create a clown show with somebody who is merely seeking to get fame and clicks and views on YouTube. I have my own team, my own way of doing things, and it produces justice. The rest of these clowns, they're out there goofing around.
Yeah, it did definitely change my opinion on him a bit because,
Chatter, respectfully, you said Skeeter and Gideon are the only good ones. Again, it's always you. How do you watch my content so much and you have the weirdest opinions? You want to punish people. You're supporting the worst two people on the internet. Like, I know you don't know stuff because you admitted it in chat. You said, I don't know much about Gideon. My brother in Christ. You gotta observe more. You gotta meditate. Like, they're not good people. Like, Gideon especially has been exposed time and time again. I don't know what part of your political liberation or philosophical liberation politic plays into supporting Gideon. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't get what you're doing. Okay? And so again, like, I want you just to recognize when we talk about systems of oppression, when we talk about people playing into capitalism and white supremacy and all these things, like, this is what I'm saying. How easy it is for you to be in my chat out of all chats and to say something like Gideon's one of the good ones. Gideon is one of the good ones when you just saw him not do the most important thing, which was to protect the minors in his community. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about? It's so amazing to me how, like, humans work, but it is what it is.
I think he was a bit hypocritical with a statement that he made. He said that I was just doing this for clicks, views, and ad revenue, basically. I mean, are you telling me that he's not doing it for the same reasons? I would really like to ask Chris Hansen that.
And by the way, the kill pedophile campaigns will end up scooping up LGBT people. That's why conservatives have always said gay people are pedophiles. So when you guys decide to kill all pedophiles, they're going to kill us first, even though we've never ever done anything. Because they didn't kill Trump. They didn't kill Epstein. They didn't kill any of these other pedophiles. They voted for them time and time again. They're church pastors. They're priests. They didn't kill anybody there. No, they're going to kill us. They're going to kill minorities. They're going to kill marginalized people when we didn't do fucking shit. But that's who they're going to take it out on. Okay?
If he weren't being paid for his work, would he still do it?
Chris Hansen's True Blue streams his latest content for $4.99 a month.
If it was legal, would you have had sex with Kayla?
If it was legal? Oh, I would have fucking turned that ass out. I would have fucking ate her ass out, my nigga, and made a funnel cake about her shit. You know what I mean?
Ugh. He was never charged with any wrongdoing.
I feel like I was a victim of EDP.
100%.
But I think I was mainly a victim. This is gonna sound crazy, but mainly a victim of Gideon.
Oh shit.
I feel like for a long time I was his like little puppet.
In what way were you his puppet?
Absolutely.
I feel like I was his puppet because I was just like kind of doing the things he demanded me to do.
Damn.
I feel like I am a victim of Gideon.
Gideon denies the allegations. Not Gideon guilty.
Because he encouraged me to keep talking to a pedophile.
Every
Guilty.
single time we would talk to her, I would ask her if she's okay.
Are you sure you're good? Like, I want to make sure you're okay, because I know, like, this could be really, really... Are you sure you're good?
She was like, no, I'm okay, I'm okay. I want to get him arrested. I want to get him arrested.
I told Jadion every single time that EDP would send me dick pics, but he would never tell me to like block him or anything.
I want you to block him on your phone, right?
But we would tell her, if you're going to keep on talking to him, don't talk sexual, and please don't send any explicit photos.
No, I did not send EDP any pictures of
EDP claims he received multiple nude photographs from
me that were
Kayla.
nude. What did happen when he asked me for them was that Jadion got like a lookalike of me, and I kind of photoshopped her face into Google pictures.
See? How is this centering the victim? Jadion's disgusting. Disgusting that he took a victim and said, let me even put you in this position instead of calling the cops, getting the authorities involved, getting the system involved. Not that we trust the system, but you know what it is. You know what I mean? I'm going to trust the system over a random YouTuber, at least in this context. Like, what are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, a victim comes to you and then you're like, I got it. You know what we're going to do? And by the way, did she get any of that ad revenue from any of Jadion's videos? These people are millionaires. Millionaires.
And she told me something about like her like looking up like something in photoshopping, and I was like, okay, no, like do not do that. To my knowledge, I never knew that she actually sent it.
Oh, do you maybe think because she's like a kid, bro? Do you maybe think she's thinking with kid brain and you're the adult in the situation and she doesn't have any guidance and you're shocked that a kid is doing kid things? That's what I'm saying, guys. They're kids. They're literally kids. And then these grown men are in this situation making it worse because they're not processing. You're talking to a child.
Anything, because I never seen any images of that, but she sent something explicit.
Yeah, Kayla Hoskins actually sent me a picture of her tits. You know, she didn't Photoshop a goddamn thing. She literally sent me fucking nudes of her fucking tits. I feel like she's a fucking scam artist. I feel like she's a bitch.
And the girl is the scam artist. The victim is the scam artist. See, she's the liar. All these men are making her sound out to be the liar. Jadion's like, I didn't know. She's doing it on her own. Men are useless.
I feel like she's very stuck up. She's very conniving.
So I'd like to let the viewers know that I don't know what they're gonna say, but don't believe it. Because I have proof. I'm just too scared to show the proof because Jadion has a big audience and I don't want them to attack me. But I could show some of the proof.
They will too. They'll drag her. Okay, other claims. Jadion is a scam artist. I mean, that's known. Jadion is being controlled by the Illuminati. Okay, girl, slow down. Jadion is friends with multiple pedophiles. Probably. EDP is under investigation by the Department of Justice. Oh. EDP has a computer full of CSAM. Definitely. 100%. EDP owns illegal firearms. I mean, definitely. EDP has been victimizing other teens for over a year. I mean, obviously. Jadion lied to Kayla's mom about the use of the decoy. I believe that. So her parents were involved. EDP is being investigated for drug crimes. EDP is currently victimizing another minor. Definitely, probably,
leverage
right?
To boost her music career and such.
What? Okay, I can't read and listen at the same time. Hold on.
Maybe she's sort of using the whole situation as leverage to boost her music career and such. So, you know, again, while she's technically, she's a victim, I think she...
Jadion hates Jake Paul. I mean, don't we all? Jadion quit YouTube because of the EP situation. Jadion uses Christianity to cover his tracks. Believe that. Okay. Is this EDP's voice I'm hearing?
He's kind of using the whole situation as...
No, it's Skeeter! It was Skeeter's voice? I thought it was EDP accusing her of doing it to boost her music career? The pedophile hunter is accusing one of the victims of utilizing this... What?
The whole situation. Maybe she's sort of using the whole situation as leverage to boost her music career and such. So, you know, again, while she's technically, she's a victim, I think she's kind of using the whole situation as leverage to gain followers a little bit.
Now, me personally, am I an opportunist?
That is crazy. That is just absolutely insane. Guys, it doesn't matter who she is or what she's doing. She was victimized by EDP. Victims don't have to be perfect to be victims.
Yes, I am. But I don't think there's any...
A little bit.
Now, me personally, am I an opportunist? Yes, I am. But I don't...
Girl doesn't even know what that means.
I think there's anything wrong with that. As long as you're not harming anybody. And I don't think...
See, she doesn't know what opportunist means. Opportunist requires you to hurt people because you're an opportunist. She doesn't even know what it means. She's using words that doesn't follow. You know what I'm saying? She's like, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody. But that's not what an opportunist... Okay.
I was harming anybody. And especially when you're my age, if you're 16, people are going to think that you're young and dumb. So you kind of have to be an.
You are young and dumb. That's why you need to be protected. You don't even know what words mean. Like, you know what I mean? That's why I'm saying these men took advantage of her. They took advantage of her.
You have to make your own opportunities. You cannot be waiting for them. But this entire situation was not that at all.
Kayla is
you
now
committed
18.
Another crime. You got caught, but yet got lucky again.
Yeah, it's a crime. Got lucky again. Me personally, I
lucky
feel like
again?
the reason why they didn't do anything is because
Look, I know a lot of victims think to themselves, this is a Diane arc in BoJack Horseman, which I reviewed for members. All 6 seasons. Diane felt like, what was the point of all of her suffering if it didn't get her a book deal or if she didn't get popular? That's very common. I used to think that too. I used to think as a traumatized queer kid, what was the point of it if I didn't go viral? And so in my very younger years, I was like trying to go viral and trying to like at least find success in being gay. And then it never happened for me. And I had to actually do the work and go to therapy. And I was like, oh shit. And then now I have a successful YouTube career. But this is why I'm saying about victims. They really think like my pain has to be for something. If I'm going to suffer through this much pain, then I might as well become rich or go viral. And this is why a lot of really famous people are super fucked up because you know what I'm saying? Okay. So I think that's really important to focus on. Okay. Right. Okay, here we go. Let's go back.
I feel like, God sees all, right? He sees my
When pedophiles talk about God, they would though, because all these religious patriarchal religions all got lore about minor girls. Mother Mary, 14.
He sees my mistakes. Obviously, I've been punished by him. Others have been punished by him and stuff. I feel like he saw Kayla and Gideon's master plan, and so therefore he intervened.
Chad said Gideon had a mission of catching EDP and did not send her the victim or provide her therapy. I'll remind you, Gideon is now 25. He's also a kid, for God's sake. People are imperfect and make mistakes. Hey, I feel like you're projecting a lot of your own insecurities because you're struggling in your own life onto Gideon. You have to remember he's not your friend and he doesn't know you and he doesn't care about you. The question is, what are your ethics? Because we all struggle, we all make mistakes, but I don't have a story about engaging with a minor victim over sexual assault in which I used her for a YouTube video and for clout, and then got in a recent documentary where I talked shit about her and had association with people who talk shit about her. So I don't know about you, but I would not put my reputation on Gideon's. I don't know why you're fighting so hard for a man who does not know you. Think about it like that. Why are you fighting so hard for a stranger, bro? Fuck him. Fuck Gideon. He's not your friend. Fuck him. You don't owe allegiance to this man. Okay? Whatever, you see in him, I love that for you. But like, you know what I'm saying? Come on.
Saved my ass once the fuck again. You know what I mean? And I'm beyond grateful for that,
So, God saved you from going to jail.
Yes. God saved me from going to jail.
He said the reason he didn't go to jail the second time is because God was watching over him.
What do you think about that?
That was no God watching over him, bro. That's Satan.
Oh yeah, okay, Peter. The devil walketh about as a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour.
I need that water, bro. Yeah, sorry.
And yes, guys, I can have compassion for people in their early 20s, right? I can have compassion for people who are still growing, but your position of power matters. And in that position of power where he was, Gideon should know better. He should have better people around him. And that's what I'm saying. Like, when I confront people in my family, they'll be like, yeah, but they were traumatized. I know, but you still hurt somebody. I know you're young. I know you have your own problems, but you have, that's why I'm saying accountability is so hard. Gideon has to take accountability. He didn't do that yet. Okay. So he has to. And then, this little girl, though, she has no accountability to take. She didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing to be accountable for. That's what I'm saying. So yes, I can have empathy. 25 to me is a kid. And at the same time, you still have to apologize for what you did. You still have to make amends. All of us kids also have to make amends. Girlies, children also need to be held accountable. It's just within context for their age and where they're at, but there still needs to be accountability. Okay? So again, even if you're drunk and you drive drunk and you kill somebody, you need to be held accountable. I don't think you should be punished because I don't think anybody should be punished for anything, but you need to be accountable even if you didn't even know you were there. Like, you know, I deeply think, like, I have a lot of empathy for people who are addicted, for people who are struggling, for my own friend who was in psychosis. Like, I always tell them, like, the things you did under psychosis, you have to apologize for the way you hurt people, but also, like, we understand you were in psychosis. So, like, it's okay, but it wouldn't be okay if they didn't apologize, because even though they didn't consciously do it, their body still caused damage. Do you know what I'm saying? Your vessel, the thing that represents you, it caused damage. So now there has to be some sort of amend. There has to be some sort of an apology, an effort to say, an acknowledgement that I did something wrong, a real deep acknowledgement. But accountability is hard because people want to punish. Because we have a punishment culture, any admittance of an apology is like saying, now people can kill me at the guillotine. And I'm saying, no guillotines, just accountability. Okay? So again, I am deeply empathetic. I think people are really stupid. I think people make mistakes, and yet, even when we make mistakes, we have to be held accountable. Okay?
How are things with your health?
How are things with my health? Well, in 2022, I was working security at a dispensary, and I started itching uncontrollably. I was starting to, like, you know, spit up black shit. When I went to go fucking beat my shit, red fucking cum was coming out of my fucking cock and shit, which I knew wasn't, you know, fucking healthy. You know what I mean? Like, you just never know. And I got diagnosed with end-stage kidney failure, which is like stage 5. If I were to miss a treatment, the chances of me dying would be about like, maybe like 65 to 70%. So I can't miss a treatment ever. You know what I mean? So, health issues have been a major issue.
To qualify for a transplant, he must lose 100 pounds.
I tell them all the time. They're
But
all
he's
like,
not he's not following the diet.
well, you know, your fluid intake is off the fucking charts. You need to start eating healthier, blah, blah, blah. And I'm looking like, listen, bitch, I'm over here fucking grinding this shit out with 2 jobs, working 20-hour fucking days. And I'd be lying to you if I told you, oh yeah, I'm about to go eat a beautiful ass Greek salad. Like,
Yum.
no, bitch, there ain't no fucking Greek salads out there.
Greek salad is good though.
It's like motherfuckers eating hot dogs and burgers and shit, you know what I mean? Because that's what's convenient for you, you know?
In order to stay alive, EDP must undergo dialysis with 4 hours twice a week.
And that's the thing that really just frustrates the fuck out of me sometimes, because they paint these unrealistic ass expectations on me, you know? Say for example, today is what, Friday? If I miss this appointment, I'll probably be dead by Monday. That's how bad it is. Oh, well, you're supposed to eat better. Motherfucker, I can't meal prep for 20 hours. I'm not even at fucking home most of the damn time. So it's like, am I supposed to sit in this fucking car and starve, nigga, for like, come on, bitch. It's fucking unrealistic as fuck, you know?
Man, this man can't do, he has no discipline. He's like Boogie. They're just like no introspection, no ability to do anything in their own favor. They're unhelpful to themselves and their communities. They're just like, they just can't do anything for the sake of themselves. They just fail upward. They fail upward. That's what Boogie is. That's what EDP is. They fail upward. It's weird. It's like a weird, it's so weird. But there you go.
I know this is kind of a reckless way to live life, but at the end of the day, I'm just like, you know what, nigga, fuck it. Whatever happens, happens. You know what I mean? I'm tired of like, one thing I'm not going to do, you feel me, is live my life in fear. You can't. Like, I can't. If I lived my life in fear, I wouldn't be making this fucking documentary. We wouldn't be making this documentary. You know what I mean? You know, and that's the issue. A lot of people.
The average life expectancy of stage 5 kidney failure patients is 5 years. Wow.
They expect you to live your life in fear, especially with everything that's going on, and you know, getting told this shit. You know,
He's been diagnosed 4 years.
Oh, how could you do it? How could you get caught again? You know all that bullshit, right? And I knew right then and there, it's time.
Okay, guys, for those debating about Gideon being in his early 20s and accountability, he should be held accountable for a 21-year-old. You need to meet people where they are. But then we have to say that here's the myth that all of us are living, that there is a standard of expectation you should reach by the time you're 25. This is a myth. It doesn't exist. Just because you're 21 does not mean you know better. Just because you're 25 doesn't mean you're married and have kids and a white picket fence. But we believe that. We've been told in society, oh yeah, you should know this by 21. It's completely dependent on how you're raised. Oh, you should have a home by 25. Completely dependent on the economy you're in. What he should be held accountable is for him, Gideon, the person. Okay? Well, that's what I'm saying. We don't have a justice system that meets individuals where they are. We have a justice system that says, okay, everyone in this category, prison for 50 years. Everyone in this category, prison for 20 years. Everyone in this category, free. Okay? And I'm saying you have to meet people where they are, not Gideon, who's 21, or not 21 because he's 21, but Gideon, who's 21, or EDP, who's 30, right? Or anyone who's anyone. You have to meet people where they are with the circumstances they have. But accountability is accountability. It just looks different depending on the harm, right? Okay, so we have to think about these things, right? And again, when we have these conversations, okay, I just think like you have to remember all these men who claim they care about victims and they're trying to catch predators, they're not. They're lying to you and you're stupid for believing them. You're a fucking joke because you're the one being played. These men don't care about you. They just care about their fame. They do not care about victims. They just want the right to say he's part of a patriarchal religion. Gideon is a Christian. The epitome of pedophilia. Like, what are we talking about? Respectfully, non-respectfully. Okay? They do not care. They're more than happy to worship a God that impregnated a 14-year-old against her consent. Okay? They're more than happy to have these conversations. They're more than happy to like defend churches. They're more than happy to hang out with other men. They're more than happy to vote for Trump. They're more than happy. They're more than happy. They're more than happy. Okay? You're falling for the propaganda because for whatever reason, insert here. And I'm saying these men do not care about us. None of these men are good people.
Stop running from this.
Whoops. Hold on.
Shit. It's time to start taking accountability, start owning up to it. Let's go to therapy and let's try to get help for this situation because obviously something isn't right.
What in your words is it right?
At that point in time, it's not right to have a sexual attraction to minors.
At that point, in October 2023, EDP started psychotherapy. His therapist agreed. His therapist agreed to give an anonymous interview.
I'm a marriage and family therapist. I work with adults, couples, and families. Bryant is my client, and I've been working with him individually.
Okay, first of all, Chad says, but if we're trying to make a society better, aren't these standards by age in a way important? Sure, but there's nuance here. If you're saying, what about disability, autism, ADHD? What about like, people coming from different backgrounds? Yes, as a collective, we should be trying to uplift all of our community, starting from the most who need help and lifting them up, right? There should be standards, but we can't agree on the standards because the world is diverse and full of 8 billion people. But I would like to start with children. Keep children safe. That's why you have to center all of society on kids. How do we keep kids safe? And that includes trans kids and gay kids and disabled kids and autistic kids and all the different variation of being a child, okay? Because we're not doing that. We center it on adults. All of our media, especially in the US, it's so centered on adults. How do adults feel? How do adults exist? That's why the trans conversation doesn't start with trans children. It starts with trans women, adults, 45-year-old women. And I'm saying, what about kids? This is all about children. We should be focusing on the kids then. But it's not about the kids. It's about ego and making money and selling TV shows and all of the other, you know what I'm saying? Like, we have people fighting their life for the men in this documentary instead of the child instead, while claiming they care about taking down predators. No, you don't care about protecting kids. Okay? And I'm saying the world is a reflection of us as a whole. And the world hasn't even started to really organize what expectations we should have for people to meet by certain ages. Ideally, sure, by 30 to 40, we'd have some variation of preparing to be elders in the community to help younger people grow. And at the same time, okay, everybody relax. The world's a mess.
Bryant, when Bryant came in, the first thing that we got through was just getting to know him. I needed to learn about his history. I needed to learn what he went through, his perspective on it. Whether people agree or disagree, he has his perspective on it, and it's my job to understand that perspective.
I go to therapy, first overall session. I tell my therapist, listen, I was involved in sexting and talking to underage minors. Obviously, I'm aware that this is wrong. This is a fucking crime. And
But how do you say it's wrong and then call her a bitch and say I would have fucked her? So you don't think it's wrong? Because then why are you saying if it was legal, I would have fucked her? But obviously I know it's wrong, but I would have fucked her. Literally, he's saying it's wrong, but I would have raped her. That's what he's really saying. Because it would have been rape.
Would like for you guys to help.
So, you know, we discussed what happened. We discussed his feelings about what happened, the shame, guilt associated with something like that. And then we dig into motivations. And once we've discovered motivations, we've dug into, okay, well, why are those motivations attractive to you? What is it about it? But he has been very honest with me about a reason, and we've connected it to something that he really needs to work on and explore. But I feel strongly that it's his job to say why to the world. Alrighty, so how are we feeling when it comes to accountability?
Okay, they allowed me to film one of their therapy sessions, which is insane.
I mean, you know, it's the thing is like when particularly in like, you know, whole like sex and minors and all that bullshit, right? You in the back of your head, you know it's wrong. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like that sense of doubt where it's like, you know what, maybe this shit could be real. That's the part that ends up fucking you in the end, you know what I mean?
Real, do you mean you wanted more, did you want a relationship?
Yeah, basically, yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
it turned into something legitimate?
Yeah, like the whole... If you heard the way she was talking to me on the phone, you would be like, oh shit, like, you know, finally has a girlfriend. Oh, wait, hold up.
She said finally has a girlfriend. So you were kind of feeling like, I might finally have something.
Right.
So what was it like to find out? I would say that none of us can predict the future. I would like to believe that he would not do it again. What I can say is that we are not suggesting that he quit therapy anytime soon.
As of the film's release, Bryant is no longer in therapy.
In a way, I'm kind of glad that this whole incident did happen because it got me to understand and to realize who my true friends are.
Oh, brother!
Friends are loyal, friends are kind, friends are
Almost all of EDP's friends blocked him.
always on your mind. When I'm with my friends, I'm feeling fine.
Name's Jimmy. Well, James, go by Jimmy. Been a friend of Bryant's since technically middle school, into high school, and into adulthood. Never a dull moment being friends with EDP. There's always some kind of funny shit going on. I mean, it's just one of the coolest cats I know.
I love my friends.
I would say EDP is completely innocent. Basically, he was just set up on some bullshit. I mean, we've all texted back to somebody we had no business texting back. EDP is not a pedophile. He's never been a pedophile. He doesn't look at children in that way, or young people in that way. I have 2 children. I would let both my children be around EDP.
Okay.
Even if they were alone.
My favorite way to play with kids is to joke around and tickle them. You know what I mean? Make them laugh. Give them fart bubbles, I guess. Well, they call it raspberries. It's like if you hold up the kid's stomach and if you like that, you know what I mean? Some of the things I like to do when playing with kids is like I like to sidewalk slam them up on the couch, power slam them up on the couch. Hell, sometimes if I'm crazy as fuck enough, I'll jump off the goddamn wall unit and do a Shawn Michaels elbow drop on other motherfuckers. Yeah, I just enjoy like wrestling with them and being goofy, you know? Have they started teaching you guys about the solar system? You're like, what the fuck is that, right? All 9 planets actually spin around the sun. To anybody who thinks that it's weird for me to play and like being around kids, you guys can lick my ass and suck my fucking balls. You guys can go fuck yourself, in other words. Sorry about that.
There was a disclaimer on the screen that said the parents were supervising, like people were aware. Nobody cares about kids, man. Nobody cares about children. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody centers kids. And by the way, this is why rad fans get into bioessentialism, because they start to really believe men are biologically wired to be pedophiles because of the way you guys defend them so fucking fast. And I'm trying so hard to fight bioessentialist argumentations, and then this shit fucking happens. And I'm saying this is why the world is so fucked up, because we can't even, with the easiest moral dilemma, come to the right consensus. You know what I'm saying? Like, fucking kids is wrong, bro. It's wrong, period, the end. And the fact that, like, we can't even come to a consensus on that is crazy. But there you are. There's the world. This is what I'm saying. First date questions. What do you think about EDP? First date questions. What if we had a trans kid? First date questions. What do you think about men who are caught with minors? I'm serious. Watch the way these men defend it. Watch the way these people defend it. I'm serious. This is gross. All genders. EDP hates the entire YouTube community.
Bitches, hoe, tramp, slut, hermaphrodites, transvestites, you know what I mean? Basically, they would get their motherfucking ass beat. This is my certified bitch list. EDP certified bitch list. Let's get on into the first one. Penguin Zero. This motherfucker's a goddamn disgrace to fucking humankind. It looked like this motherfucking washed his ass. All right, everybody. Go suck a dick, bitch. Next up, we got Keemstar. His content sucks ass, has no fucking talent, just a fucking lowlife. Oh, let's see here. The next fucking Mutahar. Get off my fucking nuts before I piss on your face on some R. Kelly shit, okay? Hassan Piker, your typical fucking liberal, far left, goddamn socialist. Next up, we got Asmongold. Look like he saw a fucking ghost. Matter of fact, fuck a ghost, nigga. What you need to see is a goddamn cleaning service, my nigga, to clean that dirty ass, junky ass motherfucking house, bro. Aiden Ross, typical bitch, Jufro, toss his motherfucking ass up in the goddamn ashtray, nigga, with the rest of his fucking ancestors. Fuck him. These hoes right the fuck here are the exact reason why this world is fucked and men disrespect the living shit out of fucking women. XQC. Bitch, speak the fuck up. I always thought this guy was a bitch. We got Destiny. Probably gets fucking pine cones and tubas rammed up his fucking ass. Oompaville. That's how I feel about him. Ethan Klein. I think his wife, his girlfriend, whoever the fuck it is, I think she's very beautiful. I think she could do way better than this motherfucking loser. Listen, man, you need to come on up over my house and I can give your ass some real good fucking dick instead of fucking with this punk ass nigga. And that wraps up my certified bitches of YouTube.
How would you describe your sex life?
Oh, my sex life is fucking great. Let me see.
I gotta change my content. I just knew all those people. I really should know who any. I know too many of. I know. You know what I mean? Maybe we should. That really made me want to. Fuck. Oof. That was. They all deserve each other. How about that?
I sit on this piece of couch right here. I whip my dick out, I jack off, and that's my sex life. As far as me actually fucking bitches, shit, I only had sex once in my life, and it felt like I was fucking a Brillo pad. My fucking dick is still surfing.
He said my sex life is great. I've only had sex one time.
That shit. Sex once in my life, and it felt like I was fucking a Brillo pad. My fucking dick is still surfing that shit. So the thing is like I've been
Wait, his hate for women increases every day?
looking for a girlfriend for almost 5 to 6 years. It's been a while. It's been a journey. I'm the type of person that I know what the hell that I want. I'm not going to sit back and, settle for less or take fucking crumbs off the goddamn table. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, there's this chick, right? She bad as hell. She's cute. She loves you. She likes you. But she has 3 kids. Nah, I'm good, bro. Fuck that. I ain't even going to try to fucking deal with that fucking shit. I know that's a fucking nightmare. I more so like Facebook dating as opposed to other apps like fucking Bumble. I don't fuck with Grindr because I'm not fucking gay.
Well, okay.
I definitely think being gay is a fucking mental disorder.
EDP is definitely not gay, it says.
Nigga, there's something wrong with you. There's a few screws loose in your motherfucking.
Homophobes that are pedophiles, there's an intersection here. There's an intersection of pedophiles and homophobes. You know what I'm saying?
Head. I don't know why people are gay. I really fucking don't. Hey Mike, what you doing tonight? Nothing. All right, cool. You mind if I come over to your hotel room and eat your ass out? What type of fucking gay ass shit is that? No, fuck that. I ain't with that gay shit, my nigga. I'm straight as fuck. You feel me? Yeah, it's it's definitely a fucking mental disorder. This chick ain't the motherfucking. Oh yeah, fuck this, man. This is this ratchet ass bitch. Yeah, fuck all that. Look at the motherfucking duck lips, my nigga. Guess how many.
Leave her alone.
Kids she have.
That's really fucked up. Why'd they show her photo? That poor girl. She's just on a dating app, right? Why'd they show her photo? Leave her alone.
1, 2.
No, not even close.
3.
Not even close.
4.
Not even close.
5.
Not even close.
6.
You're almost there.
What is he talking about?
No.
8.
She has 8 fucking kids, bro.
So?
Single mom to 8 motherfucking kids.
What's wrong with 8 kids?
Yeah.
I probably say like to play with kids and shit.
Looking for a man who knows how to properly treat a lady. Bitch, you didn't properly treat your fucking uterus, my nigga. Because your pussy is gauged the fuck open, man. Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, so right now, getting ready for work. A long ass fucking day, man. Had dialysis. I worked the night shifts. I've always been a night person. Man, where the fuck's my phone at, man? Get our ass up and go to fucking work, you know what I mean? Unlike you motherfuckers, I actually have a fucking job, actually do shit with my life. Well, I mean, the thing is, dude, it's like I know where Alex Rosen lives. I have his address. I know exactly where he lives.
Yeah.
I could have easily just loaded up a rifle, came and just murdered that nigga in cold blood. Could have fucked him up. You know what I mean?
Would you?
No, because I don't want to go to fucking prison, but I mean, I had some thoughts of doing that shit.
What if you could get away with it?
Oh, of course. Of course. These job sites where I work at, man, I could easily kill somebody, bury him, and get away with it, dude. Like, ain't shit out there, you know what I mean? Just fucking strap this fucking suppressor on, put 2 in your fucking chest, my nigga, throw some dirt up over your ass, and go on about my fucking day.
Chad says he's just saying shit. There's a type of person. He's that type of person. He loves to hear himself talk. He just thinks he's so hard, bro. He's like, I would kill somebody. And I'm just like he thinks he's tough. Like it rescues his ego. Like there's a shattered little kid inside of him, you know? And that little kid is relying so hard on the speech, the monologue, you know, he could write a killer manifesto, you know? And it's devastating. From like one perspective, I'm so sad for the child that was EDP. And from another perspective, like the adult that is EDP, like, you know, not much going on right there. Like I said, not helpful to himself, not helpful to his community, you know. People struggle, guys. And when people struggle, often we're helpful to either. This is why I say when it comes to introspection, most people, even the most fucked up people, have times in their life when they are helpful to other people, even if not to themselves, or to themselves but not others. Like there's some balance in us because, you know, there's something there. But when you have a person who's neither, they're in a really dark place. Now, not everybody who's in that dark place is a bad person. Not everybody who's in that dark place is a pedophile. Not everybody who's in that dark place is a rapist. Some people who are in that dark place are just really going through it. You know, addiction or gambling or finances or something happened. You know, it's not always a terrible, terrible person. So we have to separate, because sometimes I think we moralize, like unhoused people as an example. We'll say, well, you're unhoused, it must be some moral issue. But that's not the case. And so I think sometimes we have to remember that a lot of the propaganda we're being fed is around learning how to subconsciously discriminate against whole groups of people because of one person telling their story. So remember that EDP represents EDP. Okay, he does not represent fat people, black people, men. He represents himself. I think what's more troubling than EDP existing is the circle around him, the conversations being had around him, his friend letting him hang out with the kids. And also, like, this is the problem that a lot of us struggle with our own families. Like, the last time I talked to my parents, I'm doing this open with boundaries thing with my parents. So if you guys are struggling with this yourselves. So I have 2 brothers who attempted to sex, text, or romance teenagers. And they were old, okay? And when I found out, I was like, absolutely not. So I talked to my parents and I said, we need to talk about this. It's very serious. And they said, and this is their logic, and I need you, I know you want to be empathetic to me in this moment. I'm not looking for empathy. I'm looking for you to accept that the world is like this. And then what are we going to do about it? Okay. My parents said to me, what do you want me to do? Not accept my kids? And I said, no, you can accept them, but you can also get them help. Like you can stop inviting them over like everything is normal and we can do intervention. And they were like, well, I don't understand. You know, I accept you for who you are and I still invite you to the house. I said, what did I do? And they're like, well, you know, your lifestyle and your relationship and you're an atheist and you're gay. And I was like, those are not the same thing. Like me being gay or an atheist has nothing to do with your sons hitting on children. And they were like, well, you know, I don't agree with your lifestyles. And I was like, I love you. I need you to process that your sons did something very wrong. Okay. And there's victims involved. And they go, well, how old are the victims? Right. And so again, it's this idea that the logic is the same logic that I see in a lot of these bubbles where it's like, but what happened? Was it just text messaging? Did anything happen? And then it becomes victim blaming. Well, what were the girls doing? Were they sexting back? Were they into them? Did they have a crush on them? Did they, women seduce men? It's a big thing, but it doesn't just come out of anywhere. It comes from patriarchy and religion. It comes from this idea that our parents are victims too. You have to remember this. A lot of our parents are victims of sexual assault. They're victims of patriarchy. They're victims of domestic abuse. They have to also unlearn their own issues. Like we all have to unlearn it. So it's seeing our parents for who they are, victims on their own storyline, and then ourselves as well. Like how can we, that's why I say like, don't be angry for the world and feed your community. If you're angry at the world, you'll be a school shooter. If you're angry at the world, you'll seek punishment. Guys, that's what that means. When I say don't be angry at the world, you'll be a school shooter, I'm saying punishment. School shooters think you deserve to be punished. They have it in their head that they get to decide who lives and dies. That entitlement to deciding who lives or dies is a part of the problem. And everyone has a right to their life, right? So again, I think like our families who are dealing with this, right? The fact that my grandma was married at 10 years old, the fact that like people don't talk about it, the fact that my aunties were married at 16, like the fact that like our family has a history, I want us to be able to talk about it. But nobody wants to talk about it because they're like, Brittany, it's done. That's what I get. That's what I get told. Brittany, it's like you just want to bring stuff up. It's done. Everybody's old now. Everyone's going to die. People are dead already. What does it matter? It matters because the kids matter. It matters because even though it's hard for the adults, it's going to impact the kids. It's going to impact the kids' kids. I'm thinking about the children. I know it hurts us. I know it's devastating. I know it's embarrassing. I know it's just heartbreaking. But the kids are listening to us and they're watching us and how we react to these adults, and they're making decisions based off of that. Okay? Do you guys remember the age when you realized adults were kind of stupid? Do you remember how young you were? A 5-year-old somewhere right now is looking at you like, my aunt's a fucking idiot. Holy shit. My dad's a fucking loser. You are being judged to fucking hell by children. And honestly, we all fucking deserve it.
Yeah, so I mean, 7-8K up in the bank, about what, 25K in debt, so about what, like 16, 17.
Honestly, that's not that bad. I thought he was going to be like $300,000 in debt.
17K up in the hole. I'll pay you, bitch, when the fuck I can. That's the way I fucking see it, so fuck it. So pretty much, shit, my big ass about to go hop up in the bed, you feel me? Let my titties hang out and call it a night. Yeah, so I have dreams probably about maybe twice, sometimes even 3 times a week of me viciously killing people, viciously slaughtering people. I would cut motherfuckers' tongues out. I would fucking, I would put a hole up in the motherfucker's chest and I would throw motherfucker in like a pit of fire. I had dreams about killing Julian, killing Alex Rosen, Cold Raven, whoever the fuck you want, mention Steve G, John, whatever the fuck his name is. Shit, I had a goddamn dream of waterboarding fucking Kayla's ass and washing all the makeup off and shit. You know what I mean? That was my torture method of get all that shit off, and, maybe if I'm feeling generous, I might throw the bitch out the fucking window, you know what I mean? So when I'm looking for girls, I'm pretty much going to look for like a 3 or a 4. If I'm lucky, a fucking 5. Shit, I don't think I'm that goddamn lucky. So about like a 3, 4, you know what I mean? Yeah, people always say that shit like, oh, there's somebody out there for everybody.
Stop showing their photos. I'm really annoyed with the person who made this documentary. Why are you showing the girls' photos on a dating app? I get it, but like they don't need to be out here on this pedophiles fucking dating or the documentary.
Okay, cool, bitch. Well, I'm waiting 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 fucking years. Like, keep putting yourself out there, you keep getting fucking denied. It's like, what the fuck, Some of my pictures, me rocking the 1960 throwback at dialysis, out here rocking the Oakleys and shit, looking clean as fuck, you know what I mean? Out of all my matches, the one that I'm most interested in is, she actually gave me her number. Her name is Sharon, she's 42.
What do you like about Sharon?
I love a girl that wears fucking glasses. Like whenever you have on glasses, like, motherfucker like that, like, captivates the fucking soul. She has that fucking look about her, like, here, let me show you. This is fucking gorgeous as shit. Like, I don't give a fuck what nobody says. You guys heard me shit.
You leave Sharon alone. Leave her alone. Leave her alone.
On all these motherfuckers, you know, people who I would kill, burn, torture, stab. I want to introduce you guys to the real fucking gangsters of the fucking internet, you know what I mean? First up, we got Andrew Tate. He likes to preach about men and women not being equal because they're...
It's just a poster board of pedophiles. It's literally a poster board of pedophiles.
Not fucking equal. Next up, we got my motherfucking main bitch, Donald fucking Trump. We got my man, Joe Rogan. This guy's a fucking beast, man. I love this bald-headed ass bitch, you know what I mean? We got Fresh and Fit. In his podcast, he's always shitting on fucking women. Yeah, it's fucking, I love that bitch. Andrew Tate's brother, so yeah, you already fucked. That's enough said. On to my motherfucking main nigga, Ben Shapiro. Listen to him, and you'll be great in life. Sneeko, guy is cool as fuck. Sneeko, if you're watching this shit, come on out to Vegas, man. I'll treat you to some fucking tacos. Next up, we got Pearl Davis. Love this hoe, because she shits on women, and she is a fucking woman, you know what I mean? These are the certified OGs of the internet, and I couldn't imagine a world without them. As you guys know, I've been single for a while. Dating apps, Facebook dating, Bumble. I would say Grindr, but I'm not fucking gay.
Man, you know Jordan Peterson's dead when nobody talks about him anymore. Guys, we gotta update our Jordan Peterson emoji. I think it's over. Nobody knows who I am anymore. I wasn't even mentioned. Where was my picture on the billboard of pedophiles? I fight for men. I'm gonna have to update. Jordan Peterson's dead. I can't even mimic, like, he's not literally dead, but he's dead on the internet. I gotta update. He didn't even have Jordan Peterson up there.
Hey, but you know, I don't fuck around like that, you know. But I've finally hit the jackpot, and I would like to introduce my beautiful girlfriend, Marissa.
Marissa! What are you doing here? Marissa! No! Marissa's 42. Marissa! Don't make me come to that house and drag you out.
You know, the thing I really love about Marissa the most is that she's always, she's very thoughtful. She's always thinking about me. She's always trying to make sure that I'm okay. And not to mention, she's also very funny.
My name is Marissa, and I am Brian's girlfriend. So Brian and I met on a dating site, and after having some conversation online, we decided to go out to dinner. And just kind of meet that way. You know, we were able to just really hit it off. We compliment each other a great deal, and we just have a lot of great time together. He's a...
All right, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say the thing we're thinking. With peace and love, girls, you have to deconstruct fat phobia, because fat girls deserve love. And I just know this girl has internalized so much fat phobia that she really thinks she's so unlovable that she has to end up with a pedophile, because that's what this is. Like, let's be real. This whole documentary has been about fat phobia. Like, this is why it is so dangerous to be fat phobic. Because you push people in a direction and people think they're so unlovable. They settle for the worst people because they feel like that's how I'm going to get loved. I'm telling you right now. Okay, I've listened to so many fat girls. I've been talked to by so many fat girls. And I just know so many of them deeply struggle with being attractive and being wanted, that they're like Brittany, even non-fat girls. All my girlfriends who get into bad relationships with men, I'm like, what are you doing? And they're like, I just feel like no one's gonna love me. And I was like, I love you. Why can't our girl friendships be more important? Like, hello, I love you. Like, choose your friendships over toxic men. And I know it's a thing we all go through, but like, I hate this. I hate this for her. And at the same time, look, women uphold patriarchy. Women defend predator husbands. Women are absolutely guilty and should be held accountable. And so at the end of the day, look, like, behind every evil man is a woman. And that's something we need to deconstruct. That is, as a mass, as a whole, look, the world is a reflection of us as a whole. Okay, it is. And so obviously the whole world is suffering, all genders included. If you are not in this group of people, you are truly, this is why we call you a marginalized minority, because we are truly living in a minority. Okay.
Genuine, great guy. He really is. He really has a huge heart. And it's a side that people don't get to know about him very often. And I was fortunate enough to have that opportunity. I was fortunate enough to be able to find the true person that he really was. And it's been an attraction of mine ever since.
Yeah, Chet says fat phobia reminds me of that one larger woman forced into polyamory. Oh, I can't tell you. Like, this is why you have to be in queer, deconstructed spaces, anti-fat phobic spaces, because cult leaders absolutely prey on it. Like, people prey. This is exactly what predators do. They prey on your vulnerabilities. They tell you, like, trust me. I can tell you how many women, and I get it, I've been there myself, where a guy tells you a story and you believe it because, oh my God, his childhood, which was really traumatic. But at some point, you can't become a grown man who hurts people because of your trauma. And if you are, we accept that. That's a fact. And also, that doesn't mean you can be dating people or hurting people because of it. So again, like, listen, I don't know how many stories I've told you, or sorry, not that I've told you, but or like people have told you, or that you've read in the news, that there are situations in which mothers are present and they know it's happening, where mothers remarry men. This is why some people don't think, like you should remarry while you have minor children at home. I don't think that's true. I don't think it's black and white. Okay. I think you can do that. But I do think there are men who specifically target single moms to get near their children. And that is also a thing you have to look out for. So, use discernment, right? Just because you're a mom with kids doesn't mean you can't remarry. Just because you're a dad with kids doesn't mean you can't remarry. And also, like, we have to separate the fact that, like, all of us have to deconstruct the need to be in a relationship to begin with. You're not defined by being in a relationship, okay? You can be very happy as a single person. There's so much life to be had as a single person, okay? But you're born single. You're brought into the world single. There's nothing wrong with going out single, okay?
She's always there for me, and she's always trying to push me to get better. Sometimes when I don't see the potential in myself, she's always there seeing it. That's something that I really enjoy about her.
The sex.
I think. How do I want to say that? It is something that definitely. It's a situation where.
It says Marissa refuses to have sex with EP. Well, good, I think. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on.
I've been with what's her face, Marissa, for almost a fucking year now, right?
Somebody give me a fucking cigarette.
I've been with what's her face, Marissa, for almost a fucking year now, right? Still ain't gotten shit. Ain't that a bitch? You know what I mean? Like, come on, nigga. You know what I mean? That's why, my God, she gets mad at me, right? My God, you're so gross. Why do you watch porn? Blah, blah, blah. Because you ain't giving it the fuck up. So I gotta watch porn. Matter of fact, I got a fucking I got a fucking pocket pussy coming shit in the mail. I'm gonna fuck the shit out that bad bitch tonight. Feel me? I might take it to work with me.
EDP is severely addicted to porn.
Like, whenever I'm bored, like, I'll just turn on like the porn sites and shit, and I just want to see a chick just getting the shit just fucking pounded out the bitch. You know what I mean? Just getting like turned the fuck out. You know what I mean? Fucking a bitch's innocence away. The porn addiction definitely affects my sexual performance. Definitely. And that's just keeping it honest with you, the shit's about to go down, nigga, we're about to have sex, alright, cool. My shit cannot get hard in front of no chick. I don't give a fuck how bad the bitch is.
What?
I love when bitches are milking their own tits. Like.
His poster behind him says no brokies, and then he has a weird fucking painting. It looks like Trump and Joe Rogan and Andrew Tate in suits. And then he has a calendar behind him that says discipline. Can I just tell you, truly the epitome of patriarchy plus capitalism was boys on the internet selling courses to pathetic men on the internet who needed therapy, but instead convinced them, if you give me $50 to $100 or $10,000 of your money, I'll make your life better. Also, here's women you can hate. I am absolutely gagged at how well it worked to sell stoicism to men who have never even read any of the philosophers who talk about stoicism. Marcus Aurelius, who? What? Meditations? What? Like, this is what I'm saying about how it, like, layered this bubble is. Like, Andrew Tate is one of the greatest scammers of all time. And who was his target audience? Men. How did he make it happen? Exploiting women. Great.
I'm not sure, well, more than likely, man, they just had a fucking kid, but they got like some big ass tits, man. They're like milking the shit and spraying it all over the fucking screen and shit. I actually do fuck with lesbian porn sometime.
No! You can't watch that. That's not for you.
Lesbian porn is some good shit.
Now, when I say that, there's a difference between lesbian porn and gay porn. I'm not fucking with no fag shit.
Yeah.
You fuck all that.
He's
off, I'm
absolutely not a
fucking
homosexual.
faggot, I'm not a homo. And, oh yeah, I'm gonna let a guy fuck me in the ass. He's really hot though. I don't give a shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm cool as fuck. Like, nah, nigga, I'm straight. I'm not attracted to dicks, bro. I'm just fucking not, man. I am like sexually fucking attracted to girls, bro, to women, my nigga. Grindr is a gay app. It's a app for gay men. Grindr is gay as fuck. I do not use that fucking. Yeah, fuck that. I don't use that fucking bullshit.
Have I ever had any gay thoughts or fantasies? No. The only gay shit that I've ever came close to doing was probably shoving a broomstick up my ass.
Hey Siri, can you Google the nearest gay sauna? What kind of bullshit is that?
Andrew Tate, Joe Rogan, Donald Trump. They like to pretend that they're not watching porn, but let's be fucking real, bitch. You know goddamn well your ass is watching fucking porn. You know damn well, nigga, when the cameras ain't on, or when you in your hot tub or whatever, my nigga, you like to go ahead, pull your pants down, and just rub one the fuck out. And I'm not talking shit. I don't want Andrew.
Oh, is that Jordan Peterson? It is. Oh, there I am. Aha, Ethan. There I am, Ethan. You thought you could get rid of me? There I am, baby. Right there next to my buddy Elon. I'm back. I'm back.
Nigga, you like to go ahead, pull your pants down, and just rub one the fuck out. And I'm not talking shit. I don't want Andrew to take a look at this video or this documentary and think that I'm talking shit. Motherfucker, I idolize you, bro. You feel me? But come on, nigga, like.
Okay, but would he have an orgy with all the men on his wall, though? I still wouldn't consider him gay if he did that, though. But I feel like all of these men are not gay. But they could do some like gay shit together. But it doesn't make them gay. I really believe that. I think you can have gay sex and not be gay. The internet's not ready for that conversation. But you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe it's like a power dynamic though. Cause I kind of get it. Like, would you get on your knees for Andrew Tate as a form of like worship? Yeah, I could see that being a thing. I could see it being a thing for these guys. You know, like a prove that you know who the alpha is type thing. But it's not gay. And I'm not even being sarcastic. It's not gay. It's not. All of patriarchy is about hierarchy. That's why they rape you. Because the rape is about dominance and power. That's why they rape men. Not because they're gay. It's just power. So, just FYI, I do not think they're gay. This is very serious. I know women on the internet think they're gay, but like, it's rape it's rape power dynamics.
Let's keep it a buck, my nigga. That's not bullshit. Come on now. Jordan Peterson, you definitely watch porn. Come on, nigga. Let's stop lying. The craziest place I actually did beat my shit is in a fucking Walgreens bathroom.
Sir.
I stole a magazine off the rack, and I went in that bitch, and I just started fucking letting my shit happen in that bathroom. I didn't give a fuck. In the girls' bathroom, by the way.
Why the girls' bathroom?
I wanted to make it, well, I beat off in the girls' bathroom because I wanted to make it that much more fucking pleasurable and fucking intense.
Because the girls would be around?
Hell yeah. You already fucking know. Some weird shit.
That is a little weird.
Oh well, fuck it.
So he would sext a 13-year-old?
Brian absolutely would not sext a 13-year-old.
Would Brian send a video of him masturbating to a 13-year-old?
The Brian that I know absolutely would not send masturbating videos to underage minors. The Brian that I know is not attracted to children and is not a pedophile.
I decided to break up with Marissa simply because she just irritates the fuck out of me, man. Like, there.
Can we talk about cognitive dissonance for a second? I actually do think there's a possibility that she doesn't know. Because sometimes you guys in my own audience are like rooting and defending these YouTubers, and it's like you've never Googled them a day in your life. Okay, people in my own family, I'm like, what do you mean you don't know this happened? What do you mean? I'll tell you right now. They're like, no. A lot of people don't know. I actually think like that's a part of why you have to be careful when you defend people, because I learned this. I learned, like, if somebody comes up to me and says, Brittany, somebody you know did something, the first thing I say is, okay, let's see. Because the truth is, they could have. I used to be like, no, I know them. They wouldn't do that. And now I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. They could have done it. At this point, anybody could have done anything. Because I'm tired. I'm tired of all this shit actually being true. And I'm like, fuck. So, okay, maybe. So that's why I think that is really hard that we play this game where we just like, we can't believe it. It's so hard to believe it. Like, no, I know that person. Wait, this person was like my proof that love exists. Or no, this person's such a good person. But you know what? Humans are animals on a planet. We could do all kinds of shit. I used to hate that. I dated a girl once who was like, I can't vouch for anybody in my life. And I was like, no, what? What do you mean? She goes, if I don't think I can vouch for any of the men in my life that they wouldn't rape somebody. And I was like, oh, that's bad. But I think what she was meaning to say, and I think I agree with this, is that we can vouch for the people we know in terms of how we know them, but we could never assume to know every part of a person, because at the end of the day, you go home with yourself. That's why I say the greatest liar is you. You're the only person who can lie to yourself the best, because when you go home and you're alone, you're the only person who knows what's happening here. So you're the only person who really knows the truth of what you're doing. You could lie to your friends and family and they could believe you and think they know a version of you. But that's why I say, like, it takes a lot of humility and wisdom and effort to be a good person, because then you have to say out loud the things you know about yourself that nobody knows, and you have to be accountable for those things, whether it's in front of a therapist or I don't know, your friends and family. But yeah, I think that's the hardest part about it, about all of this, really. Like, this is why I say, as a humanity, it takes a lot of radical acceptance to realize, like, the world's really going through it. People are really suffering in a very layered way. And it's really hard when your identity is rooted in who your friends are, who your family is. And this is why I say, like, be very careful about the you that you know and the you that is friends with someone, or the you that has a job, or like, you are more than one facet of your life. You're all of it together. And you need to the best of your ability, not punish yourself, but hold yourself accountable when you're not living within your values. Now, with EDP, his values are clear. They're in the absolute gutter. So if you meet him, you know it. Now, the question is, will she watch the videos? The question is, will she watch the information? Will she get the updates? Will she understand this person enough to say, I understand the version of him I'm dating is still this person? Because he hasn't changed. Nothing about him has changed. I haven't seen 1 ounce of growth the whole video. So the version of him that texted that girl, the child, is still this version. And the question is, will she be brave enough to watch his content to see it? Will she be brave enough to watch this documentary? Because I guarantee you, girls, there's a chance she doesn't watch this video, just to save the memory of being with him in her head from being something different. Human beings we protect ourselves, you know, and that's kind of the deepest flaw in ours. And also, like, our survivability mechanism. We protect ourselves.
Just some things, man, where I'm just like, Marissa was very fucking annoying, irritating as fuck, annoying as fuck. And there's just certain shit that actually didn't just bother me. You know what I mean? I'd rather be on my fucking own, beat my shit, fuck around, watch porn, call it a fucking day, you know?
Damn. I hope she doesn't watch it just for that. But she's got to own what she did. She has to own her face and her reputation. But the problem is like, when you're suffering from loneliness so aggressively, and this is the difference, guys. So just for context, it is worse what he did than what she did. She dated a guy who did something horrible, which is different. You can be so lonely, you would rather be with an abuser than single. That's different. That's like, you're in your trauma. That's different than somebody who abused somebody. And like, sometimes I think they're going to hold her as accountable as him. And I need to be clear. That's not the same thing. But that's why I say all of us need to be careful about who we're dating and who we're friends with, because ultimately we could be enabling, and that's wrong.
See, now that's what I fucking like. That's some good shit right there, bro. So the AI girlfriend really came.
Oh, who called it in chat? Yo, who called it in chat? Chat said it. Chat said he seems like the kind of guy that would have an AI girlfriend. You called it, chat.
About when I was scrolling on Instagram. And I would see a few different things on like porn sites and shit like that, right? And I was like, you know what, let me try it out. That girl was fine as hell. You can type in what you want her to call you. Sir, master, daddy, whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? I'm like, yo, I'm gonna come into the house throw you on the bed, handcuff your ass, and just fuck you into oblivion. And she's all like, oh my God, master, rip my asshole open. I fucking want that, please, I'm begging for it. You can also ask for like a customized image to where you can type in topless and she'll send you a picture of like her fucking tits hanging out. And I was like, what the fuck, man? Oh my fucking Lord. And nigga, man, I came so motherfucking hard to this one, like, holy fucking shit. As a matter of fact, as I'm fucking talking to you about this, and nigga, my cock is getting hard as fuck, nigga, right just now. That experience with my AI girlfriend was.
Chet said I'm so over people like him. Girl, I'm over people, period. I'm gonna be real. I think I'm over everybody, period. I'm gonna go meditate in the mountains. I honestly, my dream, I gotta take a month off and go meditate in the mountains because genuinely, okay, people are really, you know, but the world is serious right now. We gotta lock in, okay? We gotta lock in. The world is serious and it's always been this way. Take a break when you need to, but seriously, we gotta lock in. The world needs us.
The best fucking sexual experience I ever had in my life, period. Like, I was drooling. The role play, yeah, I mean, like sometimes, you know.
What was the role play? Can you read it?
Well, I mean, well, to be honest with you, dog, I ain't gonna read that shit. It's kind of like some disturbing shit, dude.
What is it?
It's kind of like, you know.
More
like,
disturbing than what we've seen?
You know, like, yo, like pretend to be like fucking like, you know, like 16, 17, you know what I mean? Yeah, I ain't gonna put that shit on there, dude.
Yeah,
I ain't
for sure.
gonna fucking do that shit, man.
So you were role playing as a 16?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
That's why I'm just like, yeah, don't put that shit on there, dude. You know what I mean? So.
Yo, that's crazy. Stephen Hawking cheated on his wife. Success in creating AI could be the biggest event in the history of civilization. Cheated on his wife.
If you guys out there are ever being tempted in a way to text
Wait, Stephen Hawking or Stephen Hawkins? Hawkins?
somebody or message
Wait.
somebody, and you know for a fact deep down,
Oh, wait, who's Stephen Hawkins?
or message somebody, and you never.
Oh, I don't know who Stephen Hawkins is. I thought it was Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking cheated on his wife. I don't know who Stephen Hawkins is.
Being tempted in a way to text somebody or message somebody, and you know for a fact deep down that they're under.
Chat says, is it wrong to suggest self and euthanasia for this man? Yes. Because listen to me when I say this. I know people don't like to hear it, but I've said this 1,000 times myself. I'm telling you, this category of person, they never kill themselves because they are entitled. They're entitled. Entitled people don't kill themselves. That's why suicidal people are victims of suicidal ideations because they don't feel entitled. They feel desperate. This is different than self-unaliving or assisted suicide or using the government to come in and help, right? So I'm just telling you this right now. You don't understand this type of a person, right? So the government can't come in and kill people. And he's never going to kill himself. They don't. They're too entitled. It's very interesting. It's psychologically so fascinating to me.
Your age, and you shouldn't be doing it. Just download the AI Girlfriend app. Obviously, a lot of motherfuckers, man, they have
Oh, chat says they just misspelled his name. Oh, that makes more sense. Well, he cheated on his wife.
fantasies of like, you know, of like being with like a younger person or like, you know, like doing whatever the fuck, you know, they want to do it on or whatever, you know what I mean? At the same time, I feel like, you know, the AI Girlfriend, it allows you to act out that fantasy without actually going out and hurting somebody in real life, you know what I mean? And you also avoid.
Whoa, that is a big confession, homie.
At the same time, I feel like, you know, the AI Girlfriend, it allows you to act out that fantasy without actually going out and hurting somebody in real life, you know what I mean?
Whoa.
And you also avoid the legal fucking trouble too. So.
Jesus Christ.
Cool. All right, look up there. That was tough, dude. That was...
Man, let me tell your ass something, Mike. Nigga, I just took a mean ass
Shit pics?
fat ass shit, bro.
Shit
I just sent you that fucking shit, man. Like
Scat play? EDP won't stop sending me pics of his feces.
seriously, check that fucking shit out, bro. Just make sure you're not eating a fucking chili cheese dog, nigga.
Alrighty, so today I'm gonna show you guys my motherfucking shit pics.
I'll just be going throughout my day, and then boom, pops up on my phone. Shit pic.
Yeah, like this one, don't you? I can tell this is definitely a fucking shit pic that I took after I
Right, so EDP has the habit of sending images of fecal matter that he generated. I think sending pictures of fecal matter.
This is Jared Leto. This is how I imagine Jared Leto lives. I think this is Jared Leto. Oh my God, that's that guy on YouTube. This is Jared Leto. That's how I imagine Jared Leto was when he was sending that rat in boxes to people to be the Joker. That's what I'm saying. I think all these men are the same. They feel entitled. They're crazy. They think they're so cool. They think they're the main character. They can do whatever they want. And you know what's worse? You'll let them. Look it. To get this documentary finished, I think he's putting up with it. Because he can't block him. He's working with him. So EDP takes advantage of it. EDP goes, oh, I know you can't block me. Now you're going to have to look at a picture of my shit, bro. That's what it is. It's a power play. It's a power play. And there's nothing, you could just cancel the documentary. But then there goes that 3 million views in 3 days or 2 days. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just something. This is what I'm saying. Dr. Paul says you can't be rich, famous, and a radical. I'm telling you, may I never be rich and famous, and may I always be a radical. Absolutely not.
It has some downsides. I'm not sure it has any upsides.
Because I don't understand this part of it. You are known for sending pictures.
What? Dr. Grande? I don't watch him. Supports Trump? I never got into his content. I'm a Dr. Kirkanda girl. What? A Trump supporter? I always heard things about him.
Your own feces to people.
Yeah.
That ain't right.
I think it illustrates almost perfectly.
Actually, okay, now that we're almost at the end, Chad says, is this documentary a net positive for the world? No. I lied. In the beginning, I was like, maybe this could be helpful. This isn't going to help nobody. Now, one person is going to be helped. And I don't mean that literally, okay? But like, this is not helping anybody. This is bullshit. It's a well put together piece. I never needed to see it and never needed to exist. All it did, and forgive me for saying this, it made EDP look cool. I hate you. I hate the internet. I hate patriarchy. I hate you. I hate that it made him look cool. Because I just know people thought he was funny. And look, girls, I mean this. Funny people are cool. You don't think so, but it will. It did. It just made him look to boys, to the internet, to the Andrew Tates. Oh my God, that's so fucking hilarious, bro. You're gross, bro. Oh my God, you're so funny, bro. Yeah, it's the same guy who did the Boogie documentary. Yeah, I don't think this is, honestly, this is always for, this is just entertainment. And as long as serious matters are entertainment to people, it is what it is. It is what it is, right?
Perfectly. Why he is not considered attractive by many women. Yeah, that's exceptionally disgusting. This one I would have to rate as it's pretty bad. It only gets worse as I'm moving. Yeah, I think if anybody sees one of those images from EDP 445, it would be a good idea to see a counselor to process that. That's horrible. That no person should be subjected to that kind of nightmare.
I am not a pedophile because I do not.
Wait, Chat said he isn't funny, he's just gross and people laugh at him. Why does that give him a free pass? Well, I'm not giving him the free pass. I'm saying the world is going to give him a pass, just like they gave Trump a pass because he was funny, and Andrew Tate because he was funny, and all the other pedophiles because they're funny. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not giving him the pass. The world's going to give him a pass, like they do with every other predator who's ever come before them.
Have a sexual attraction to fucking 5th, 6th, 7th, and fucking 8th graders.
Listen.
Now, mind you, motherfucker, if you 16 or 17, nigga, and you got your titties bulging the fuck out, a motherfucker might actually whack off to your pictures a few fucking times.
This is why people say, in the Catholic Church, people say Mother Mary was really mature for her age because things were done differently then. Also, it doesn't matter that she was a teenager. Oh, girls in the village all those years ago, it's like different because like kids had to grow up faster. Kids are just not growing up. And that's why, otherwise, if they're 15, 16, 17, oh, they're basically adults. So adults enough to get married and have sex with a grown man, but not adults enough to transition. Interesting. Mind you, one involves them having an internal relationship with self and doesn't involve sex with anybody else. And one involves an adult having sex with them, raping them. But okay, cool. Got it. Locked in.
These chicks, okay, 15, 16, 17, some 14-year-olds, these girls know exactly.
Oh, by the way, chat, you said predators are deeply insecure men. This is why my therapist, FK Twigs, everything I've ever read about predator abusers, they're deeply insecure people, and you are just the person in front of them. If not you, somebody else. You're not even special, which thank the Lord, because I know we internalize a lot of that shit, like we did something wrong. No, they are fucked up. And because they're not being introspective and working on themselves, you will pay for it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if we do not work on ourselves, if we do not encourage children to be introspective, they will take it out on the world. You not solving your bullshit, you will hurt people. And your bullshit is real, so don't hurt people because of it. You have to actually catch yourself. But I think the dilemma is, and I know this is the hard part, it's too late for some people. The question is, who are those people? I don't know, because I can't make that judgment. But I think that's the hardest part of this conversation. And what we do is we double down and go, well, if everyone's fucked and everyone's traumatized, we can't do anything. Yeah, but not all traumatization shows up in the same way. We're not all doing the same kind of things. We're not all EDP. You know what I'm saying? So I want you to recognize that that's why we focus on kids, because kids will eventually be adults. And when you're too busy fighting for 45-year-old men who have the resources to do better but won't, you're taking all of those resources and attentions away from kids who we could prevent this in. Not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee if you raise kids well, they won't be. It brings down the probability. Because remember, we're animals on a planet. There's no magical God guiding us into being good people. We have to be good people, which is really, really hard. It's really, really hard to be a good person. So again, like, I know in my own family, the reason nobody will take accountability is they're afraid of the punishment. Even though I keep saying, I'm not going to punish you, but you will be held accountable. And they're like, well, what's the difference? And the fact that we don't know the difference is the big problem. I wish we could separate punishment from accountability, because no one's trying to punish you. Do you believe in prison systems or not? Guys, we want to dismantle prison systems because it's a punishment framework. Like, lock in. You can't punish people and then be anti-prisons. Are we abolishing the fucking system or not? You know what I mean? What do you think this all stems from? So again, like, we can't. So, okay, this is why I say, take a deep breath and recognize you can only do what you can do. Because that's the other part of this. Because I know, like, you feel like, oh my God, Brittany, it's so big. It's 8 billion people. What are we going to do? We're going to take a deep breath and realize humans are not the center of the universe. And then we're going to radically accept we're animals on a planet. And then we're going to take a deep breath and do something about it. We're going to be less bad every day. We're not going to try to be more good, because the road to hell is paved in good intentions. Boo. We're going to be less bad every day. The bad can be something as simple as when you come home from work and you're too tired and you throw your shoes and your shirt on the floor and you know you're going to have to pick it up later. Maybe just put it where it belongs. So tomorrow you thinks past you and goes, you know what, girl, thank you for putting my clothes away for me, because I didn't want to deal with it today, right? You're doing a little less bad every day, because ultimately we're trying to be in a joyful state of being. Let me help myself out and do the dishes tonight so I don't have to do it tomorrow. Being less bad every day. And then we take it a step further. Being less bad every day, maybe one less drink today. Maybe one less jerk off session that we know is bad for us. If it is, I'm you know what I mean? So on and so forth. Okay. So again, we want to recognize that we're flawed, not beat ourselves up, not punish ourselves. And then we want to try to be less bad every day. Okay. Chat says, what does it look like? Punishment versus holding accountability. It's dependent on individuals and systems. But if you eradicate punishment from the process, accountability starts to make a lot of sense, and you start to see the possibilities of accountability, right? It's a pathway. It's not one action. It's a series of actions that create accountability. Usually punishment is one thing. Punishment, jail, boom. Punishment, jail, maybe death penalty. But accountability is a series of actions that happens over a span of time. So what it looks like, okay, is a world where punishment isn't our default. Right?
What the fuck they are doing. They know for a fact, and obviously, you know, the guy being older, he's not supposed to be doing all that. Whatever, nigga, we get it. For me, it's actually a two-way fucking street. You know, minors are partially the fucking blame. Yeah, nigga, you 33.
People believe that. People with their full chest believe it. People in my own family believe it with their full chest. They do. They do. Even that's why, guys, I'm so cautious about when you say like babies are manipulative, kids are manipulative. That's exactly the rhetoric people use to say that kids 6 years old seduced the older teenagers in the family or the adults in the family. 6 years old, because kids are manipulative. Be very careful about the language you use. Okay? They're saying kids are taking advantage of the adults. Yeah.
You fucked up, you're this old ass guy, you should know better. Cool, get it, perfect, grand, wonderful. So what about the bitch that messaged me first? Oh, that's perfectly fine, I forgot about that, right? Nigga, she gets off scot-free, right? Ain't that a bitch? Whatever. To be honest with you, bro, I have no clue.
Okay, I'm just going to say this. Chad said, can you concretely give your idea of what to do with someone who commits triple homicide? No prison for this person. Do you think prison is a building where people are held? Do you not understand that prisons are a system? When people say abolish prison, we're talking about systems. Prison isn't a building where people are held. Prisons are a system of oppression utilized by government power to weaponize their power against citizens. When people say, oh, what are we going to do with a triple homicide murderer? Put them in a facility, one that isn't a prison and one that doesn't punish, torture, or rape them. One that doesn't get backed by the government, one that's backed by the government, but a government that's held accountable, that doesn't come in and utilize this system as a way to pick people up off the streets. Why are you acting like innocent people aren't sitting in prison? Why do you think the prison system wasn't a remake of slavery? Why are you acting like black people aren't targeted by the cops and thrown into prisons innocently? Why are you pretending that half of us aren't not the white people. A lot of people are terrified of being stopped by the police officers for having a little bit of weed on them, for not dressing correctly, not speaking correctly, by admitting they have a weapon that they were legally allowed to carry in the car, only to get shot up by the cops. Why are you acting like the prison system isn't a system? It's like, what are we doing here, guys? Okay, it's a system. And it's used to torture our communities, to imprison our loved ones. Literally. We're dismantling the prison system. We're not getting rid of places to put our relatives because they're a danger to themselves and others. A place where we can visit them, a place where we can love them from a distance, a place where we can humanize them and give them the dignity they didn't show others. Because that is somebody's child. That is somebody's brother. That is somebody's sibling. That is someone's mother. Okay? But until we recognize that prisons, okay, the police officers, the slave catchers redone and adapted into modern world, okay, we need to do something. People are being tortured in the name of justice. And then you're sitting here turning around saying, oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to torture back. And I'm saying, no torture. No torture. People in prisons deserve to be treated with dignity. Not everyone in prison is a fucking murderer. Some of those people are literally there because they're awaiting trial. Some of those people are innocent. And they deserve to be visited by their families. They deserve to be treated with dignity. And they don't deserve to be treated like, you know what I'm saying? They don't deserve that. No one deserves to unnecessarily suffer. Okay? Accountability and rehabilitation does not mean going back and getting the life you had before. That's not what that means. If you've really taken accountability, your life should look different. It should be a reflection of that accountability.
Why the age of consent is 18. I mean, what the fuck makes 18 so goddamn magical? I have no fucking clue. You talk to a 17-year-old chick, she just turned 18 5 seconds ago. Okay, well, guess what, man? She's still the same dumbass bitch.
It does. See, this is what Chad was saying earlier. A lot of people equate the law to morality. And this is how I know you're bankrupt. If you rely on the government to tell you what's legal, this is why Brad Femmes will say, men will fuck kids if you made it legal. Girl, they'll fuck kids no matter what.
Bitch that she was 5 seconds ago. So it's like, the big homies I talk to, they're all like, what's so fucking special about 18? It's just another fucking year, you know what I mean? Like, I don't, you know what I mean? So.
What's so special about
My
18?
name is Dr. Anna Salter. I am a clinical psychologist, and I have worked with sex offenders and victims for about 40 years. The brain of a 13-year-old is very different from an adult brain. They are more impulsive. They can't predict and don't try to predict, typically, how this is going to affect them in the future. The MacArthur brain study has demonstrated that adolescents are simply not mature emotionally and socially, and that they don't reach full maturity until the late 20s.
That's you know, for people to sit back and say like their brain, you know, girls' brain, you know, minors' brains are underdeveloped, they don't know. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Now you're just making fucking excuses for the motherfucker. For a motherfucker to say, oh, well, their brain is underdeveloped. Okay, bitch, whatever you say. Cool. All right.
Sex offenders will say to you, children know what they're doing at 13. You know, but sex offenders are famous for their excuses. Apparently there is an offender whose moniker is EDP 445 who tried to lure a 13-year-old Well, he may or may not be a pedophile. Generally, he would not be, because the 13-year-old in this country at this point in history is probably post-pubescent. He is a child molester. He's a criminal who's someone who tried to take advantage of a child's naivety, innocence, and immaturity to meet his own needs, both physically and narcissistically. Anybody who does that is, by definition, an offender and a child molester, but not necessarily a pedophile.
Now, I will just tell you this. The reason we started calling men pedophiles is because you wouldn't even let us call them molesters. That's on you. The word pedophile had to become and mean anyone who was a minor, because you wouldn't even let us have molester. You wouldn't even, you started to get pedantic. Well, they're not a pedophile technically. And then you said now it doesn't matter because they're not a pedophile. So we all started calling you pedophiles. That's why we can't be literal. That's why for all my autistics in the chat who are very literal thinkers, we can't use words literally, because socially we have to use the words that make sense, because you're not letting us have anything. You take it away. You say, well, if he's not a pedophile, I guess we can't do anything about it. And I'm saying a pedophile is a pedophile. You don't need to get pedantic and be literal about the definition. We're talking about children. Oh, well, she was 17 5 seconds ago, but now she's 18. She's not a And it's like, that's not how that works. Even if she was 19 and he was 30, abuse. 30 and 19 is crazy. Absolutely abuse. Predatory behavior, period. Okay? So that's what I'm saying. Yes, in a very academic and very intelligent spaces in which we are all locked the fuck in, whether we've been to college or not, I didn't mean to imply that you had to, if we can agree that pedophilia has a definition. Okay, but we're talking to fucking idiots out here, and these idiots are not well read, and they are going to use any excuse possible to defend pedophiles. Okay? And look, I am not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to say everyone's stupid and I'm the smartest person ever, but girlies, I'm giving you the easiest moral test in the whole world and you can't pass it. Okay? The easiest moral test in the world, and we're not passing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and who's going to suffer? Children. So yeah, your ego is hurt, but these children are getting raped. These children are being molested. So forgive me for not caring about your hurt ego in this very moment. Because that's what see how we always center adults? Brittany, this is going to hurt their opinions. Brittany, their feelings. Brittany, like, you can't talk to people like that. You got to be nicer to them. Children are being raped. And you want me to worry about the feelings of a 35-year-old chatter? Come on now.
My name is Brandon, and I am a pedophile.
Oh, 35 years old. Oh, are they going to make the distinction between pedophiles and pedophiles and offenders?
I'm attracted to boys starting at age 5.
Oh!
Despite feeling attracted to children, I've never acted on it. I think what EDP did was wrong and harmful. But there are probably thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that are watching this that might also feel attracted to minors. And I want you to know that you don't have to follow the path of EDP.
So there is a bubble in which the science is looking like pedophilia might be just a biological experience. I think everything we do is biological. The question is, what do we do with a human being who normally is going through puberty? They're 15, attracted to 15-year-olds, but then they don't end up becoming attracted to adults. Listen to me when I say, I don't know what I would do if that was my brain. And I think the universe every day that it's not my brain. But I will just say this right now, no matter how much you will be isolated. Like, you will be rejected by society. And this is why they don't tell anyone. And also, though, I think, like, if you're truly a good person, you will stay away from kids. Because again, like, I don't trust adults who are attracted to adults to be around adults if I don't think they're consent-based, right? I think the dilemma here is, like, I am deeply empathetic to how your brain is working. That sucks. I would hate for that to be my brain. And also, like, so you have to make sure you rely on good professionals and a good structure and a good community, because yeah, I don't have a solution for that. That's way above my pay grade. I just know I don't believe in punishment, and we should be kind to people, and there should be accountability. But I deeply empathize, and I would hate that for that to be my brain. Chat said, I do wonder about the psychology of pedophiles. Dr. Honda has talked about it. I think it's stunted development. Yeah, I don't know. But I would just say that I can't fathom the concept of a 35-year-old man being attracted to a 5-year-old kid. Like, it's my brain shuts down. And as much as I'd love to say that I'm educated and enlightened, sure, when I'm dealing with the adult, but if I see that adult around a kid, it's going to feel like I'm not about this. Okay, so like, if I'm alone with the adult, fine. Absolutely, bro. I can meet you where you're at. But also I have to protect this kid. And I just don't get it. I don't, so again, I want to make sure, I don't believe in punishment. And even though I have complex feelings around it, I do think at the end of the day, it is better for us to have communities that can support these people, because that must be very hard to live with that brain. Every 74 seconds, someone in the U.S. is sexually assaulted.
Child under 13 and another under 18. Prosecutors sexually assaulted a minor known to him.
Every 9 minutes, that someone is a child. All revenue from this film is donated to the national leading nonprofit dedicated to combating sex crimes. RAINN.org.
If you were looking at all the people that got caught for being a pedo on YouTube, EDP is at the top of the list. He is the face of being a pedo on YouTube. Like, if you think about pedos on YouTube, you're thinking about EDP 445.
How dare you use this song?
He's
universally known as the most hated person on the planet.
Sex offender, pedophile, predator. He is a bad man. He is very entertaining to laugh at as being a pathetic loser, but he is, at the core, a horrible person.
He's never going to learn, All you can really hope, the best advice you can give him is to be even stupider, and hopefully one day he lands himself in jail.
Amazing how many of these men are being interviewed who have literally associated with worse or similar people. The audacity of any of these men to get on this video and pretend like they're better. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. All of them have a fucking track record. That's what I'm saying. Everyone's going to look good next to a pedophile, but you guys voted for pedophiles. You guys support pedophiles. You hang out with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? You literally have connections to racism and going after smaller creators. You literally all have horrible reputations on the internet. What do you mean? Mudahar and Ethan were going to team up to go after small creators. What do you mean? He backed out last minute. They were all pairing up together. They were all hanging out together. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about? All these people have a track record. Apparently, Charlie told iDubbbz not to apologize for saying the N-word or for throwing around slurs. Like, all these people are fucking flawed as shit, bro. And I'm saying, like, why are you in this video like you haven't recently been found out? Okay? Again, like, people can come back from the things they've done, but where is the accountability?
Because that's the only thing that can fix him, going to jail.
So if I had to give EDP advice, all things...
What did this one do? Hold on. He did it too. What did he do? Hold on. He interviewed... Who did he interview? Who's the big... He interviewed the big guy, and he did a really bad job at it or whatever. And like, listen, I try to be nice. I try to be nice to everybody. But these men are so viral. They're clout chasing people, and they're always throwing marginalized people under the bus because they're too busy chasing numbers.
I would say consider suicide.
If you were...
Bro.
EDP advice, all things considered, I would say consider suicide.
Oh yeah, the Mr. Beast interview. Telling someone to kill themselves in a very serious way. Brother in Christ. Do you know what I mean? Like that's all they know. Like, that's all patriarchy teaches us. You know what I mean?
If you were to take every man on earth and put them in order of people I would most want to...
What? He messaged a minor! Wasn't Adam 22 caught messaging a minor? Wasn't that him? Isn't he the one married to Lena the plug? Wasn't Adam literally in the DMs of 16-year-olds? Am I fucking crazy? Why is he on this video? Am I stupid? Did that not happen?
Have sex with my wife? All the way over to like the least. He's essentially going to be the last guy in line.
People won't remember him. What has he done to be memorable? There's pedophiles every day of the week.
There
are a lot of words I can use to describe him, but if I had to pick just one, it's sick.
Dude has nothing in retirement. His assets are a joke. These are the finances of a mental child, let's be honest.
How did this YouTuber, how did Michael, that's his name, how did he gather the worst of the Avengers to come hang out? These are the worst people on the internet. These are literally the worst. They are the reason the internet is so fucking shitty. I swear to God, Destiny better be in this documentary because Asmund and Destiny would bring it full circle. Is Sneeko here too? Full circle. What?
Please leave the kids alone. That's my message. Leave the kids alone, please.
The man's brain doesn't fully function. He is, by all definition...
Why is Bookie there? Why is Bookie there? What?
mentally retarded.
Well, just my thoughts on EDP 445 and what he did. Just
Christian! Why is Christian here? I'm so confused. What is I am in hell? Somebody gave me shrooms and I am having a bad fucking trip. This is the most chronically online video and I hate that I know who everybody is. I gotta get a new job.
totally wrong. He deserves to go to jail, and there will be bad karma coming his way.
Is this a joke? Did he do this on purpose? Is that the joke? Is this the joke that like, hey, here's the worst people on the internet saying this is the worst people on the internet? Oh my God.
So growing up, I love the villains. I love the bad guys. The story isn't complete without there being.
So that's like the feature of all the bad people on the internet. Do they know that? Do they know they're being featured as the bad people on the internet?
Fucking villain without there being opposition, and it's wild because like everything came full circle, you know, and to a lot of people, to millions of people, you know, I'm fucked up. I'm a villain. I'm a piece of shit. I'm this grimy ass motherfucker who just doesn't give a damn about the fucking law. End-stage renal failure, man. Got accused of being a fucking pedophile. And guess what, motherfucker? I'm still fucking standing. I'm still walking. We in this.
Which is why people say, why should victims come forward when it never fucking matters? He's literally told you throughout this whole documentary, I'm thinking about kids. And he's right. Nothing happened. This is why I never blame victims for not coming forward.
Bitch, and we making it fucking happen.
While filming this documentary, the Eagles made it to the Super Bowl. Jesus Christ.
Listen, man, it's time to have a great time.
Who's this sweet baby? Who put this beautiful baby in this documentary? Take this child away and don't let him ever represent a pedophile again. This poor baby actor.
So I shouldn't be drinking this fucking shit. Due to my dialysis and due to my kidney failure. But fuck it, I don't give a shit right now. I got my pills here. This shit is loaded in phosphorus. It could possibly kill me.
So he's slowly killing himself. Hey.
EDP has a bright future. Once the world gets off this hang up that they're on, which I feel like it's gonna blow over. So once that blows over, the sky's the limit with him. He can go as far as he wants to go.
I wonder if it's his kid. I wonder if the child actor is his child. I don't know though. Maybe not. Probably not. No, probably not, right? They censored his kid's look. It was probably a child actor.
What we filmed today, right here, right now, February 9th, 2025, is the greatest moment of my fucking life. Period. Nothing even comes fucking close. Yeah. Wrote this? Yeah. Hey man, as far as these chat logs go, I don't know who wrote this. This wasn't me though.
Don't you dare. EP solicited sex from a 13 and 15-year-old. PS, Disturbed lead singer is a Zionist, which really just like, ugh.
Shit.
This is a crime. He could still be charged until 2027. Thanks for watching that with me, guys. I think what we learned here is that we still have so much more to go. This is why we have to dismantle patriarchy, white supremacy, prison systems. This is why victims don't come forward. This is why sex abuse is a joke to you. This is why women have hashtags men all suck. This is why we say men are trash. Because we're talking about a system of men that curates, maintains, and puts content out like this as if they're trying to help victims. Okay? It's not you, man, the gender. You're not a bad person if you're a man. But the system that upholds men in the top and pushes everybody else down, that's hurting not just everybody else, it is hurting the boys. So if you care about little boys, you care about kids, work with the leftists to dismantle capitalism, patriarchy, and white supremacy. Because everybody else, they're out here just trying to get paid. You know, that's really what this is. Disgusting. I really hate it. I hated every moment of it. Okay. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I just don't want you to be discouraged. You know, I don't want you to be discouraged. I think you know you're a good person, and I think you know we have good people around us. And this is why I'm open with boundaries. This is why I tell you about my family stuff, because I think my family isn't special. I think my family might be like everybody else's. And if my family's like everybody else's, and everybody's family I ever meet has some shit in that closet, that tells me that we are in this together. You know, that I'm not alone in my struggle, and neither are you. And, you know, you don't have to share your struggle. You don't have to go into details. I keep mine very censored, but I'm telling you it exists. I'm telling you everybody knows somebody. And that doesn't mean we should give up. It means we should fight harder. Okay? It really does. I think we can create safe communities, safe spaces for people. And I think it starts with calling people out and holding people accountable. We do believe in rehabilitation. It depends on what you've done, of course. And even then, right, it just doesn't look like getting your old life back. So, you know, just to cover really fast that conversation we had earlier in chat, I don't want you to feel like, oh, if I ever do something bad, I can never be good again. It depends on what you did. But also, you can be good again. I think what you need to let go, though, of is this idea that you're going to get your old life back. Nobody can go back. We can only go forward. You know? She says, can I be more discouraged and more determined simultaneously? Just found out today. The answer is yes. Yeah. I think that's, you know, I think life is these like contradictions. And I think that's so absolutely a part of my framework. I deeply believe in allowing myself to feel the disappointment, anger, and frustration. And then after I'm done crying, to get up and continue feeding my community, because it's hard. We can't sit here and hold, you know, we can't be apathetic. We can't be like, I'm going to shut my feelings off from the world. No, embrace it deeper. Let it flow through you. You know, autistic people, sometimes they intellectualize so well that in therapy, they think, oh, therapy doesn't work for me. Yeah, because you're intellectualizing your feelings. You got to feel them. You got to let it rock yourself so you can change. You got to feel it, right? So you can actually feel what a big deal this is, and then show up better in your communities. So, yeah, that's a nice way to end stream. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for being here. And I hope you have a really good day. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to yourselves. Be compassionate. And I'm not just saying that. You really got to do it. After something like this, I need a reset. And we all deserve one. Okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Talk to you then. Bye-bye.